Unreal. Unreal. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I don't know. The red light usually means you're muted. But for some reason I think the red light means you're on. So I don't know. I have no idea. I'll find out soon. All right. With the audio. Oh no, wait. No, what am I doing? Where did I put it? Okay. Find out sooner than I think. So I'm dealing with a new microphone. I'm probably muted right now because red means muted, but let's see here. Am I even there? I am. Okay. There I am. All right. I think I hear audio. All right. You know what? We're not going to do that. I didn't even test it at all. So I thought I was muted. So red means good. So if the light's off, that means I'm muted then. Okay. All right. So now that I know that you can hear me, maybe all the world is insecure. Maybe all of us are looking for a cure. Maybe something that we could finally restore. Maybe chasing after money like a dog, but the money's never gonna be enough. No, it's never gonna take the place of love. Maybe. Uh I know it's weird without music, isn't it? It's so weird. I'm so used to music. It's been 5 months, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of it is a blur. Most of it is a blur, but I know it's been 5 months. Thanks to Casey. I lost track of time, but I think it's been 5 months. And I was thinking back to the streams I was doing, and I played a lot of music, didn't I? Yeah, I guess I did. It's not the same without music. I don't think it is. So, now that I have, which I feel like this was meant to be, I'm going to be honest with you because I am not lying to you when I sit here and say that I have not touched this microphone. I literally, and I promise you this, I literally just opened this box. Oh, by the way, I didn't even look how the angle or anything. I guess it looks all right, right? Maybe something like that. I don't know. Do you notice anything different, Casey? Anything at all? Does anybody notice anything different right now? Besides a smile on my face, but anything? What the fuck, Shay? What the my prized possession? Where did they go? Well, my real prized possession is still here. There we go. Stick to the script. She's still here. But this is not. And I can get back into that a little later. But it's been 5 months. She's still wagging her booties. Oh, no, she's wagging her booties. Good girl. She's still here. Hopefully, I'm not too loud. Supposedly, there's software you can download with this. Look at this shit. Audio filters, right? The whole damn fucking shabam, right? Just, it could do so much, but I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna download no software so I can sound like Darth Vader. I know a lot of people are doing that. More and more streamers are doing that. They have audio filters, You just I don't really need that. So I don't know how deep this audio filter goes with this right here. Audio filter right there. I don't know if it's different voices or if it just raises the pitch. I don't know how in depth it is, but I don't feel like I need one. I don't think I need one. I feel like I'm my own filter in a way, audio filter. So I just plugged this in. It says plug and go. Real quick. Somewhere around here. Big advertisement. Plug and play. There you go. Plug and play right there. Plug and play. So I don't know if this microphone's any good. I found it at Walmart. Just something I threw in the cart. I'm not going to do much research. And I'm also not going to spend $400 for a microphone either. They had some upper tier ones I was like, I used to do this for a living, but I don't think I've ever spent $400 on a microphone. So I passed on some of those. So I didn't know what to expect from this. I still don't know what to expect from this. All I do know is I don't need no damn audio filters at all. All right. Where to begin, Case? I guess we don't really have too much to talk about, do we? Well, I guess I'll start off by saying a lot can happen in 5 months. That's for sure. A lot can really happen. It has been a terrible, terrible time for us 80s babies. We lost the legendary Hulk Hogan. My God, like so much has happened. I was thinking to myself, about everything that's happened over the past 5 months, and it really hit me. It feels like, I don't know, like a lifetime. I woke up. It just doesn't feel the same. A world without Ozzy Osbourne. I wanted to definitely come here and stream. I was going to hold this off for a little bit, but I need to stream before 3i Atlas makes its approach. A 7-mile wide. I don't think it's a rock. I think it's a mothership, but 3i Atlas has been catching my attention, and I swear to God, once it comes from behind the sun, which it's doing now, if this stays its course and it doesn't change directions or do anything, well, I guess I have nothing to live for then. I really don't. Because this 3i Atlas thing really has my curiosity piqued to the max. So I could cover that briefly. It's just weird. Last year around Christmas time, we had all those mystery orbs, all those mystery New Jersey drones, right? All those orbs. And I was like, something's going to happen. Christmas 2024, something's going to happen, right? And it just disappeared. And I feel like it's a dream. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about the drones. Those school bus, those minivan school bus sized drones that stayed in the air for 6 hours at a time, couldn't be caught on heat thermal radars and it's like nobody. So I'm sorry, I'm dragging it on. So long story longer. Last year we had all those mystery orbs and the drones and all this. What the fuck, Shay? Right? Is Jesus coming back? I don't know. Then nothing happened. This year, 2025. Isn't it awkward? Not awkward. Isn't it weird, ironic that last year all that fucking shit was happening around Christmas, right? Disappears. I think whatever those orbs were scouting it out for what was coming. I think this year, isn't it funny? This thing could come into our solar system anytime, any month. And it just happens to be closest to Earth right around Christmas time. I feel like the guy from Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I really do. I feel like I'm going to be sculpting some mashed potatoes here soon because 7 miles, it doesn't have a tail. I'm telling you, it's alien. It is not natural. It is not, I don't give a shit. If it keeps going, I will be so disappointed. I have a feeling something's going to happen this year. But if it doesn't, it doesn't, But I definitely wanted to stream in case my hunches were right, if they turn out right. I want to talk to a few people. I want to spend time with a few people before our overlords come to recleanse us and give us a higher consciousness and let us really know what it's all about. I'm going to be so disappointed. It's just a big fucking 7-mile wide rock, isn't it? People are pissed. I'm people. Damn. Something's going to happen. It has to. right? The government shut down right as this once-in-a-lifetime event is happening. Right now is the government shutdown. NASA can't release the fucking the high-resolution pictures. I'm telling you, I know I'm stuck on it, but 3i Atlas. So back to a world without Ozzy. Yeah. I didn't take it as hard. I was thinking back. It sucked, but I wasn't as big of a mess as I was when Michael Jackson died. When Michael died, I was just a I don't know. I was crying like a baby. I loved Michael. I really did. People can make fun of that, but he had a lot of fans, so I'm not the only one that cried. But Ozzy kind of felt surreal. He just did that concert, and 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, he dies. And it's like, at first I thought he did assisted suicide because his health wasn't good and they knew he was going downhill. And I thought Sharon talked about it one time and I thought that's what they did, but I guess not. They're all claiming not. It's just he went. So it's just a bad time for us 80s babies. That's for sure. I do want to say with Hulk Hogan, the tribute, they did a few tributes to him, which they should have. No matter what the controversy is, no matter if he said the N-word, who gives a damn? He's Hollywood Hulk Hogan, baby. He is the fucking pave where he is the fucking man. So I know there's controversy because of Bubba the Love Sponge and the whole sex tape and him saying the N-word. He doesn't want his daughter with a black guy or that black guy, whatever. Hulk Hogan, the very first tribute they did for him on SmackDown, man, it was beautiful. I think it is the most beautiful tribute I've ever seen out of the Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, all this stuff. 3 Doors, or was it 3 Doors? Not 3 Days Grace, 3 Doors Down. Yeah. But the tributes they do when these wrestlers die. The one where I don't know, well, they clipped his, they didn't use AI. They really, I've done this before when I used to make tributes. They clip audio to make it sound like somebody's talking about somebody else. And the very ending, the whole thing with Triple H doing the monologue and just talking about Hogan, and the very ending when he talks about Hogan passing away and by his side with his family, with Nick, and then he says that Hulkamania will live forever. Triple H's voice. Right? That was beautiful. And the very end with Mean Gene Okerlund, it was just, I watched it over and over and over. It was so beautiful. And they didn't have much time to put that together. That was the first tribute. That was on SmackDown. That wasn't on Raw. That was the first tribute. They had like 24 hours to put that and that was beautiful. So, moral of the story, I guess WWE's production team is, you can't beat it. And it really kind of happened one after another, right? All these deaths. Hogan, Ozzy, and there was somebody else. I forget. It wasn't Apollo Creed. Was it Apollo Creed? What do you think 3i Atlas is, Casey? I think I have the right ones. He died a couple days after Ozzy. It was crazy. Was Ozzy first? I thought Hogan was first. Okay. See, time's going by and so much has happened. And I thought Hogan was first. Maybe it was Ozzy. Was it Ozzy? No, either way. My 3 favorite wrestlers of all time go Stone Cold Steve Austin, Brock Lesnar, and Hulk Hogan. And I don't know why, but something tells me that it used to be reversed. I'm pretty sure growing up, I always had Hulk Hogan as number 1. Austin was never number 2, and Lesnar was never number 1. So Hogan couldn't have been number 1. So I'm going to stay with Austin, Lesnar, Hogan. After that, it becomes too hard. You got too many good ones. You got The Rock, you got Taker, you got Shawn, you got so many. Triple H. The first 3 are easy for me. After Hogan, it's like there's too many. So oh man, I don't know how the audio sounds as far as the quality. I just know that this doesn't have a Mary Jane effects. Not audio. The hell's they make it where it blocks out the background noise? Background cancellation or whatever. I don't think this has it. So it doesn't sound like a tornado in here, but I do have a fan on because I smoke a lot. I've increased that a little bit. Mellow out, man. So I have the fans on. Casey? I have a lot to say to you, but I feel like I need to speak to somebody else first. Oh, I hate when that. Nope. Are we good? Halfway. Damn. I want to send out a shout out. That's the very first thing I want to do. I know I kind of kicked this off with 3i Atlas. It's on my mind. It really is. And I kicked it off. I had to talk about Ozzy. I had to talk about Hogan. I have to talk about Ozzy, right? I mean, who am I going to sit here with all this shit on me and I don't talk about the man's death, right? So I guess that kind of just took over as soon as I went live. But I did want to give a shout out to somebody. Somebody who, no matter how many channels I make, they subscribe. Oh, by God, we're back. No, we'll talk about that. We're not back. I don't know if this is a one-off thing or, I mean, I did buy a new fucking microphone. I hope it's okay quality. I paid $80 for the motherfucker, right? Probably got overcharged. But still, supposed to have shock absorbent. I don't know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me tapping? False advertising. So I want to give a shout out to somebody. There's a couple people that I've noticed who, it doesn't matter how long I go away, they're searching for me. And there's actually more than a few, some good, some bad. But the person I want to give a shout out to is somebody who I've treated a lot of people wrong. And I've learned a lot. And I feel like I owe somebody, I don't know if maybe it's an apology, maybe, but it's definitely a shout out. And that's Matthew Bailey. Matthew tried explaining why he flipped on me. And I didn't want to hear nothing about it. I told him, it doesn't matter your reasoning. You flipped. That's all that matters, Matthew. You let me down. You let Doug down. You fucking flipped for the cyberbully. What is your deal? Fuck you. And I wouldn't hear him out, right? And I feel bad about that. Because I didn't have to hear him out. I would have flipped on me too. So I want to give a shout out to Matthew Bailey, first and foremost, for caring enough about me to seek me out, follow me around, wonder what the update is about me. And I don't know if you're one of those that is hitting the like, but I hope you are. And I don't blame you for flipping on me. I would have flipped on me too. I have nobody to blame but myself. Casey is kind of going through a phase where she's blaming herself. JP, I'm sorry I ruined everything for you. I'm sorry I chased everybody away. And I keep telling her, Casey, I've done some soul searching. It wasn't you. It was all me. Even from the very beginning, when you came in saying, they're talking shit behind your back, they're not real fans, they're not real supporters, blah, did that and a third. I handled it wrong from the beginning. So I gave my attention to the wrong people, and I lost some very beautiful people that came my way. Pumpkin Love asked me, you know, are you going to still be friends with Casey? And I said, of course. And I said, I didn't make myself look too good there at the end when they were all trolling the hell out of me and I was too drugged up to stand up for myself. I admit it. I was played, man. But everybody else left. Pretty much everybody. Casey didn't have to stick around. I didn't make myself look too good, did I? Casey did not have to stick around. She could have flipped like Amber and everybody else. Casey didn't have to stick around. I don't know why she did. Well, I do know why. She's in love with me. She loves me and she doesn't forget who I was. She sees the monster that they created and she can't forget about the good times. She don't forget about all the nights that I helped save her life. And all the nights that I helped save Pumpkin's life and so many other people that have told me I've brightened up their nights when they were feeling down. So, of course, I'm going to be friends with Casey. Of course. I felt so guilty how I treated her at the end, saying that it was all her fault. And I just had to do some soul searching. I had to look at everything that happened. Casey, if I ask you something, will you promise to be honest with me? I mean, you don't have to care. I don't want you to think if it's going to upset me or if it's going to make me go away again, or I just want honesty. I don't have no clarity. There was no communication. Everybody just ditched me. Thankfully, I've been talking to Jim Tom behind the scenes and Pumpkin Love, and I just need honesty. So I want to ask you, with all those crazy streams I did, see, some of it's a blur. I'm going to be honest. With all of those streams I did, all of those crazy streams towards Amber, do you ever, and be honest with me, please, I need this more than you know. I need honesty. Do you ever remember me ever once telling Mark Rydell, let's get Mackenzie raped? Do you remember me ever saying that once? Now, I know I said Mackenzie's blood is on their hands and a lot of ignorant shit that I wish I could kick my own ass, but my leg don't bend up that far. But out of all this nasty shit I was saying, I remember all that, but I don't remember saying, let's get Mackenzie raped. I remember reaching out to Mark Rydell because nobody was having my back, and that was a wrong move, but I just made wrong decisions. So, but I don't remember ever saying that to him. And I wanted to ask you, Casey, do you remember me saying that? Because let's be honest, I'm under the influence, right? I was pissed off. I was hurt. When you get hurt, you do and say some shit that you regret. And I was very hurt. I felt like Amber was joining the people that were trying to push me towards suicide. I don't know. That's just how I felt. And that made me say some ignorant shit and do some ignorant stream titles. But I don't think I never talked to Mark Rydell about that. Never. But if you say, yeah, JP, you did say that. I mean, I love sticking up for you, but I'll give you anything you want. Right now, you said honesty makes you happy. I want to make you happy. So you did say that. You did. I'm asking you, Casey, because obviously I don't remember saying no such thing. Pumpkin Love says she doesn't remember me ever saying no such thing. Jim Tom, of course, right? So I was thinking back to this, and I really, really believe, and I'm only going to cover this once. Now that some time has passed, and I thought about how those emails were written out to the police, and I thought about all the things that were happening, all the just different things that were happening all at once. It was insane. You know, I was blaming a lot of people. I was blaming Emma. She was the influence, but she didn't do it. But I was blaming Emma. It was just, didn't want nothing to do with her, but I had no choice but to have her in my life. So I was blaming that William Palmer just because I seen he was following me around, and I looked at his profile picture and he looked like a fucking psychopath. Just the look in his eyes, that 1,000-yard stare. No, thank you. So I was blaming him. That motherfucker's following me around. He's jacking off the hat, man. I'm like, it's William Palmer. Look at this sick fuck. Here he is. And then that Corey guy comes my way, right? Oh, the low-cal re-snipes. Oh, that's right. He just messaged me saying that his buddy just got swatted, and it's the name of the game. And that didn't happen to me. And all of a sudden, things are... Who was behind it? Well, after thinking about all this stuff and all these individuals, I have come to the conclusion that it was not William Palmer. I don't think it was that low-cal re-snipes Corey douchebag. I think it was Big Bobby. I think I hit the nail right on the fucking head. I think it was Big Bobby for multiple reasons. One, and if this is all true, and I never said this, and it turns out that I was set up, Amber hates me for no reason. I'm just saying that. I know I said I want to stab her and shit, but I was pissed off she was joining Big Bobby. So she really hates me for no reason. And the people that she's friends with are the ones that are talking bad about her daughter. They're the ones that were talking about her daughter. Maybe under my name accounts. I don't know. But I think it was Big Bobby. Because after Amber flipped, he would not stop saying game over to me. And when I think about those emails that were sent to the police, I think that was Big Bobby as well. The way they were written out. I'm not joking. You better take me seriously. I believe he was the one sending these emails to all these different companies and the law enforcements and the fire stations, pretending to be me, saying I was going to do terrible shit. I think I was trying to think back. When did this all start happening? It wasn't really with Emma. It was before that. It was when I was threatening Amanda. And I remember Big Bobby saying, game on, right? I guess he wanted to take me down. I hurt his feelings. I pissed him off. I disappointed him, man. He gave me $100 of his hard-earned fucking money, right? If it's hard-earned. And he wants that money back. He ain't going to ever get it back, but he's pissed off, man. Don't you catch my point? He's pissed off. I let him down, man. He believed in me. He enjoyed me. He fucking spent his time laughing at my fucking streams. And here I am acting a fool. So he had to teach me a lesson. Is that his way of thinking? Whatever he wants, whatever it is to justify it, I think he was the one behind it. It all kind of lines up. And I think the William Palmers and the low-cal re-snipes, I would just call them Corey. I think these douchebags, they're just a group. They're acquaintances, right? And it was a group effort. They all liked making fun of it. But the ones that did the actual actions, I think I narrowed it down. I was set up, and I was too drugged up. I'm still drugged up, but I was too drugged up to stand up for myself. My problem is I didn't watch people. I don't watch people. So people can say things, people can pretend to be me, people can do, and I won't know. And then I feel like a fool. When Amber said that you said you wanted to get my daughter raped, I'll never talk nice to you again. I just apologized. I took the blame. I wasn't really thinking. I knew I was doing a bunch of shit, you know? I knew I was doing a bunch of shit, saying a bunch of, but it didn't really hit me what she was accusing me of. Because I knew I was saying ignorant shit. Shit that I don't even really like repeating. But that I did not say. So I think what was happening was I was losing my mind. I was freaking out because of shit that was happening. People wouldn't leave me alone. I was trying my best just to do my own thing, start over as the Messiah of Kings, and just try to find something where I can, the few supporters I have, where I can just start over with them. But then we got the Big Bobbies and the sick individuals that don't move on from you. They say they dislike you, they hate you, but they obsess over you. They don't move on. So I tried my best, but I was going to lose from the start. I'm not made for going back and forth. I'm not made for it. I got into a game. See, that's why I didn't. I forgot to talk about something. How do I start this off? So I don't know how this stream's going to work because I didn't do anything. I shouldn't have to do anything. I didn't use this computer for anything. It just sat on the floor. So I shouldn't have to do anything, but I don't know if dirt or anything else will cause any issues. I also have a different internet provider. So I don't know if it should be playing fast enough. I didn't look into any of this, but I'm just going to stream. And if it cuts up and if it just doesn't work, then you just watch what's there and maybe it won't make sense, right? I'm blabbing about one thing and talking about one thing and then all of a sudden just cuts off. And you're like, what the fuck? What the hell? How's it going to end? It wasn't your fault, but who was it? Son of a bitch. Of course it was you, wasn't it? So I don't know how this stream's working. I don't know if I'm even live, but I have gone on a journey. And I'm not talking about this stuff. I am talking about a personal journey. I know who I am. And it wasn't how I was acting. So I had to see what the deal was. And I had to see what was happening. And what was happening was my ego was getting too damn big. My ego was out of control. And I have come to realize that all of this is, I have so many thoughts on it, but it means nothing. It really, really is just so minute compared to when you start thinking about the bigger picture. The real bigger picture, Carrie, and that is what life is all about. So I've changed my view on God. I still believe there's a God. I'm not an atheist or anything, but I don't believe in God in the biblical way anymore. I don't believe he's that strict where he sends everybody to hell. I don't think he sends, if somebody's gay out there, I really, really don't believe that he sends somebody to hell because they love the same sex. I mean, Jesus always preached about love, and if it's just pure love and you just fall in love with somebody, how can he send him to? How can God send? Yeah, he's gay, but right? How can he send him to hell? All they're doing is loving each other. It's nothing evil about it. But the Bible says, I don't think he's that strict, and I don't believe in much of the Bible anymore. There's one story in there that kind of ruined it for me. I started getting really big into the Bible because I was heartbroken. I was looking for just anything. And I read the wrong thing. It didn't ruin my faith. I believe there's a God. I believe that's real, but I don't. The Bible was written by man. And I'll just cut to the chase. The one story in the Bible that discredits the whole Bible for me, or at least most of it, is Noah's Ark. I mean, let's just talk about it real quick. You're telling me that he fit all those animals in that damn boat, 30 cubics by 30 cubics, 2 of every animal. By the way, I want to thank him for saving cockroaches and mosquitoes. Thank you. I was bringing this up to somebody that I know, and she was like, maybe they didn't suck blood back then, the mosquitoes. And I'm like, because I was like, why would he save? She's a big Bible thumper. God bless her. I told her I don't want to ruin, whatever keeps you strong, hang on to it. Because maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to find the truth. But Noah's Ark, it ruins the Bible for me. So I really had to find a different. I was lost. Like, if that's not real, right? And if you don't get if you don't get what I'm saying, how did he fit all those animals on that boat? Okay, yeah, maybe he did that, right? But How the hell did he feed all those animals? What is it, like an elephant eats a ton of food every 2 days or some shit? How did he have enough food for all those animals? And can you imagine the smell of all that shit and piss from all those fucking huge ass animals? There's no way a 5-year-old farmer, 500-year-old farmer, right, built this fucking massive ship just out of wood, out of pine trees, baby. No metal fucking buoys or whatever the fuck they are that help keep it floating up, right? See, the problem with the Bible that I have learned is with stories like Noah's Ark. When they picked what stories go into the Bible, they didn't know what we know now as far as science goes, and so it just sounds great, right? And that was a real downer. When that kind of hit me, that was a real downer, because when you feel like everybody hates you, it is one of the worst feelings. I was telling Pumpkin Love, it is. I wouldn't wish it on Isaac. I wouldn't wish it on Emma. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Is what I'm saying. When you feel like everybody hates you, that's enough to take your life. And maybe that's a part of why I will end up taking my life. But I've done some soul searching. And I will say, when I first started this streaming gig, I was green. Oh, I was fucking green, wasn't I? And my teacher, I'll say, was a young cat, slick looking cat by the name of Highlander. And he taught me the best he could, and I didn't listen. I was rebellious. He told me not to do something, and I did it. Well, I've learned from my mistakes, and I have a new teacher. He goes by the name of Alan Watts, and I do listen very closely to what he says, and it makes a lot of sense about life and death and who God is. I'm noticing that this is kind of all like an experience. Some people believe that you choose this life. You are up there in the void, in the higher, whatever, and you choose your life. You choose your parents, you choose your girlfriend, you choose your hardships, your highs, your lows, everything. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, because why would I choose this life, right? Why would somebody choose a terrible disease, like a life-altering disease that cripples them, like Savannah with her slinky back, her slinky spine, something like that? Why would Savannah choose to be handicapped? Why would I choose to have the life I have? Why would you get it? Why would somebody choose to have cancer, like a 10-year-old child, cancer? So I don't know if I believe. I'm trying to think what makes sense. And maybe I'm back because maybe some of you can help me figure it all out. I was really kind of, I was really the Bibles and stuff, right? I was really Christianity, and my world has been shattered in so many ways. I have learned the truth about humanity. I have learned the truth about people, human nature, their egos, to fit in, I have learned a lot. And I feel like my purpose, I lost my way for a little bit, and I didn't know what my purpose was. And I feel like even though I've gone through a lot of heartaches, my purpose was to help people. I think back to when I was a child. I think back to growing up. I've always went out of my way to act like a dipshit to make people laugh. I was always a class clown. And I know that's not accepted with some people. Some people see you having fun. Some people see you acting like Rocky Balboa. Some people see you drawing people in and getting these great comments. And they will do anything they can to ruin that. So I thought about everything as far as, at this point, I'm trying to figure out what's after this. And I'm not quite there. None of us are until we experience it. But what makes sense? I'm kind of leaning towards Buddhism a little bit. I really am. You know, some people believe that when you die, you go higher, you go to the next step, and you get to decide if you want to come back and do this again or if you want to move forward. I'm moving forward. If that's the case, I'm moving forward. I am not coming back. I told myself, if you die, like, do not, like, you hear these near-death experiences where people wanted to go back, and no. I told myself, I said, no, if you are in that spot, try to remember. I know you won't be the same, but try to remember, go. Do not go back. Go. But anyways, I have been really, because this world is not for me. So there's just so much to talk about with just so much different topics, and I'll get into it. I'm not in a rush. It's just there's so much on my mind. And I just hope my stream's working good because I got to get it out. And if it's not, I'll try tomorrow and I'll punch my laptop, which I shouldn't punch my laptop because I haven't been treating it too good, right? So of course it's going to mess up. So hopefully the stream's working good. Because I'm not going to waste any time like I used to do, check on my phone just because of my OCD and I want everything to be perfect. Fuck it. None of it matters. I can't take none of this with me. When I die, I won't know any of you, like, right? So in the grand scope of things, take it easy. Huh? I agree, Casey. Just live for the now. And that is pretty much what Alan Watts teaches. Live for the now. I'm starting to believe, like, I looked into different theories, and I don't know what you guys believe, but I looked into, some people think we live in a simulation, right? Isn't it weird? Every time I ran out of pot, that guy would call, boom. Yes, hello, Smokey, right? Things seem to happen, and it's like, there's no coincidence. It's like, it's all played, right? It's like a script. So some people believe we're in the Matrix. Some people believe that this is a simulation. And when you die, it's like taking off the helmet. I can believe that, you know. I can definitely believe that. Some people believe that, I know this is going to sound stupid, but some people believe that we are the universe experiencing ourselves in a physical body form. And when we die, we kind of go back to that higher where we were. The thing that has me stumped and the thing that has me kind of bouncing around, what the hell is real? It's just one simple thing. And you probably heard this before, and it's just something that really hit me. And that is when I seen somebody say that they believe death is like birth. They say this world has been here for billions of years, right? I have been here for 37 years, whether they were lucky years, cursed years. We'll get into that. But I mean, I guess I should be thankful. I'm something. I was nothing. And here I am, right? Like, the odds of me not being here were pretty stacked high. And I had to go through a lot to be born. There's a lot that don't make it. And here I am breathing air, right? So I guess I'm lucky. I could see why some people believe that, like, we experience pain, we experience hurt. It's the way of the universe experiencing that self. All I know is Noah Ark killed it for me with Christianity. Reincarnation sounds all right. You know, babies are being born every day. People die every day. It does make sense. What if it's as simple as this? What if it depends how you live your life? It's about experiencing. It's about growing, right? It depends how you live your life. If you're a piece of shit like Hitler, or if you're a terrible person, maybe you come back as something lower. And you got to just struggle until you reach that higher consciousness, right? I don't know, but I do agree. Live for the now because time goes by so fast. And really, in the end, all you have is yourself. It doesn't matter if you have a husband, a wife, kids, um, big family, mom, dad still alive, whatever. You can't take none of it with you. None of it. I believe we like. I don't want to. Everybody believes their own thing. And Casey, I know you think you'll see your mom again, and maybe you will. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I have come to the conclusion that we won't know each other when we die. I believe what that person said. I think that person said it really good. Death is like birth, right? Unless this is a simulation, and then the Earth wasn't here for billions of years. That's just part of your world, right? But if we go by science, the Earth has been around for billions of years. Where was I? Where were you, Casey? I can't remember a damn thing about a previous life. And maybe your memories of the life you have currently are trapped within your physical brain. And once that dies, your consciousness moves on, maybe into a different body form, and then you have that life. I don't know. It goes deep, but I'm excited to find out. I've decided now I almost have to cover this because I accidentally kind of said the quiet part out loud and the quiet part no, and the loud part quiet with Casey earlier. Well, I guess it was the other day. I don't know. But ever since I told her that I'm planning on taking my life, she has been, I shouldn't have done that. And as soon as I did it and she came back and said, don't leave, I was like, oh, Jesus. I was like, well, there goes my plans. I can't have her in the damn chat, right? Because as much as no matter how much I love her telling me not to leave her constantly, it gets annoying, right? It gets distracting. We'll say it distracting, not annoying. It gets distracting. But I realize that I got to be careful because Casey loves me very much. And there's other people that love me too. I asked Pumpkin Love for some clarity. I said, I only have haters that follow me around. All my supporters disappeared on me. I mean, is that how it is? Like, does everybody really hate me? How can everybody forget about my streams? I don't know. Those messages I used to get were so pure. They were beautiful. Like, they couldn't be fake. So, and then she told me that there's a lot of people that I didn't do things to, and she doesn't think that they really necessarily hate me. So that made me feel a little better because I have no clarity. The communication, that was something that I had to learn about human nature. So I had to learn a lot. I was never hurt that bad. Like, I didn't say it to her. I went through so many emotions. I am so glad that I decided to, you know what I'm going to do? This is going to be like a diary. This here is going to be my final words. That way, when I do go, this stuff will be up. It won't just be the clips that make me look like a nutcase. This stuff will be up. And maybe some people, if they give it a chance, they'll see I wasn't the problem. That's kind of what I'm hoping, because I never was the problem. People just wouldn't leave me alone, and I snapped under the pressure. Not making excuses. I feel like a piece of shit. But I realize none of it matters, As far as how people will remember me, I won't be here. So, I thought back to everything. Right away, Casey was like, don't let the trolls win. I'm like, Casey, this goes so much deeper than the internet. Trolling, it goes so much deeper. It's about life. It's about just when you think about your whole life, you kind of come to some conclusions. It goes deeper than what this put me through. Life in general made me realize this world isn't for me. But as bad as I feel with some of my actions and how I treated some people, one thing that makes me feel better about all of it is it doesn't matter if I'll never have a voice again, of like a voice that I had. It doesn't matter if people believe me. because I feel like this is just an experience to make me grow. Whatever is after death is what I want to achieve. Like, you know, man, I thought I'd be through 5 joints by now. I'm really talking, ain't I? I just haven't been here in 5 months, and I went through a lot of stuff and a lot of learning. And I realize I live in reality. I know you can't go back. Nothing can ever be fixed. But I'm glad I could learn from it, you know. And I went through a lot of emotions when I'm this whole trying to find out the truth about the afterlife and what to expect and what's real and what the fuck's man-made for greed and right. I was thinking to myself, all right, so if there's nothing after this, if it's just going back to nothingness, right? You don't remember anything before you were born. You're just going back to that nothingness. That's believable. Hell, that makes sense. That is the most thing that makes sense, right? Because can you remember anything before you were born? Not one person will say yes unless they're fucking lying. You can't remember a damn thing before you were 2 years old. It's all about consciousness. And I can see, once you dig into it, the Bible, way back in the 1700s, whatever the fuck, no, way before 1700s, but the Roman Catholics and the churches and the highest priests, or whatever, they got together and they got to decide what books made it into the Bible and what they didn't want to be in part of the Bible. There's some scriptures out there that didn't make it into the Bible. So ever since you learn that kind of stuff and you kind of think about Noah's Ark, and it's heartbreaking. It really is. I believe there was a Jesus. I don't think that was all fake. But I don't think he's the son of God. I think he was like Alan Watts. I think he was a teacher, a Messiah. And what got him killed was him trying to preach the higher consciousness. He was wise to it all. He was saying, he is the son of God, as are you. If you do what I do, you follow what I do, you will make it into the kingdom of my Father. I think he was just kind of like me or you. And I think he was going around and he was just very wise. He knew it all. And I think they killed him for it. And as far as if that's true, JP, then, how did how the whole rising thing, right? Easter, how did he rise if that's not grave robbers, you know what I'm saying? They just push the rock back or whatnot. I hope I'm wrong. I do. Because the thought of nothingness is depressing to me. The thought of just going back to you can't even imagine what nothingness is. What do you think of? Like you close your eyes, it's blackness forever? That's nothingness. You cease to exist. You don't know there's nothing. How long has the earth been around? I honestly don't know. I can't remember right now, but I mean, let's just say 2 billion years, right? 2 billion years. I mean, it went like that. I woke up, I was 2 billion years. When I think about that, I wasn't here for billions of years. So if something came from nothing, I was nothing. If something came from nothing, I'm here now, I'm something. Then that means something can come from nothing again once I go. That's my hope. Let's call it a blank sheet, a restart, a real restart, right? I just wish I could take my knowledge from this with me so I don't make the same mistakes. Excuse me. This does have a mute button, but I guess it's on the top there, ain't it? I don't know. I will be the first to say that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm going by what makes sense because the Bible don't make sense. It contradicts itself over 463 times. Go look it up. You got the Noah's Ark crap. I just can't believe in it no more. I do feel like it's a Santa Claus type deal, Easter Bunny type deal. But I know there's a God. You would think going through shit like this, I would just be hate-filled and be like, ah! fuck it all, right? And maybe I was like that for a little bit. But you also got to think the planet. And I'm not thinking, oh, the beauty of the ocean, right? If the Earth was any bit further from the sun, it would be too cold on this planet to sustain life. If the Earth was any bit closer to the sun, it would be too hot. It is at the perfect spot so we can be here. So I do believe that something created this. Do I think he hears me when I talk? No. I think either I am God, and just like you are God, and we are experiencing ourselves in a physical form where we can touch, we can feel, the emotions, right? Because something I started saying earlier, and I kind of got off track a little bit, but when I listen to near-death experiences from, don't matter what people believe in, Christianity, just these people that have these stories of near-death experiences, all of them have one thing in common. Now, what they've witnessed, what they see, that can differ. Some say they have like a projection of their life going before their eyes, and it's like the ultimate judgment because you can't lie to yourself and you know what you did. And they say that they felt the pain when they hurt somebody. They felt the pain of that person, like how they felt from your actions. And then not only that, you felt their family, like anybody you hurt, you felt their pain. Which, if that's true, I really hope that don't happen to me because I already know I hurt people. I feel their pain. My heart breaks because I broke their hearts. I don't want to go through that again. I don't think that's right. I know I fucked up. I know I hurt a lot of people throughout my life, and I cried because of it. I can't change it. That ain't how life works. You cannot go back. There is no time machine. So I hope I don't have to feel their fucking, I hope I don't have to feel Carrie and Danny Boy's pain from my eye. Like, I know. Like, come on. So I don't think that would be fair if that's how it is. Hope that's not the way it is. But one thing that excites me, let me finish. The one thing that they all had in common is they say that how great it feels when you die. Nobody says how bad it is. There's some hell experiences and shit like that, but for the most part, people talk about, and it's always the same feeling. If you watch these different videos, it's always just this pure, everything's like a wonder, like it's just pure joy. It's just, you don't have, I guess you don't have the, you have no responsibilities, it's all gone. You have no responsibilities. You have no judgment. Like you don't have any, so they say how it's just they feel like it's a love like they've never felt before. So I'm looking forward to that. And that seems like that's true because a lot of people say that. That's the first thing they always talk about is how they felt. And a lot of them, I guess, they don't talk. It's telepathically, like they can hear themselves thinking and stuff. So some people believe that your life flashing before your eyes after you go is your brain saying, one more for the road. Huh? Looks like you're losing some oxygen here. Let's flash your memories back here and have some good times. One for the road, old chap. From me to you. What a life. Some people believe that. I don't know what to believe. But I know what makes sense. So that's what I've been turning towards as far as this being an experience. When I blocked everybody out of my life, it's like it didn't exist. When I stopped talking to every single person, I just got off the internet completely. It was like it didn't happen. It stopped at the internet. So that's when I kind of started learning about human nature and why things are the way they are and why people act the way they do. And, then I started seeing how I was acting and how I was no different. And most of it's ego. Even when somebody's trying to come to grips with death, they fear death. If you fear death, that's your ego. You can't imagine losing everything. You can't imagine all the relationships you built throughout your lives, your family, that just ceases to exist. And people don't want to leave that behind. That's their ego. That's their human nature. That's not consciousness. So when you start looking into it, when you start listening to some people that are much wiser than I am, it starts making sense a little bit. It really does. Some of it's a little far-fetched, and then it kind of gets grounded back, and it's like, okay, well, maybe that's not true. Maybe we don't die and pick whether we want to come back or go higher. But maybe it could be true that this life we're experiencing is to teach us, and if we learn well, we'll go higher, and if we don't, we'll be reborn as something that has a more difficult life than you currently have. And you will just repeat that cycle until you can achieve that ultimate consciousness. I don't know, but it's beautiful when you think of it. It gives me so many different emotions because I know that's where I'm headed. And one thing that makes me feel better about this, and it went bad, but one thing I can say that really kept me strong, and it was a good thing to think about, was knowing how many people I've helped. My streams. Sugarbug would call me her hero. I can't even get into the messages. I've met so many people throughout the years. So many people, so many faces have come my way, and I lost them all because I gave my attention to the wrong people. So I get what I get. But I've met a lot of people that don't stop the past. They did come my way. I could just start saying so many names, and people would be like, Pumpkin Love would remember them, but I've helped so many people with my streams. I've had so many great compliments. I've seen so many smiles when people would join my panels, or I'd go in their panels. People would look forward, be like, "Oh, it's the realest fucking streamer." You can't ignore all those accomplishments. If it wasn't for me, Eva would have never met Doug. She was too ashamed of her body. She didn't want to show her face. She kept showing her nostrils. She was scared. And then my streams, it was my personality. I made people feel comfortable, and I still do. I just lost my way a bit because I gave my time to the wrong people. Some very sick individuals. If I wouldn't have done that one mistake, it wasn't Casey. If I wouldn't have done that one mistake, I would have every single person, because my love and my personality, my impressions, that's enough to keep them. What chased them away was me constantly focusing on the people that hate me. It's hard to understand that not everybody's going to like you. It's really hard to understand that. You want everybody to like you. You want to be approved. And I guess when you get that approval, when you find the group that starts hating on you and starts having their opinions, you take it to heart because you're so used to it being a certain way. And I told Pumpkin Love, I said, if there was one thing I could do, one thing, it would be to never give Emma a second of my time. All those hours she watched my streams, pretend to be Sabrina and trying to flirt with me so she could have content for her channel to make me look like a low-cow. I'm not a low-cow. I don't care how I look on there, or Hatman's channel, or anybody that put compilations together of my weak moments. That doesn't overshadow the good I've done. And I know people can easily forget your accomplishments, but I can't. So I've learned that how much does it really matter? Because none of this goes with you. When you kill or when you die, no matter how you die, that's where it ends. That's where everything this was an assimilation, right? That's where the game is truly over. You take off the headset and you're like, wow, right? Maybe. I I don't know. There's just so many unanswered questions, and I don't know if I should keep talking about it because it goes deeper. Like it just goes deeper with the whole ocean, and the deeper the ocean goes, the larger the animals are because you don't have the gravity, the pressure. You know, that's part of the reason why like the squids are larger, that they're just larger animals. So, you know, you start getting into we've only explored 10% of our oceans. We know more about space, believe it or not, how infinite it is. We know more about that than our oceans. We don't know what the fuck's down there. There could be an alien fucking civilization. They say that there's people that are seeing fucking orbs coming out of the ocean and going back in. Something's under the ocean. There's just so many. And you know, when you think about it, it starts making sense that this could be a simulation because it's so crazy. But it's beautiful. Not knowing is beautiful. And I don't know if we'll ever get to find out. That's the thing. I don't know. Maybe when you die, you go back to that nothingness. And I don't know. But I won't have anybody come my way and tell me how it is because they don't fucking know. It's blind faith. That's all it is. None of us know until it's our time to experience it. And we ain't fucking telling anybody what it's like, are we? But the Bible don't make sense to me. It was written by man. That's a fact. And Noah's Ark was enough to kind of make me go to what else might be out there. God, can you imagine walking into that fucking ship? Just mounds of shit everywhere. God damn, they had some strong nostrils, didn't they? Woo! So, Casey, I have been on a journey. I'm sorry I'm rambling on, but I know I gave you quite a scare when I told you that I'm going to take my life. I'm going to take it, but not tonight. I'm still deciding what I want to do. See, I haven't experienced anything. I've only left Pennsylvania once to go to South Carolina. I went there twice to see a guy named Lloyd Gerhardt. His dad was the mayor of Ephrata for years. He was known as Mr. Ephrata. And he had his own farm and stuff. And he moved down to South Carolina. And that's the only time. So what are you saying, JP? What am I saying? I'm 37 years old and I haven't experienced shit. I have a car that works great. People like to make fun of it. That's all right. I don't quite understand it. I know it has a bad reputation. I told Pumpkin, I said, she was telling me to come up and visit her. And I was like, yeah, we'll drive around in your car. You know, I won't have everybody make fun of my little PT. She's like, as long as it gets us where we need to go. I was like, I like the way you think. But let me just say, on the PT Cruiser, I'm not sure why it gets so much hate. Like I told that Ford guy that was hating on it. I was like, I don't know. Look at it. Look at the design. Don't just take my word for it. It looks like I feel like I'm on Seinfeld, right? I'm Jerry. It's my car. No, but look at it. Look at the design of it. It looks like it's a getaway car from like the 1940s, the gangster getaway cars with the guys with the Tommy guns and shit. Get in, Shay. Get in, Shay. It looks like a gangster getaway car. I'm not shitting you, and I love it. I'm sorry to hear that you don't. It's all about the ego, man. Your car doesn't make you, Hopper. Your car doesn't fucking make you. I don't care if it's a V8, a V whatever. It doesn't make you, man. There's so much more to life. But I have a car. It works great. So I'm thinking about, and everybody that I know, this kind of goes into why you don't see no movies here. What the fuck, Shay, right? To be continued, right? Right now. I'm going to travel the world, baby. I'm thinking about it. If I'm going to end my life, I can't come back here. Like, I don't know what's true. So maybe, but I won't remember any of this if I do come back, right? So I want to experience some things. I thought about a bunch of different things. I thought about going to the Grand Canyon. There's nothing holding me back. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have no kids. Thankfully, I didn't have no kids with my ex, so there's nothing tying me. I'm so thankful for that. That would be a constant open wound, having to see her all the time just because there's a child in the mix. I lucked out there. You know, when I think back to that stuff, it could have been worse for me. So I should be thankful. We just cut ties, and right, she moved on overnight, was getting fucked. I'm still whining about it 8 years later because women have it easier than men. They really do. I mean, let's just call it for what it is. I think I've said this stuff before. A guy can't go out in public and flash his dick and be guaranteed to get laid that night by a beautiful honey, right? Hear me out. You know, a damn woman can go out, no matter what she looks like, and flash her tits, and some guy is going to be all over her. Women have it easier than men. You know, I'm telling the truth. It is what it is. It's human nature. We have what they need, but for some reason, maybe they're just not so open about it. I mean, there's a lot of whores out there, but anyways, well, they just have, I guess we're wired different. We don't make it, they can hide it better. We're flashing our dicks going, huh? What do you think, Jerry? What do you think? Right? And they just look and they're like, yeah, let's see what else is out there. We don't do that. We see some titties flapping and bouncing, right? What the hell was I talking about? I don't know what I was talking about. But it all boils down to just preparing myself. And if that is the final action, like if that is it, then why not experience some things first? So I have it all in motion. I have a storage unit. I have my car all ready to go. It's inspected. The mechanic even looked over it because I told him I'm traveling cross country. And you know what really sucks? Now that I decided to do this, I think Sugarbug was really serious about giving me some pussy. So there was so many women that came my way that act like they wanted to fuck me. I'm not lying about that. Whether they were serious or not, I'm not lying. Surely there was so many of them. There's so many. A lot of it couldn't have been real. There's just no way I'm that good looking. But anyways, I'm sure some of them are real about it. And now that I'm driving, right? I've been driving. I keep acting like I'm a new driver, but I've been driving for like 4 years now, 3 years, 4 years. But now that I'm going to travel the country and go experience some things before I go out on my own terms, man, I could have made some pit stops. Pumpkin Love wants me to stop up in New Mexico, and I was like, well, I already talked about that, right? Because we were going to take her car and stuff. But anyways, I wouldn't need a passport. It's not Mexico. Maybe I'll see if she's serious about that because, if I'm going to go out on my own terms, it would be nice to meet at least one of my viewers, and especially somebody that's been watching me for a while. And it would be a private thing, it wouldn't be televised for the whole Interscopes, baby. It would be something private, just old friends finally meeting face to face, and it's as far as it goes. Anyways, there's just so much going through my head. And I'm going to be here for a little bit because I didn't even begin to cover some shit. I know it. I covered Ozzy. I covered Hogan, not as long as I wanted to, but I said what I had to say. I'm more worried about 3i Atlas right now. See, Ozzy, he's not feeling any pain, man. He's not there going, Sharon! Bloody fucking hell, man. My fucking spine, man. Like, he's not feeling a damn thing. That was a terrible Ozzy impression. He's not feeling a damn thing. Hogan, he's up there grappling with Andre, I guess. I don't know. Or they're in nothingness. They went back to where they came from, damn it. Dust to dust. Yes. I don't know. But if you really think about it seriously, it's scary. But you come to terms with it. Like, I don't know. None of it makes sense. None of it. But I wanted to thank Matthew Bailey. I kind of just started talking about everything. I knew that was going to happen. It's been too long. And I still have so much in me, but I know I'm just way off course with everything. I'm not really doing a straight path here, but I know it seems like there's a lot of hatred out there for me, but when I go away and when I create another channel out of nowhere and I don't tell a fucking soul about it, and I see people subscribing, they got to be searching for me, right? I know what they claim, but I know what I'm doing. I'm not telling a bunch of fucking people that I have a new channel and then it's like, oh, you're following me, huh? Well, you know, just because you know I got a channel. They don't even know. They're searching for me. So maybe Jim Tom's right when he says, you know, even these faceless accounts are these Princess Pickle bitches behind the JP accounts now. Maybe they did miss you too. You know, if they're searching you out, and even though they come at your way with the same old shit that you just constantly hear from them, they're chasing the hell out of you. So you have to think about who it is. Emma's different. You know, to my knowledge, she was never a fan. Everybody else isn't in that category. Most of my haters, I have to say most of my haters are ex-fans. Princess Pickle bitch, right? Like I mentioned, except instead of Michael Green accounts, he's under fake JP accounts now. You get what you deserve. If you're going to entertain people like that, and they were like that from the beginning, of course they can flip on you, right? I imagine Michael checking this out going, and I'm looking at him going, hey, before you start yahaing me, what's this going on with Bridget here, huh? I heard a not too nice 911 call about a month ago. What the fuck, Shay? Beating up on Bridget, huh? And everybody's focused on me. I don't even have a girl. Focus on him. Jim Tom caught me up to date with some things. You know, he told me, now I don't know, maybe he's not following every little person, so he could be wrong. But Jim Tom told me that Isaac's not around anymore. There's that. You know, at first I was like, oh, but then it hit me, oh, well, the shit that happened with Michael, that was his golden goose. If Michael's no more popular, right? Nobody gives a shit that he knows Michael Green now, so shoot out. So that makes sense. So I can believe that. So I guess he's not around no more. He said that Emma's still begging for money. I didn't know she does that to begin with, but it's good she's still doing that, I guess. Martin, you got to give that hard-earned money, brother, right? Anyways. I might be a little out of date with some things because I haven't checked on a single thing for 5 months. So forgive me. I don't know if Emma and Hatman got married. I hope so, because it's going to look ridiculous if they're still not married. They're still in love. But I don't know. Maybe they got married by now and did that the third. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe they're still chasing each other, talking about the future, talking about different things. So what I'm trying to say is, forgive me. I have not followed a single thing. A single thing. But I know I said it, but I don't know if I finished saying it, so I will just quick say, you know, one thing that makes me feel better and can help put a smile on my face is knowing how many people that I've helped. And I don't want to say saved their lives. I've saved a few. I'm not going to deny what I've been told, but I've helped people. And that means everything to me. That was my whole purpose. That's why I poured hot wax on my titties. That's why I did all this shit that made me look like a fucking fool. It was to make people have a brighter night. And that's why Simply Me used to say, you are a light in a very dark place. Let your light shine, baby. Right? Boy, how that changed. And I still don't understand that. I mean, some of it still don't make sense to me because these people were with me for so long and they cared about me. But if Simply Me was watching Emma and she knew Emma was Sabrina, then why was I the problem? If she's seen me being trolled and seen them doing this, why would she join them? And I just don't understand why nobody loved me enough to have my back against some sick people. But another thing that makes me feel better is, I guess this is how I can end it with Emma. No matter how much I know that how much Brady is up her ass, right? I know he's up her ass. I know how he is with fucking women. No matter how much that fucking douchebag is up Emma's ass, she still invested more time in flirting with me. Unreal. I almost did the legend pose. I'm getting my ego back. She absolutely spent more of her energy as Sabrina flirting with me than she does flirting with him. So, I mean, I feel good about it because it means I'm not worthless and people have interest in me. Um, and she watched hours of my streams. This ain't somebody that was just trying to fuck with me. Nobody watched hours of you playing motorcycle games and just throwing me nothing but compliments. You know what I shouldn't have done to her? I shouldn't have called her a cunt. But I just didn't want anything to do with her. I knew she was no good. I knew she was bad news. I knew she didn't have the right intentions for me or my channel. So I didn't want nothing to do with her. But I guess it's not up to me, is it? When somebody wants your attention, sometimes they'll do what they have to do. But I just don't understand why everybody acted like I was the problem. That's something, all this soul searching I did, I still can't figure out certain things because it don't make sense. They were supposed to be my friends. I was with them for years. Such great moments. And they see this person using me as content to try to make me look like a low-cow for their channel. And they join them and they say, it made no sense to me. So it is what it is. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because this life, it's just an experience. So it's nothing to really be too hurt by. But it hurt me for a while until I thought about it in a more bigger picture way. But I had to do a lot of learning about humanity and about human nature. So I have come to the conclusion that with everything that has happened, I need to be thankful. And I need to give shout outs to some individuals who I have done dirty, but who have still loved me enough to not really leave my side. It looks like they're not there, but they're watching in silence. Also, I do got to message Pumpkin Love because I want to see if she knows who that Aphrodite chick was. When I was doing those meltdown streams with Twitter, there was this account named Aphrodite that was watching me. And I know Big Bobby was behind the that other girl that I kept complimenting when I was going, Elizabeth, right? I know that was a troll. But this Aphrodite account stayed silent, just watching in the background, giving me some hearts. And her name was Michelle, too. Now, I know people like fucking with me. JP, fucks anything, let's go. I know if Elizabeth was Big Bobby, is it really a big... But she didn't say nothing. Elizabeth fucked with me, but she didn't. I don't know who she is. I'll never know who she is. This is one of those many moments where it's somebody comes my way. It's something I don't forget. And then it's just never happens again. But her name was Michelle as well. Although I don't know if Pumpkin Love's name is really Michelle, because a long time ago, they were making fun of me saying I don't even know her real name. So I don't know. I didn't follow people. That's why it was easy to fuck with me, because I didn't know what they were saying. So I'd just be there. That's right. Right? I didn't know. Boy, I looked bad. I was easy to troll. I could see that because I didn't know, and I was flipping out about people that were hurting me. So yeah, I'm reaching out to Mark Rydell. I can see Big Bobby creating a JP account and talking to Mark Rydell, and Mark Rydell's a fucking prick, man. He ain't. I can't even get into the unloyalty with that motherfucker. He has no friends. So, I'm not surprised that he would play a part of it and act like, set me up like that. I could see it. All I do know is I know in my heart, and I just know that I never said that about her daughter. I said some other shit, and excuses are excuses, but that I did not say. I tried hanging myself a couple months ago because it really weighed heavy on me. Like, I would never hurt a child. And no matter how high I am, no matter how hurt I am, I just couldn't see myself saying that. So I tried hanging myself, and I just did a lot of thinking because it didn't make sense. How can I remember saying all that ignorant shit about Mackenzie, but I don't remember that? Like, that's bad enough as it is. I shouldn't remember any of it, right? I can't be in denial. I was set up. I was saying some ignorant shit. I was reaching out to Mark Rydell to get some fucking backup, some help, to get revenge on these people. And these people that were trolling me started talking to Mark Rydell and pretending to be me. And next thing I know, Amber says that I want to get her daughter raped. And I'm there going, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I just wish I was so drugged up. I just wasn't with it. There was so much going on. My focus was on everything else. And I know I hurt her, but I just was focusing on other things. I was talking about marijuana. I just messaged her back. I was saying, I have addiction issues and and I'm sorry, but I wasn't really thinking about that. So I wish I would have said, what the fuck are you talking about? But I wasn't all there, and I just took the blame and just trying to apologize. So she knew that I loved her at the time and that she meant something to me. It didn't mean nothing, and I can understand if you think somebody said that about your child, I can understand. But I'm just glad that no matter how bad it got, no matter how it was manipulated by Hatman and Emma and all these people, no matter how it was fucking trolled, I'm just happy that there's people out there that were with me long enough to know that I shouldn't get the Chris Benoit treatment. I didn't do anything that bad. So I won't, I've named enough names, but I'll just say thank you to everybody who's stayed by my side in one way or another. Even if you stayed silent, maybe you unfollowed me because it was embarrassing to follow me. Like I was out of control, right? I was just, every stream I did, I was bawling about Amber and fucking threatening them, right? Like it was a vicious cycle I was getting into, and it wasn't good. I haven't been that heartbroken for a while. So, and it wasn't that I was in love with her. It was the whole situation. It was Carrie. It was Simply Me. It was all of them. It wasn't just Amber. It was just, she was the final one that really she was the final straw. But I think back to all of this, and I really should have nobody. With how I handled the trolling and with how I handled it all wrong. And, I used to say the worst thing that I did was start smoking marijuana, because it just seems like that's when everything started going downhill. I started losing people. That's when the whole line about losing my job to Evo, to troll Evo, and then Brady acting like he's getting mad. That's when it really all started, was with marijuana. And I guess it changed my not decision making, but my way of thinking. I don't know. But now we're past that point. Now I can smoke it all up. I smoke 2 pounds a month now. I really do. I sent a picture to Pumpkin Love of just, I get my shipment in fucking just big grocery bags now. I'm not lying to you. I'm not going to sit here and show everything because people watch me for the wrong reasons, and for some reason they want to mess with my life. I don't know, but either way, I didn't get lighter with it. I definitely got heavier. I told Pumpkin Love when we were talking about meeting up, I was telling her about that I'll bring her half a pound. Like, I get 2 pounds a month. But I won't get into it though. Like, I'm starting to talk the way I did the Pumpkin with, as far as like I'm like justifying, like, anyways, so yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about this, but smoking 2 pounds a month, 32 ounces. I don't know if it's anything to smile about. I met the fucking Heisenberg of Mary Jane. There's no middleman. Like, now I want to talk about it, because it's like, I always say, I don't know if I always say he's a blessing, because the Pumpkin Love knows the prices I'm getting it for, but I don't know if he's a blessing or if he's a curse. He grows acres at a time. I'm getting pounds. The more I buy, the cheaper. And with my, you know what it is? I'm lost. And I'm trying to figure it all out. And maybe this is part of the whole not living thing, right? I've never experienced anything. I've always turned down drugs, always did that and the third. But maybe that was a part of just fuck it. I kind of know my end's coming and I want to experience some things. I'm not worried about cancer. I'm not worried about any health issues with anything, because I'm going to kill myself. Like, it's when you start seeing things certain ways. Other things, I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind a little bit, but other things kind of don't matter anymore. Like family, friends, the things that you hold on to, that's your ego. It don't matter when you realize that at the end, none of them are going to be with you. And I don't mean none of them are going to hold your hand. None of them are going to be there to tell you it's okay. None of them. Nobody I ever meet on here is going to be the only person that I will have at the end is myself. When I'm on my deathbed or when I'm whatever, whichever way I laid up going out, there will be nobody in that darkness but me. It goes for all of us. I can't believe in anything else because I can't remember a damn person or a damn thing before I was born. And some might think, well, that's because this is your beginning, damn it. God gave you life. There was no before. It was nothingness, but now you have life. That don't make sense. That just, to me, where was I? Like, it's very simple. Where was I? I was nothing? Like, this is my beginning. That don't make sense. Billions of years, generations, wars, people experience everything I experience. And like, none of it makes sense. But if there's nothing after this, then why do we go through pain? What is the reasoning for going through heartbreak? And if it means nothing, then what's the purpose of growing? There's so many unanswered questions, and I don't think it comes back to, well, because God's real, heaven and hell. I don't think so. Hell would be so overpopulated if God was as strict as the Bible says. And another thing is a 10-year-old child who gets bullied and kills himself, right? How can God send that 10-year-old child? The Bible even says that you are innocent to a certain age because the closest thing to God is innocence, and a child is innocent, right? Well, then how can an all-loving father send that 10-year-old child to hell that killed himself because he was cyberbullied by a douchebag like Big Bobby, right? I don't think he would. That's not an all-loving father. The Bible makes God out to be this God. People say I'm what did Kristen Hemingway used to call me all the time? It's been too long. When you think, oh crap. Oh man, I used to say the word all the time because everybody kept saying it. Anyways, not hypocritical. Anyways, but what I'm getting at is God seems like we were doomed to start. None of it makes sense. Why would he put an apple in front of a fucking woman he knows is going to give into temptation? He gave us that weakness. Why would he put a tree there and say, don't touch that apple, Eve, or you, Adam? Why would he do that knowing we are destined? It was like we were destined to fail. If you believe in all that, he didn't give us a chance. He knew we would give into temptation. And instead of it all went wrong, instead of just starting over with something else, we all have to. I didn't eat the fucking apple. Why am I suffering for her? I didn't have a chance. I didn't have a damn chance. Because of Eve's actions, I have to suffer through pain. And I don't got to suffer through childbirth. But I got to suffer through other shit. Because that bitch said yes to the apple. Now, how is that fair to me or you? It's not. And it makes no sense. If we don't believe in God, or if we don't please him, he sends us to hell. If we sin, right? Why would an all-knowing, all-loving God have to have any of this for self-pleasure? There is no self-pleasure. He's God. Why would he have an ego? Why would he need people to sacrifice shit? In the Old Testament, sacrifice animals towards him. He's God. He's the universe. He created everything, including time itself. Why? None of it makes sense. None of it. I don't know. And maybe none of you can help me figure it out. I'll just have to get to where I'm going. But we all have to face it. I just know I'm going through I don't know what you call it. To question is to learn. That's what Alan Watts says. To question is to learn. So it's natural, it's normal, it's human nature to have questions about all this because you really are blind as a bat. You just don't know. There's just so many possibilities. And although I'm ready to see what's next for me, because there's nothing here. I won't get into all that, at least not right now. But there's nothing on earth for me. But before I go to the next step, I really definitely want to experience what's on earth. I want to see the Grand Canyon. I'm going to live in my car. I don't know where I'm going to go. I was thinking about going to Florida. I don't know. The world's my oyster. I have nothing holding me back. Nothing. I already bought the storage unit. I've already moved. I already took the back seat out of my car. I couldn't get it out, so I cut it all up and ruined it and threw it in the forest because I'm putting a bed in my back car, or in the back of my car. I'm putting a bed, and I'm going to trade it in along the way on the road. I'm going to get a van. I want to get one of those old GMC, not old, those GMC, what are they called? The camper vans from the 90s, the extended cab van, not a minivan, but the old GMC vans that had like the tops on them. And when you walk in, they look like mini RVs, the beautiful interiors, and some have beds in them. That's what I want to get. Since I'm going to travel the country and see some different things, that's what I'm going to get. I'm going to get it along the road. I have it all planned out, man. I know my car that I have, that's not the best to do what I want to do with, like to live in it. It's not a big car. So that's kind of the downside with it. It's not much room. But I'm thinking about trading it along the way, getting one of those, a camper van or something that I can do the van life deal out of. And I'm going to go, man. I'm going to see where the road takes me. Maybe something will come in my path that'll change my whole outlook once again. People have a way of changing your psyche. Like, I have been destroyed by people, so I am the way I am. But maybe a beautiful woman will come along my way, and I don't know. I still believe, like, I don't see what's the use of it because I'm kind of all about death now, and you can't take her with you, and why fall in love and get hurt? And, I'm kind of a loner, I guess, but maybe, I don't know if I believe in coincidences. So maybe somebody will cross my path that will heal me in a certain way, I don't know. I don't know. There's just so many different emotions. And I knew once I started talking about the whole death thing, because I don't know. It's just a big part of my life and my psyche. So, but I will figure it out a little bit more before I go. I'm too scared right now. There's just too many unanswered questions, but I do think it's beautiful. I do. I don't think there's anything bad about it. But I'm going to go see the Grand Canyon. So don't none of you be doing no wellness checks on me now. Don't troll me. Don't be sending police officers to my house. He's going to kill himself. No. I am a 37-year-old male. Well, adult. Doesn't matter if you're female or male. I'm a 37-year-old adult. It's my life. I'm not hurting nobody. Now that I'm talking about this, about the whole experiencing things, I did think, well, if you're going to go out and there's no consequences, why not go on a high-speed chase? I don't ever want to hurt nobody. I would never hurt a cop, but go on a high-speed chase and then maybe have, the cops will shoot you so fast. If you have my intentions, I would never hurt anybody, but they don't know that. My whole thing would be to die. So it would kind of be like an experience, a rush, and then get out and pop, and you just like an air gun or something, right? They don't know. And at the end of the day, I'm not hurting nobody as long as I drive safe, The officers I'm not hurting, so I don't have to have any guilt. It's just a pop. The only person I'm hurting is myself. But I'm not going to do that. I even told there's a few close people that know my plans and stuff, and I don't tell everybody because I'm not looking for attention, but it's kind of where I'm at, and I made the mistake of talking about it. I don't really talk about it much, so I was talking with Casey again, and it just came out, and then I seen her getting worried. I was like, I had to quickly tell her, I was like, you're not on my level. Like, when I talk about this stuff, I don't want you getting scared because it's just about, it's exciting. It's the next step. I know you don't want to lose me because you love me, but there's nothing to be sad about. I'm not in no pain. I'm whatever's next, whether it's nothing or whether it's a baby. Like if I'm in a baby's body and I'm getting to start over, I don't know. Or heaven, hell, who knows? Three-Eye Atlas. It's exciting. That's why I'm smiling. It's exciting because when you realize how short this life is and how if I was nothing before for billions of years, that's a long time. And then here I am. I can be here again, right? If something can come from nothing, then who's to say something can't come from nothing once again? Because when you die, you go back to that nothingness. I don't think it's bad. I don't. But, I don't, and I could be wrong, but I don't think Pumpkin will see her husband again. I don't think, like I said, Casey, you won't see your mom again. I won't see anybody. I believe that. I don't know how deep it goes with, I don't know. Because I believe in ghosts. So how does that make sense, JP, right? I am so confused because there's so much proof of ghosts. There's something, but I don't know. They say ghosts are people that don't realize they're dead. Maybe they didn't cross over, but none of that don't quite make sense with the whole nothingness thing and reincarnation. Because if there's ghosts, that kind of leans into the Christianity deal. So I'm damaged. Oh man, I am definitely damaged, but I don't think I'm totally crazy. I'm just looking for answers. Because what's here, this can't be the answer. This cruelty, people are disgusting. People are disgusting. And I was becoming like that. And I still didn't fully forgive myself. I was basically becoming like Brady. I was becoming like Big Bobby. They were focusing on me so much that they got my attention and they got in my head, and I was becoming sick like them. And I was saying terrible shit, like I was going to stab Amanda and I'm coming for Amanda. That's the shit Big Bobby says. They just got in my head and I failed. I failed at giving my attention to the ones who loved me. So I just don't quite understand why Big Bobby would do that to me. I can understand why he'd be upset about, some of the things I was saying. And, I was doing some things while I was smoking but he gave me $100. You can't cancel that out of anybody's memory. He gave me $100 and he thanked me for getting him through some dark nights. And he said, JP, you'll never know the kind of dark demons I have to deal with. Take this $100 and treat Mama Haldeman out. Nice something to eat and treat yourself. So, sorry. I just realized I didn't have my laptop plugged in. If the stream's acting up at all, that's probably why. I don't have no extra juice going to it. All right. So, I really hope that we don't have to be judged when we die. I hope it's just love, like a good feeling. I don't hope there's no judgment, because I've already been judged by all of you and by myself and by God knows who else. I didn't make myself look good, and there's no excuse for it other than giving your attention to the wrong people and becoming like those people. So Now that I think about it, now that I actually talked about it, I guess the only thing that makes me feel better and puts a smile on my face is knowing how many people I helped. And you can't take that away from me. No matter how many people I hurt, no matter me giving my attention to wrong people and fucking things up, that doesn't cancel out the beginning. So that makes me feel better, because when I think about how many people I've helped, I can't even think of the number. I just start thinking of all these random faces that came my way, ASMR, and just so many people. That girl, God, don't get me started. I'll be here for hours. There were so many people. That girl, that woman, Starshine, not Starshine, that was Isaac's. I had a star. I guess people were mad at her, and Isaac went after her because she faked a liver transplant or some shit. I don't know. All I know is she had the nicest pair of fake titties that I've ever seen. I didn't know they were fake, and I usually can spot them like that. I told her, I said, Star, you need, whoever your plastic surgeon was, he should get a raise, because those babies hang, they sag just at the way they look like they should. Like, they beautiful. A lot of women, you can tell when they're fake. They're just solid, right? They're jumping rope. Every inch of them is bouncing except their tits. Might as well just fucking super glue 2 rocks to them, right? She didn't have that. She didn't look like that. And I wouldn't have known she had fake breasts if she wouldn't have ever told me. That's how real they looked. So there's just so many people that came my way. So many women that got in trouble. Speaking of ASMR, she wasn't the only one, but her husband found her in the bathroom taking pictures for me. These are married women. So I can't be that bad looking. If they're willing to get in trouble with their real life partners over an internet streamer, like, it couldn't have been all fake, right? And let's go back to Emma one last time. No woman will watch you for hours on end unless they had some kind of interest in you. That's a lot of time to dedicate to somebody just to make them look like a low-cow. That is a lot of time. And that's why I was confused with Hatman. I was like, why are you okay with your girlfriend flirting with guys under, like, I know it's trolling, but if my girl, my love was doing, that would bug me. Maybe he's more of a man than I am. I don't know. That don't bug him. Sitting around flirting and fucking around with guys all day just for content, just to make themselves feel pretty and special and like there's something, right? None of that bugged him. None of it made sense to me. I was like, how is that your girlfriend? How are you okay with that? But it's a different world, I guess. Different people. To each their own. It was a crazy experience, and so much more happened, but I don't know if it's really worth getting into. It all boils down to one simple thing. I should have been stronger, Shouldn't have gave my attention to them. But I feel blessed. I feel lucky, because the way people acted towards me, I don't blame them. So when I look at it that way, I'm lucky to have anybody. I'm lucky to have anybody that wants to care about me. And put Casey to the side. There's no losing her. Thank God there's no losing her. But for Pumpkin Love to land up being ride or die, and I hope she don't get no heat for me talking about her so much. I appreciate her. I'm not trying to cause no shit. If they're her real friends, they won't care. If they attack her, then they were never her real friends. But nonetheless, as Vincent Kenny McMahon would say, nonetheless, I appreciate her, and I have to talk about her because so many people forgot about me overnight. So many people just started making fun of me, and they weren't my friends. None of them. I had a lot of learning. They made me seek out to learn about humanity and human nature because it didn't seem real, because I couldn't understand it. So I feel very lucky, not just with the ones that are public with asking how I am and wanting updates, but the silent ones like Matthew Bailey, and I don't know if I should name names, but the people I see following me around, and I know they're good people. Matthew can act like a troll. He can join the trolls, but I know he's a sweetheart. So I see him following me around with our history. I know it's because he wants to see what I'm up to. And that means the world to me. When so many people can forget about you and you feel like you're so worthless, the littlest things like that mean the world. So Matthew, I'm not mad at you for flipping on me. I'm not mad at anybody for flipping on me. I would have flipped on me too. Like Rod said, you would, I forget how he said it now, but he was right. You know, he was basically saying you wouldn't support you either. And he's right. I was a totally different person before I first off with the marijuana. I was totally different. I didn't let people get to me so fast. And when people like Evo would try to upstage me, I would just laugh at them. That all changed. I started taking, I guess it made me take things more personally. But it happened for a reason. I had to go through it. I feel like it was meant to happen. I feel like it was a learning experience. It made me not stronger, but smarter, but wiser. And I'm that much closer to the truth about life. I don't hate anybody. I don't. Hatred is all part of the ego. Your ego can get hurt, right? Your ego wants revenge. Your consciousness is just experiencing it all. So once you become awake and once you just open your eyes to it all, you realize people like Brady that follow you around and call you a train wreck and don't give you a fucking chance. How can he say, here's the same old train wreck JP? He don't give me a chance. He's a disgusting person. People are disgusting. So I was telling somebody, you know, what's kind of reassuring is there's always a way out of this. This isn't permanent. So let's just say you fuck up in life, right? Let's just say you do something real terrible. There's a way out. And that made me think. I was thinking, since I'm bringing him up, let me finish it with this because it was something that I was thinking about. I was thinking, if there's nothingness after life, then that means people like Hitler, the people that commit these worst crimes, they don't get no punishment. They just either get reincarnated, or if there's no, like, if it is that way, like Alan Watts is saying, and if we are just the universe, then that means you can do anything and there's a way out and there's no punishment. Hell is why you don't do stuff. But if none of that exists, then I was thinking about buying a crossbow and going and doing something I can't take back to Brady. Thankfully, Casey knows his address still, and he has put me through a lot of hell. So I was going to flatten his tires and then just wait for him. And there's some powerful fucking hunting crossbows on Amazon. And I have a car. But then I thought to myself, what made me think that was, well, if there's no consequences, right? What the fuck? But what stops me is the whole reincarnation thing, because I'm sure there's karma in some way, right? I don't want to have a worse life in the next life because I was a terrible person here. So I'm not going to do anything to that sick son of a bitch. I'm not going to do anything. But there was a thought that crossed my mind because I was like, well, if there's no consequences, why not? Right? Fuck you, buddy. Right? But then I was thinking, I think that's how you fail life. If you give in, I think life is a test. And there's people like Brady to make you snap, to see how far they can push you before you snap. And if you fail, really fail, and you kill him or something, then you get punished. And I don't want no chance of that. So he's not worth that. So I'm not going to do anything. But it was a thought that crossed my mind for about a month and a half or 2 months. But thankfully, I've done some soul searching and I've made the right decisions for once. And I realized that Brady doesn't matter. Everything Emma put me through, it's going to happen to her. It really will. If they can turn on me, they can turn on her. And with Jim Tom saying she's begging for money and stuff or whatever that's all about, she's no different. So everything she put me through, I have faith, and I just know in my heart, somehow, in one way or another, she will be haunted by that. I don't know. The universe tells me that. The universe tells me karma, right? So, yeah. What else happened? I skipped over a lot. So let's get past the whole deciding to end my life thing and going to see the Grand Canyon before I do it and shit like that. The whole point is go out on your own terms, damn it. There's no better way. Now, if you have things holding you back, if you have children, then of course think of them. But if you have nothing holding you back, go out on your own terms. There's nothing wrong with that. I know I missed so much. So Casey, if there's anything that I missed that you want to talk about, what have you been doing for the past 5 months? I didn't even ask that. I just started jumping in about my fucking just I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Shit nobody cares about. I know, but it's my life. You don't got to be here if you don't. I'm like a street performer. If you like what I'm throwing your way, you can stay and watch. If you don't, nobody's saying you have to stay and watch. If you stay just to hate on me, well, then you're the one with the problem, not the street performer. I'm just trying to make a buck, trying to make a killing, trying to make an impact, damn it. So I know how it seems, and I know how it may be, but I can't get it out of my head how it was. And I had too many people that told me that I saved their lives for me to think that I'm Big Bobby. You know, I'm better. I'm just so much better. So, yeah. But, you know, they were in my head for a while because I really thought I did some of these terrible things. And as I've found myself and as I've thought about things, you know, as I've went silent and didn't have people keep fucking with me, and I got to really look at stuff and think, I realized I did some terrible things, some ignorant things. And it doesn't matter if I have excuses for why I did those ignorant things. Shouldn't have done them. But there's some things that I'm being blamed for that I didn't do. What I did was bad enough. Do they really got to make it that much further? I don't know. But like Pumpkin said, she knows I'm not a fucking pedo. Jim Tom said, you never were and you never will be a fucking pedo. They can go fuck themselves. So I guess it gets down to the point, you know, these Princess Pickle bitches and these people that used to be my hardcore fans, if they want to call me a pedophile and act like I'm Michael Green, there's no proof of me ever doing anything out there. There's no fucking proof. So if you want to say it is what it is, I won't know it when you die. Reputation only goes so far. You know, it's the internet. Nobody in my real life calls me that because I'm not that. And what do you know? It turns out I didn't even say that about Amber's kid. Shouldn't have said that the blood's on their hands, but I was pissed off. There's no excuse. But I never said let's get her raped. No fucking way. Shouldn't have reached out to Mark Rydell. Live and learn. Yeah, I know. But if a few more people would have had my back against Emma, man, I wouldn't have reached out to him at all. Nobody was having my back. And that doesn't make it right. He's a pedo. He's a convicted level 3 sex offender. You don't reach out for help. You don't, even if I'm just asking for Pumpkin Love's husband's picture, you don't reach out to him. I know this now. But thankfully, just because he's a pedophile and a convicted level 3 sex offender, that doesn't mean I am. I shouldn't have reached out to him. I know that was the no-no. I know that. I've learned from that mistake. And, you know, the last thing I can say when it comes to Amber is people that want to hate on me or call me things that I'm not. All I can say is if I was really sick, her whole life would have been fucked. Like, none of her kids were their lives were interrupted in no way by JP. No way. And I think that should speak for something. There's some sick fuckers out there that'll threaten to do stuff and things actually happen. I've went through it. I'm not those people. I get hurt. I was hurt and I snapped. But thankfully, I'm not crazy enough where I'll actually physically seek somebody out and hurt them, or nobody got affected. Brady doesn't have no flat tires. He doesn't have a fucking, you know, I was going to get those hunting arrow tips and shit. Like some of those crossbows on Amazon, they're fucking 400 feet per second, man. They are meant to take out large game. And that is what he is. Right through the fucking eyes, bitch. Right? Those hunting tips, man, they're razor blades, man. That's worse than a gun. They're like this fucking big and they're just, it's a big fucking triangle of razor. Picture that going right through you, man. There's some people out there that would snap under that kind of pressure and actually seek somebody like Brady out and do something they can't take back. They really can't take back. But thankfully, I get hurt. I get pissed. I say and run my mouth. I say shit, run my mouth. But nothing happens because I'm not a bad person. People just, I guess I'm an easy target. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and you should never do that. But if none of this really matters, maybe it doesn't matter if you do. Be who you are, right? So I decided, I don't know if this is a one-off thing, or I bought the microphone, but I can easily take it back, get my $80 back, whatever. I don't know if this is a one-off thing, just to kind of have my voice out there. That way, even if people don't want to hear it, maybe years down the road from now, Shirley will come across this, right? And she'll see this, and of course, by then I'll be dead. But maybe some people will watch this back, or watch my final streams back, and they'll say, you know what? Maybe he wasn't the problem. We see how Emma's acting. We see what her channel looks like. We see what these other people are doing. And now that I think about JP and all the great moments, maybe he wasn't the problem. People just didn't leave him alone. I don't know, but that doesn't get me off the hook of not handling it right. It could have all been avoided if I just wouldn't have gave Emma any attention. And back before her, if I just would have handled things differently, it would have all been different. So it's me, 100% me. So that's why I don't want Casey going around saying, JP, I'm sorry, I ruined everything. You didn't ruin everything. Yeah, you caused some trouble, but I ran this shit. I could have you, and I could have had everybody else if I knew what the hell I was doing. But I didn't. I was so focused on who was loyal and who was going to hurt my ego, and who was there for me, and who was talking shit behind my back, and who's right and who's wrong, and none of it matters. If I would have just realized that back then, I would have handled it differently, because it's not important. What's important, I think what it's all about is love. I do. When I hear about these near-death experiences, the feeling they feel, and I do. I don't know why evil exists, but I do think it's all about love. If there is a God, the universe, whatever, I do think it's love. And I don't think the universe ever dies. I think that's eternal. We're not, but if we go back to being a part of that, maybe that's what makes us eternal. And maybe that's what heaven is. When you achieve that higher consciousness, once you learn everything you have here and you stop going through this crap because you achieved it, maybe that's what heaven is. The becoming one with, I know it sounds crazy, but does it sound that much more crazy than fucking Noah with his 30 by 30 fucking cubic feet fucking boat? Does it sound any more right? I don't know. But the truth is out there. And I'm liking my little microphone here. I'm not going to lie. I do wish it had a green light, though, and then red if I had it muted. See, it's red if it's on and it's off if it's muted. Absolutely real. Unreal. So, Casey, I need you to do me a favor right now, and I need you to let me know. I haven't smoked one joint, have I? Wow. That's something that didn't go as planned. I didn't sit here and plan and just smoke to smoke, but that's just what I do. I'm a chain smoker with it. So, like I said, I go through 2 pounds at once. Anybody's like, yeah, right. I'm willing to believe 3 ounces, a month, or go ahead, talk to Pumpkin. She's woman enough. She'll let you know she's talking to me. She'll show you the picture. You'll see 3 fucking Walmart bags on my lap full of pot. But I ain't gonna say you're flashing on camera, right? Just saying. Yeah, so I'm surprised I didn't I rolled what I rolled. I had 4 or 5 of them, 4 of them. I guess I really don't need it. Ain't that a beautiful thing? No music. Guess I took a hit, didn't I? Didn't I smoke any? I don't know. I don't think so, because this is still half burnt. I don't think I touched this, man. Unreal. Well, I just have so much to talk about, and I don't want to, I guess, I don't know. I have all the time in the world to do that. So I guess at this point, when it comes to this stuff, I'm just thankful that I got to experience what I got to experience with the people from the past. It helped shape me as a person, and knowing I mistreated those people that and losing those people for good really helped. It helped me grow spiritually because I realized nothing lasts forever. Like, treasure what you have, because if you love it, don't mistreat it. And maybe I had to go through that. Maybe, I wasn't fully mature. um I don't know. I was just so much of a showman. I didn't really think of that stuff too much. I just came on here acting like Donald Trump right away. So my whole point was to just make people laugh, and I achieved that. I'm just thinking of some messages where people would tell me to stop. I forget what woman it was. I always made her this. Oh, it was that black girl that was in love with me. She this close to pissing her pants so many times. And the worst thing to do to somebody like me is tell me to stop because you're gonna pee your pants. That makes me do it even more, right? Because I want to see you piss your pants. What the fuck was her name? She kept leaving me voicemail saying how she loves me and shit. What was her name, Case? Come on. It was in that cozy tribute. You know who I'm talking about. Anyways, I'm thankful for the experience. I got to touch these people in one way or another. I impacted them, and they moved on, and that's great. And a lot of them have great lives. Roxanne is remarried now. You know, once you the feeling that is hard to explain is your eyes being open. All of a sudden, you don't walk on eggshells. You can talk about anybody. You can tell it like it is. You can talk about what you went through, and because you're not trying to impress anybody, and you don't have your ego, you're not trying to be accepted, and you're on a different level, So I'm happy for people that, hopefully they have their lives going, and I don't see them no more, but Roxanne's remarried, so I know she's a total nutcase. So hopefully that marriage works out for her. Hopefully he's very understanding, and hopefully he's not mean. Hopefully he treats her good, even though she's kind of out there. That don't mean she should be beat on. So hopefully she has a good life. Hopefully, dog lover, the very first girl that ever reached out to me through email when I was my very first channel, before I even I think I just showed my face, and she had a crush on me. But she was a super big girl. She wasn't a BBW. She was an SS BBW. She was a little, not ashamed, but what all you women go through. The reason Emma wears 5 pounds of makeup. I'd love to see her without makeup. I don't think anybody else would, but I'd love to see her without makeup. But body shamed or whatever you want to call it. Insecurity, insecure. She was very insecure because of her weight and stuff, but she still reached out, and that didn't go too far, too long, because she kind of backed away. Some people are very shy, and looking back, I was very forward. I'd go live and be like wiggling my tongue and licking my microphone, raising my eyebrow, and telling all these English women that would come my way to call me a fucking cunt because I just love that accent, just saying it. But I'm thankful. I'm not mad. I'm no longer hurt. I'm upset at myself more than anybody because I ruined it. I had it all right there and I ruined it. But at least I had it. That's what helps me move on. It sucks that I lost it all and I failed, but at least I made them smile. At least I impacted them for a while they were around. At least I got them to leave those comments to me, like Big Bobby. Here's $100, JP. I'm like Donald Trump. I'm going to keep repeating the same fucking shit over and over because it's facts. After a certain point, you get tired of hearing Donald Trump talking about people coming from mental institutions, and it's over and over like a broken record. We know, Donald. We hear people are coming from mental institutions. They're coming from prisons and insane asylums, right? But you got to say it because people forget. Human nature, especially if they want to dislike you. So you have to talk about your accomplishments. You have to talk about what was bad and what's good and what you did that was good. And yeah, you have to admit what you did that was bad. Donald don't do that, but I do. Am I better than Donald Trump? So I think what I had to do was I had to let go of my ego. Once you do that, nothing can ruin you. Marijuana, like there's no excuse. Once you open your eyes, you can get as high as you want. You realize you look at death differently, and that makes you look at life differently. Um, I understand people are only so loyal. They're only loyal to you as long as you are giving them something that they desire in return. So I understand why so many people left me, because I stopped giving them that joyment, that entertainment, that those happy nights, those nights that butterfly kisses, and so many women would stay up till like, oh my god, any hour of the fucking night, no matter where I would be. No matter if I'd be on my own website, on YouTube, they'd chase me around and they'd be rubbing themselves while they're doing it. And that's not an ego, that's just my experience with these women. I've got a lot of compliments. Butterfly used to tell me, JP, I really would in a heartbeat, but there's this guy I live with, and I know I say that we're not together, but God, it would break his heart. I can't kick him out, bring you in. You have so many women talk like that to you, and you start believing their bullshit. And I refuse to believe that all these women came my way and it was just all lies. I can understand why they changed their opinion. I changed as a person. I stopped giving my attention to them. The night stopped being the same as it was, and I was giving my attention to people that were hating on me. And that's why I don't have to name names. I understand that's why everybody left. Porchman said, JP, he's trying to explain to me, and I didn't want to hear nothing about it. Porch, I know why you left. Damn it, they're cyberbullying you, son of a mother. Damn it, you just came to me saying they're asking for your ID and they're doing certain things, and now all of a sudden you can't support me. Damn it, I know what the reason is. No, Porchman wouldn't have went anywhere if I would have kept doing my panels and we talked about movies. But no, every time I did my panels and Porchman came on, I said, hold on, Porch. Somebody else is waiting backstage. Oh, hello, Flacco. I had to learn. And if that meant losing some beautiful people, if that meant losing every beautiful person, that's just what had to happen to me to help me grow. So, God, I wish I could go back. I told Pumpkin, she said, she misses the times where she remembers my streams where we were laughing all night and just everybody, the chats were so filled. And I said, I know it breaks my heart every time I think of it. I just gave my attention to the wrong people. And it was before Casey. And so that's why I tell you, don't blame yourself, Casey. And I know that's why I want to go live too, because I'm messaging you this stuff, but it's to actually hear somebody's tone of voice and to really get inside their head. You don't really understand. So, I sit there and say, oh, I'm going to kill myself. You're thinking, oh, I don't want to lose you, JP. Don't do it. I can't imagine it. You're not thinking the way I'm thinking. You're not in my head. You're not looking at life how I'm looking at it. So, yeah, I'm gonna take my life, but not tonight, not tomorrow. I'm gonna go see the Grand Canyon. I mean, if everything works out, it's one thing that's been on my bucket list ever since I was young. Ever since I first got into NASCAR, which I didn't see any races this year. You guys don't. I've been on an emotional journey. I've completely detached myself from my family, from my friends. They're so worried about me. Here lately, I'm a little bit better because I realize, they love me. Thank God for that. But I really went through some stuff. I was really hurt and broken, but that's what I needed. As time is going on, time heals most wounds, and I'm realizing I was out of control, especially with the whole Amanda stuff. There's things I was doing towards certain people that I really wish I could take back. It was uncalled for, and that was partly the drugs. But there's no excuse for it. There's some people that idolized me at one time that went through a lot of shit. But, Amanda was my original Casey. Nobody's going to argue that. She was the very first Casey I had. And I didn't treat her too well. So thankfully I have this Casey that I can, and I wasn't treating this Casey too well either. You know, you let people get in your head and they get to you and you focus on them and you just, somehow it just turns into mistreatment towards the others. So I'm going to remember the cozy moments. I can't forget that stuff. It was so golden. And I know I'll never have that again. I don't deserve that, you know. I had my chance. I guess you only get one shot. I mean, you know, maybe if I worked hard and, like Big Bobby said, earn it, put up with us and earn it. Don't think it should have to be that way. It should be more love than that crap. But I'm not really interested in that. I've had that experience, and I realized that I used to think that this meant more. Like, I didn't really think about the afterlife too much. I talked about it, but I was different. I was a different person, man. I was crying over the Bible, and I was a mess, but my eyes are opened. I can't wait to meet God. I can't wait to find out the truth. I hope I'm lucky enough. I hope we're lucky enough to discover the truth. I hope we don't just go back to nothingness and then we're just born again. And here we are, and we don't remember this, and we never find out. That can't be it. All I know is it's very confusing because I can't remember before I was born, and that's enough to just open up the whole Pandora of just questions and everything else. I don't know. But you know, whatever keeps you strong, Casey, whatever you want to believe in, you continue to believe in that. And I could be wrong. Maybe you will see your mom again. Maybe Pumpkin will see her husband, and I'll see my mom and my dad and all this stuff. Maybe all the world is insecure. Maybe all of us are looking for a cure. Maybe something that they can finally restore. Maybe chasing after money like a dog, but the money's never gonna be enough. Oops, sorry. See what happens? How long have I been? Goddamn, I can't go one stream. How long have I been damn muted? I told you this red light confuses me. Wait, which way is on now? No, that's on. Ridiculous. This is a. You can't tell. That should be green, and then when I turn off. Well, maybe you didn't hear anything I said the whole time. I'll repeat it tomorrow, maybe. Oh, man. Casey, how much did you not hear? Well, none of it matters. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that microphone with the light. I don't like that setup. I'm so used to every microphone I've ever had. When you mute it, there's a red light. Every microphone. My more expensive one, it was green and then red. Like the others, red was always muted. There was never a red light when you're on, and then it's just off. Like it's a different setup. So, whatever. Is your stomach okay now, JP? I don't know. I smoke so much pot that I don't know. I have the medicine there, just in case I ever want to try it again. But as far as how I feel okay. It's so hard to tell because as soon as I wake up, I light a joint up. Wake and bake, baby. I'm a different person now. Like Mary Jane is a harsh mistress. She is not for everybody. She was not for me, but I can't get off her. But I feel like I'm better. I think I had a stomach ulcer. I was talking I was talking to Kurt not too long ago about that. We went to Cheddar's. So there was a time when I was going through all that stomach stuff, we would stop and I couldn't eat. I would throw up and I'd eat like 2 kernels of corn and I'd go into bed. I thought I was dying of stomach cancer. It was scary. We were eating there and I told him, I said, I'm so thankful that I'm not sick anymore. And he said, I know. I said, remember when it was the last time we were there, I couldn't eat. So, but yeah, it felt good. I ate. I ordered. I was gonna have a steak, but I got something different. I haven't had meatloaf for a while, and everybody makes it differently. So I had their home style meatloaf meal. Nah, I'm saying. To tell you the truth, it's been so long since I've done some impressions that I don't even think I can do them. I haven't done my Donald Trump impression since my last stream. Since the last time you heard me do it, I used to do that in front of my people that were here and stuff. Like, not all the time, I'd show off for you guys, but I would, but I haven't. It's things that I don't know. Something happened to me. I haven't done Donald's impression. I haven't done Stallone's. Arnold and Stallone was ever since I was little. Like, so I don't know if you'll get any of that. I don't know if they're there. I think they're there, but I don't know. So, yeah, no music. I hope I did at least one impression. I think I did. I'm not the same person, so I'm trying to be kind of the way I was. But I think I did. Didn't I do Trump? No, I didn't do any Trump. I did somebody. Maybe, did I do Stallone? No, I didn't. I did somebody. It was briefly, and then I started talking again. Oh, maybe it was Charlie. Did that there? That's what it was. It was Charlie. But since I decided to do this stream for sure. Like I said, this might be a one-off thing, but I wanted to just give a shout out to Matthew because so many people have given up hope on me, and I guess in a way I did too. I don't know. I mean, I'm all about the afterlife now, so maybe I don't know. I realized that who I was and who I can be, none of it matters. At the end, it's going out on my own terms, and whatever's next, none of this is gonna be there. So it don't matter. So it is what it is. If people want to hate me, it is what it is. But I don't think I would be doing myself any justice if I just let Emma have the terrible clips of me and Hatman have 2-hour compilations or whatever they told me to watch. Whatever. 2 hours, really? So you mean to tell me Lord Venger sat there for 2 hours straight editing clips of JP? I mean, I guess I'd want credit too. Emma was like, I don't know why Lord Venger said I have to tell everybody because it's all about that self not acceptance. What is it? That's not reassurance. Now I'm losing it because I don't really think about that stuff too much now. It's about that they want you to know that they exist. What's that called? Maybe I do need to light one up. What is it? I used to say it all the time because I was like, you don't know why he wants you to say his name? Oh, really? Yeah, you have a lot to learn. I forget what it was. What help me, Casey? Of course he wants everybody to know Lord Venger made it. He wants you to say Lord Venger because he wants that self-acceptance. Is that it? Acceptance. I forget what I say. It wasn't acceptance. It's all to lead to acceptance, but it's what the hell did I used to say? Well, there's just so much on my mind, so I guess the smaller things that I used to talk about can't keep track of it as much. Sorry. Yeah. But besides losing Ozzy, and besides losing Hulk Hogan, 3-Eye Atlas. What else am I missing, Casey? By the way, It's a little late for this, but how's the volume of the audio? Yes. A little late to ask that, huh? About 4 hours in. I don't know. I don't think I'll be here that long tonight. I know it's my first stream in 5 months, but I don't want to say my first stream back because I'm not really technically back. I'm just getting my voice out there so people don't think I'm a locale like Emma made me out to be. Because thankfully, Pumpkin Love and people, my OGs, they know I'm not what it looks like. But there's some people out there that I don't look too good. So if I can share my side of the story and talk about it and talk about other shit, you know, before I do disappear for good, then why not? You know, that's why I started uploading the JR stuff. I know it was so random, and you know, and that Ford guy that always followed me around for years, I can't even remember his full name because I never paid enough attention to him, but Ford lover Dick Waddler or something. He said, you know, oh, you don't upload almost 20-year-old clips, pretend you're coming back to YouTube. Here's the thing, it might be clips that are almost 20 years old, but it's 20-year-old clips that nobody's ever seen before. It ain't like people have seen them, and nobody's ever seen the adventures of good old JR. Don't act like you have. You've seen what I've let you see so far. There's so much footage, as you could tell by that intro I made, man. There's so many episodes we did. And I talked to camera guy, and he's totally up to starting JR back up. He said it's all on me, and I was gonna do that. The whole Rilla Streamer Studios, I was thinking it was all green lit. He's up for it, man. Get a camera, let's go. He ain't got nothing better to do right now. I got a fucking car that opens the world for us. We don't got to film in the same locations at different angles that look like we're different places. You know, we're not children anymore. We can fucking go and I told him we could shoot some legendary fucking shit. Let's find some big ass hills, big ass waterfalls. Let's do some Chris Farley type physical comedy JR style. Roll down hills. You've seen in the intro me going down waterfalls. I've done that shit in the past, but now we can actually go to different locations and make it feel more real. The adventures of good old JR, but never say never. I'd have to really tap into him. It's been so many years, but he's always been kind of like he's been like an alter ego, good old JR. I've been doing that character since, you know, you think I do random Trump impressions and stuff, but good old JR, even though he was originally based off Jim Ross, it was a complete creation. There was no such thing as Jim Ross going on adventures like Steve Irwin, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. And if it wasn't for his camera guy, who's a real survivalist, JR would have been dead a long time ago, right? There was nothing like that. That was all within this creative mind that, you know, was here once. I was always a showman. I was always a creator. And I was always at the heart of things out to entertain people. And even before YouTube, JR was way before fucking YouTube. I was always a creator. I was always like McJuggernuggets. I was always coming up with storylines. Even when Isaac doxed me and it became real, right? I went to him the short time we were kind of talking. It didn't last long because of me. It was always because of me. I just can't deny who I am. I can't support a pedophile, whatever. But anyways, when we would talk, when you know, I said to him, I said, hey, now that shit happened, now that we're cool, right? Now that shit happened, I'm doxxed, things happen. I got a hell of a fucking idea for a storyline. And to his credit, he said, nah, I like to keep it real, JP. You can't hate on that. That's how it should be. But me, that just shows where my mind frame was. I was about entertaining people. That's why I was cutting my forehead. People can make fun of me all I want, but I was acting like Mick Foley. Yeah, as immature as it is and as stupid as it is to act like somebody else and cut your head, I wasn't doing it for my satisfaction. I was doing it to make people fucking laugh and be entertained and whatever. But people use that against you and they make you look like a nutcase. And I'm just thankful that I have people that were with me for long enough to know the origins of why I would act that way. Isaac was trying to call me out and trying to figure out who I am. So I started cutting promos on him, wrestling style. But people took it seriously, acting like I was nuts. And it's like, nah, whatever. There was a lot of blood, but I just gigged a little too hard. I went Eddie Guerrero style, you know. But I'm thankful. I talk about the past because for most of it, I'm thankful for. And I would do anything to go back. I really would. I could fix so much. I'd be so happy. And there'd be other people that'd be happy too if it was different. It's so disgusting now, you know? So, and I can't really say YouTube has changed. It was all me. Like, I can't blame anybody. I can't blame Emma. I can't blame YouTube. I can't blame Isaac. I can't blame Amber, anybody that's hurt me. I can't blame anybody but myself. All I had to do when it came to Emma, all I had to do was not pay attention to her. That's all she wanted, and I gave it to her. And that goes for everybody else before her. That's all they wanted from me. And I was not strong enough or smart enough to stop myself from going live and giving them all my attention. So they clipped me, and it got out of control. So I reaped my consequences, but I'm thankful, and I'm happy that I got to help people at one point, even though it wasn't a continuous thing and I can't do it anymore. I still am. I'm doing it for Casey and some silent watchers that might be watching. You know, I don't know if it's really worth talking about. I could sit here and talk about all of it. It was all my fault. And I can't say live and learn because I'm not really going to live, but I've learned. So I just thank whatever God there is. I thank God that I was really this close to becoming like Big Bobby, creating different accounts, stalking Amber and other people. Like I was becoming like that. I didn't do it, but I was on the verge of doing it. I was trying to teach myself. I was becoming that. So I'm not going to sit here and give advice. Who am I to give advice, right? Just learn. And maybe I didn't deserve people having my back because I was getting out of control and they were in my head. But I think I had to go through it, so I understand why it happened. But if I had just a few people that cared enough about me to have my back against Emma, and you seen she was trolling the shit out of me and just using me for content, you just couldn't help me in any way. None of you. Other than Casey and Jim, I should say. I'm not talking about people fighting with each other, but just don't turn on me, you know? And thankfully, everybody basically did, but there's some that didn't. So I can't say everybody. So I'm lucky. I am very lucky because I was my downfall. And, you know, on the outside looking in, I can see how it'd be hard to support me. Every stream I would do, I was just so obsessed over people that were hurting me. I was so obsessed over it. And when it came to people like Emma, I was obsessed that they wouldn't leave me alone. They just couldn't get it through their heads that I don't deserve it. But maybe I did. You know, I was getting out of control. When I started smoking the marijuana, I was doing shit that I really shouldn't have done towards Amanda. And no matter how things turn out, no matter if she decides not to support me and she starts making stupid little videos making fun of me, no matter if people turn on you and they were once your biggest fans, that don't give you the outlet to become like Isaac and try to make their lives hell because they hurt you, you know? I'm better than that, and I wasn't acting better than that, and at the time I wasn't better than that, but I am better than that. So that's that. I'm glad I got it off my chest. I don't know if you could hear me half the time. I don't even know if I can do Curly. I haven't done an impression in 5 months. Maybe I did. Maybe when Kurt was over, maybe I did. Maybe I did Donald. Maybe I did Trump. I don't think so. I don't know. I've been so different. I've been withdrawn from everybody. I've been, some people have been really worried about me. And recently I have come out and told, I didn't talk about it because I'm not looking for attention, but there's certain people where I'm planning on killing myself. I'm going to end my life. So I told them, and I told them my plans about traveling the world and experiencing what God has to show me before I go out on my own terms. There's nothing wrong with that. Going out on your own terms, there's nothing better than that. You're not going to die from a sickness. You're not going to die from cancer. You die from hanging yourself, or, I'm still deciding which way I'm going to go, but I might do the whole car thing where the CO2 poisoning. I want to go the most peaceful way. I know that. I don't think there is a peaceful way. I think, CO2 poisoning, you get violently sick, they said, feels like the flu, and then you'll die. So it's not just, I thought it was like falling asleep. You hear people, you fall asleep, you never wake up, there you go. But apparently that's not as easy as it looks either. So I'll probably go out by hanging. It seems like it's a more painful option than, I'm trying to find I want to, I've been through so much. So I'm more scared of dying than death. I'll say that. The more I'm getting into it, I'm not so much scared of death. It's the unknown. I'm excited for that because I think it's going to be beautiful. It's dying. That's what I'm scared of. I'm a coward. I don't want to feel the pain. It's scary thinking about losing your air and being choked. But I don't have to face that yet. It's coming, but I don't have to face that yet. Right now, I get to enjoy being alive. Be thankful to be alive. Your chances of being born are astronomical. Look into it. How many sperm cells and the woman's egg, and there are just so many diets and you made it. It is just incredible. It don't seem real. If you look into it, it doesn't seem real. And I really hope I'm loud enough, Casey. I hope you're keeping me up to date. I hope this stream, whenever somebody might watch it back, I don't sound like this. Inconceivable. I don't know. I hope you can hear me. I know it would take literally a second to pick up my phone and hear the audio, but I promised myself I'm not going to do it this time because it's not important, although it is important. So I'm going to check. All right. No, I'm not going to check. So yeah, I don't know if this will be a one-off thing. It might be. This might be just a one stream. There's not really too much to talk about. I've missed some things, and maybe I'll talk about it quick of some events that happen other than, Ozzy and Hogan dying. There's other things that happened in the last 5 months. The government shut down. I don't know if you can do my voice. He hasn't done me in a long time. You gotta go like this. You gotta talk like this. You gotta get your voice a little more creepy. The government shut down, or as I call it, the Schumer shutdown. The Schumer shutdown. It's not quite there. I'm a different person now, so forgive me. I can't even bring that back if I wanted to. It don't sound like him. I think I could pull Rocky off, but Stallone, my motto. You got the face, you got the voice, huh? Hey, yo, absolutely. 100%. Hey. There, that was pretty good. All right. I'm kind of doing that now because I haven't done those impressions in 5 months, and I don't know if I can sound like those people. I feel like a different person, so it's like, why not try it? Trump, I'd have to bring him back. I'd have to do him a little bit to sound like Trump again. But Rocky, Stallone, you got the face. A woman can do his voice. Go ahead. If you can do the face, if you can get that down, just open your mouth. You will be so amazed. You'll be like, holy fuck, how is this happening? I'm not lying. You could have the squeakiest fucking high-pitched woman voice. If you can do... and it's going to come. That's a little bit of Isaac, but Isaac's based off of Rocky. So, um, yeah, good times, right? I don't have it in me, but good times. You know, I'll find out the truth. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out as far as what life is all about. And at this point, I think it's just about love. It's about experiencing things, and I don't know what's after that. Um, but I don't think it's about, you know, the hardest thing figuring out is human nature, like why people are so nasty and why people do certain things. Um, some of it's hard to figure out, like the trolls. Big Bobby will say he hates you, he despises you, but there won't be a second where he won't watch you. And that's not common sense. You got better shit to do with your life. I don't care how much you got nothing going for you. You got something better to do than to spend it doing what he does. So if he follows you around and watches you, it doesn't matter what he says. You must help him out in one way or another, and maybe that's why he gave you $100. But figuring out why people mask that with hatred is difficult. Has been difficult. So it is what it is, but you can't go around and say somebody's a train wreck if you don't give them a chance. I never raped anybody. Like I said that in my final streams before I stopped, and I'm going to say it again because it's very important. There's some sick fucking freaks like Mark Rydell in this platform, unfortunately, and I'm not one of them. And they know that. That's the thing that about all of it. Emma, they all know I'm not a sick freak. They know they were fucking with me. They knew I was all fucking hopped up on Mountain Dew, and they knew I was snapping, and they just fucked with me. I was easy to troll. But they know I'm not Mark Rydell. They know I'm not sick, and they know what they did. Like Big Bobby knows that he's the one that said that about her daughter, not me. They were just fucking with me. I understand it. It's not that big of a deal. But it's a shame that human nature has to be that way. People desire misery instead of positivity out of others. At least that's what it seems. So I asked myself, since I'm kind of thinking the way I am, what do I want to do? Because when I go away, for 5 months now, I don't know what's being said about me. I just know I came back and Emma's there and calling me a pedo, and Big Bobby and Brady and all these people instantly are there saying that nobody likes me. I know that's not true. And even for some of them, I'm sure that there's a small part of them, like they invest so much time, they have to like me. Maybe they just disappointed me because different things I was doing, and it was personal to them because they spent so much time loving me, and here I am acting a fool, right? Who knows? I don't think they went about it the right way to put me through hell, but in a way I grew, right? In a way, I'm not the same person, and that's not a bad thing. It's bad and good. I lost a little bit of my comedic side. I lost a little bit of what drew people in to love me, but that type of stuff happens when people can mess with your psyche, and so I do think it's cute though. They say how worthless I am, and we're not here because we care about you, and then I say, well, if I was worthless, you wouldn't be here. And then all of a sudden they disappear, but then I can still see them hitting the thumbs down and stuff. So they're still there. They're just playing games. It's like, oh, they're so like, I feel like I'm on a higher level now. Once I just started looking into death, and I realized the petty things that people do that's within human nature, it's so meaningless. It's just, unfortunate that they spend their short time harassing others and being miserable. And there's no need to be that. That's why Big Bobby gave me $100. I was helping him. Why does he need my help? He's so low. Once you achieve that higher consciousness and you realize what it's all about, you don't got to give no guy $100 and depend on somebody to make your nights better. You look at it all differently. Life is completely different once you open your eyes. But the fact that you have these Bradys that harass these Emmas to fit in and right to feel like they're a part of something and shit like this that happens, that just shows where they're at with their mentality and how much they have to learn yet. You can see what they think is important, and when you realize what's really important, you can see how small that shit is. Acceptance, right? Yeah. But when I went away for 5 months and I just unplugged from everything and everybody, it was like none of it ever existed. It was an amazing experience. It was like, and I realized that's what made me start believing, hey, maybe the whole simulation theory is real. Like I got it out of my life. And it's like Emma don't exist. It's like none of them exist. It's like they're voiceless. I don't know if they're hating on me. I'm sure they are, but I don't know. And you realize that's where it stops. It stops with them. Unless you let them get in your head and they become your world and you give them what they want. Failure. Your failure. I think Doug would still be proud of me. He wouldn't be too pleased with how it ended for me, and he wouldn't be pleased with my actions towards the end, but I think he would be proud with what I accomplished before it went bad. I think he would be very proud of that. If it wasn't for me, Yahira never would have met Doug. You're welcome, Yahira. I won't say anything unless I know it's true. I have no ego now. If it wasn't for me, Marie never would have met Doug. They were all too self-conscious to go on a stream. And I would go live, and my streams were that fun that they wanted to go on my panels. And then, can you introduce us to Doug? Or however it went, but it was me first, then it was Doug. Marie thanked me. I think Yahira did too. Evo is just no comment. But if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have worked up the courage to ever meet her idol back in the day. Whether he's her idol now, he was at one time. You should have seen how blushy she was around him, and she just didn't want to show her face. And oh, God forbid JP brings up your reflection showing in your fucking car, you fat bitch. Oh my gosh, she got all red. Those are the experiences that I can't forget. Those are the experiences I refuse to be, Evo can hate on me, but that's the things I can't forget. And I know there's people out there that still love me. It ain't just Casey or Pumpkin or Jim Tom. I never answered her, but Laura reached out. I've seen all that. Just because I didn't answer it didn't mean I didn't see it or I was just somewhere else. I seen it. I just was heartbroken and I didn't know who to trust and I didn't know who was fucking with me, and it was an experience. But I know they were real with the message requests they sent. Not Pumpkin. She sent me an actual text. She's the only. Well, I better shut up. No, she won't ever troll me. No, that's Casey was like, you better be careful if you give her a number. And I was like, back in the day, you guys don't even remember. I remember talking about giving Pumpkin my number, and Casey was like, are you sure she won't give it to the trolls? And I was like, Casey, what? I know Pumpkin's a fucking cunt now, but would you just give her a chance? This is Pumpkin. I don't trust her, JP. I know I don't either. Hey, why'd you give her? Because I did. Because I love her, damn. I want to hear from her. I don't want this to be real, damn it. That's why I gave her my number. What's it to you? She's going to give it to the troll. Then she gives it to the troll. I was right, Casey. By God, I was right. I told you she wouldn't give it to the trolls. And I have faith she won't to this day. She's a good woman. She really is. And I can see how that hurt Amber, even though, I was like, it had nothing to do with her. Me kind of, asking Mark Rydell to find Pumpkin Love's husband's picture, and then me just fucking, what do you want to say? Flapping my gums, as Stone Cold Steve also would say, about saying how I'm creating a fake PayPal, or not PayPal, but a GoFundMe in her husband's name to get money. None of that was real. None of the almost all the shit I was yapping about doing to people, I wasn't doing. I was just yapping my gums. But it was all fake. I forget where I was going with that. Reaching out to Mark Rydell for his picture. Oh yeah, I never created a GoFundMe or anything like that, but I think people know this. I think it's only certain individuals that run with things that I was threatening to do, and just that's the person I am. One thing I wish I would have said to Carrie when they were all breaking my heart, and rightfully so. I guess I was breaking theirs too. So, but when she came to me and said, "How's it feel to lose everybody?" I should have looked at her and I should have said, "How's it feel to stab me in the back?" Instead of saying, "How's it feel to have a daughter that can't confide in you?" I was so focused on I was so pissed at Amber. She said she'd never do that, but she did. But I should have said to Carrie, I should have said, "How's it feel to stab me in the fucking back after all these years? What are you doing? Why?" God damn. But I wasn't thinking straight. I didn't have the right answers. And I got what I got, so. But I can't tell, even though I realize how worthless I am, and, the thing that makes me know I'm worthless is how fast people move on. I have such an impact on them, or at least I think I am at the time, but then as soon as something happens, my fault or not, more than likely my fault, people just seem to forget about all my accomplishments. And that's the part of human nature that I'm still learning. I didn't figure it all out. I'm a learner. Teach me, Alan Watts. Like with my ex-girlfriend, she was out getting dick the very next night. She moved on. She was forgetting about me the next night. She was moving on, had another guy, and here I am, 8 years later, still whining about her. I just don't understand how people can move on from me so fast. People act like I'm so great, and then I know I do my actions, but how can I be so forgettable? That's what hurts the most. People just move on. And I can't do that. I never could. I fall in love with people and they hurt me, and I get stuck on them. So that is the kind of thinking that has made me realize that this world is not for me. So I don't know what I want to do. I kind of want to, a part of me thinks, once I end it all, seeing the Grand Canyon, it was always on my bucket list. One thing I kind of steered away from, I started talking about and I got off the path, was NASCAR. When I first got into NASCAR, it was my favorite track is Talladega. I've always wanted to see that in person. Why not drive down to Alabama, baby? Alabama, huh? That's something I could do. I mean, my car is ready. And when I mean ready, I hope it's ready, because I want to go to the Grand Canyon. I want to go up to New Mexico, get some, maybe lick Pumpkin Love's pussy for a while. I'm sure she'll let me. She was kind of, I can tell with hints and stuff. I was telling her about picking up a prostitute, because I was telling her how us men have certain needs that it's hard to explain. And she was saying that she would never let me pick up a prostitute. I have to let her pick out the woman. And then she was, I don't want, it's private conversations, but it makes me smile. Let me talk about it, because God, when you feel so worthless and you feel so hated, that's a killer. So, you know, so in a way, I guess she was ride or die. In a way, I guess that was, I didn't really need proof of it. It really, but it's just nice to know that I was wrong about that. People just disappear, and everybody that is around you is talking shit, and you see that they're over there watching them, and you think, why don't they have your back? You know, like, so I'm glad Jim Thomas told me that Emma hasn't changed. His words, I can read the message. He said she still hasn't changed. She's still begging for money. I didn't know she does that. So that just shows me I was right, that she will get karma. She's not special. So everything, how nasty she was to me, that's going to come back on her. I have faith in this. In one way or another, she will feel that, like, it'll haunt her, whether it happens to her or, I don't know, somebody breaks her heart, something to open her eyes that she feels a little bit of that pain. I don't know. The universe is very, very interesting. So that's none of my business if it happens or not. What do you think, Case? What do you think? Is there anything else I got to talk about? I'm proud of myself. I didn't play no music, man. I was all ready to play fucking Lost Lonely Boys, Heaven, and all this shit. Light you up. But I know, just because I enjoy that and I go in my own little world and throw myself a pity party and shit, I know people don't want to see that. People don't want to see me smoking some doobies while I'm listening to fucking Lost Lonely Boys and Simple Plan and shit like that, you know, some manly music. That's right. Let's listen to some M2M. Who the fuck's M2M? You gotta know. Hey, they recently got back together, man. Oh, it made my heart whole. Oh, they're gorgeous still. Oh my god. I can see that little alien figure sitting on the background. I'm obsessed, Casey. 3-Eye Atlas. I am obsessed, girl. I am so obsessed over what's out there because I just there's answers. There's answers. I was thinking, since I shouldn't talk about committing suicide so much because people, I don't want wellness checks and stuff because they'll ignore me. They just want to cause trouble. So I got to, I'm treating this like a diary. If the cops show up, I'll be like, listen, officer, I am going to take my own life, but not until I do certain things. I'm going to see the Grand Canyon. I'll explain it to them like I'm doing you, and then maybe they'll back off a little bit. If you're having a miserable life and you want to out yourself, as long as you don't hurt nobody, what's the problem, right? But my life wasn't terrible just because I've been hurt and things happen growing up, and I just haven't had the best luck with happiness. I didn't have a bad life. I didn't have a bad one. I had a mother who loved me very much. I had I was never bullied in school. I was always the bully. Excuse me. I was always the bully. And, I used to protect people. I was a different bully. I talk about it a lot because it's a part of my life where it changed me, but I still wasn't fully mature, I guess. So I had a good life. I really did. I didn't have any really bad diseases. I never had cancer. And if I get it now, it's not a big deal. Right? It's not a big deal to me. You don't take cancer with you. It ain't like you have to suffer that through your next support. That's all gone. All of this earthly, it's gone. No responsibilities, no worries, no diseases, no pain. It's either going to be nothingness, right? And you won't know. That's the thing. People that waste their lives on Christianity, they fucking die and they don't realize they were wrong because it's nothingness, right? So they don't know that God don't exist because they don't know they're dead. It's nothingness. You can't, it's hard to imagine what nothingness is. You think close your eyes, black, and there's not, no, that's not nothing. You're still conscious. Nothingness. If Alan Watts said that if you want a preview of what death is really like, if you really want a preview, a solid reality preview of what to expect from death, every time you go to bed and you wake up and you can't remember your dreams, you don't know how much time passed until you look at the clock. You don't know how long you've been sleeping. That's death. It's your consciousness is gone. So I don't really believe in heaven and hell. I believe there's a God. I believe this was not a big bang. I don't believe we came from monkeys. But I don't think God is biblical. I don't think he's that way, like they make him out to be. Churches were created for greed, to get money. Men wrote these stories. God did not write those scriptures. He supposedly came to Moses and came to these certain individuals that were lucky enough to, right? It was written by men. Men are greedy. Men are evil. People are disgusting. So I can't believe in the Bible. As an adult with common sense, I can't believe in the Bible no more, especially since I read Noah's Ark the full way through it. I really paid attention to it. I'm like, okay, why didn't I realize this before? And maybe this is all assimilation. Maybe the people that hurt me, the people that have come in my life, good and bad, maybe it's just an experience. The whole simulation thing, it's like like a VR headset. They act like it's a VR headset, and I don't know if you choose this life or whatever, but this is something you're experiencing and you don't know until you die. When you die, they say it's like taking off the headset. I don't know. Am I an alien or what am I? I went to experience. We're playing a game called Earth. What are we doing here? So I've just been trying to make sense of it all, and I think it's very clear from this stream that I'm still confused. But we all are. No matter how much of a Bible thumper you are, explain Noah's Ark. That's the thing that bugs me. God works in mysterious ways, is what they say when they can't give you a straight answer, huh? I guess the animals just didn't take a shit. I guess the animals didn't have to eat for how long was it? How long were they above sea there? It makes no sense. It is physically impossible. And I know God, he can do the impossible, right? But not in that way. I think God can do the impossible by experiencing himself like we are. I know it sounds stupid, but what else do you believe in? I'm not going to believe in the fucking Noah's Ark. What do you believe in? Nothingness? I don't believe in that. I can't because of ghosts and because I'm here. I can't believe in nothingness because I was nothingness and I'm here. So something came from nothing, damn it. So if I exist now, I can exist again. And that's what gives me comfort, knowing that this isn't heaven. Having Emma trying to make you look like a locale on their channel, or Brady putting you through hell, or all these names that I love saying because they just really follow me around, but I mean nothing, right? Thank God that's not for eternity. Thank God Emma is just a short experience and just a learning curve. Thank God that whatever eternity is, that's after this. This is just a learning, becoming a better person. It could be so much worse. This could be eternal. This could be forever. And we could just know each other, and this is our lives, and nobody ever dies. So I'm thankful that the demons that are here, that follow me around, I'm thankful that they stop here. I'm thankful. I told Pumpkin Love, maybe I shouldn't have done this, because I told Pumpkin Love, I said, I was wrong about Emma. I said, I was wrong about Emma when I said she was like Isaac. She's far worse. She will follow you around until you literally commit suicide. I think I think it hit a nerve when I kept calling her a cunt over and over. And I could tell it was hitting a nerve with her, but she really took it personally. I could tell. It don't matter what people say, their egos show them for who they are. And she became completely obsessed with trolling me and fucking around with me. And I shouldn't have. Somebody like that, you don't call them a cunt. You don't give them any kind of attention, negative or positive, because you see how it gets out of control. But I don't think people should walk around or go on the internet and call other people pedophiles unless there's solid legal evidence. That is a very, very, that's why I would call Michael Green that, because there was solid evidence of him fucking Bridget. There is no evidence out there of me ever doing anything with a minor, because I never did. So I don't think people should be calling anybody a pedophile unless there is documented proof, like a Mark Rydell, where they're convicted sex offenders. That's one thing that's always disgusted me, and I brought it up back with Isaac way back in the day. Like, people with the drama communities, they want to label people pedophiles, and I don't understand it. If they are pedophiles, then it is what it is. But if somebody's not a pedophile just because you hate them, why do you look for every little thing to throw that label on them? It's almost like you're covering up for something. It's weird. And I just don't understand that. But when it comes to that, I guess it's not that big of a deal because I know who I am. It doesn't really matter what people think. But I know who I am. I know there's no evidence out there of me ever hurting a child in any way. The worst thing I did was towards Amber's daughter, my title streams. I remember saying Mackenzie's blood is on Emma's hands, or Mackenzie's blood is on their hands, or even Mackenzie's blood is on Amber's hands. Whatever I said. Yeah, it's ignorant, but she didn't get hurt at all. So, but it's something I had to learn. You know, I should have never brought her kids into it. But when she was joining the people that were making these false police reports to my mom, and that's what that was. Whether she was doing it or not, you were modding the people that were doing that. Like I snapped under all that. It was so hurtful. And she spent so many years saying she would never do stuff like that. She would never be into the cyberbullying. She was different, and she wasn't. And it was heartbreaking. And I had to learn a lot about human nature and why people stab you in the back, or why people can move on from you so easily when you thought you had such an impact. So I know where I went wrong, gave my attention to the wrong people. So I don't want you thinking it's your fault, Casey. I think that's why I'm talking about it so much, because one, I haven't talked about it for 5 months. Two, I really, really spent the final streams before I disappeared blaming it all on you. And at the time, I felt that it was you, but now that I'm more mature, older, wiser, I can realize it was all me. That's right. Well, so I got two options now with this. Since I'm on my way out, I got two options. I can let this be a one-off thing and just have my voice out so people hear my side of the story. And there's not, I mean, I've bitched about it, but I didn't really talk with you guys. I cried, I bitched, I ran it, I flipped, I snapped, and they laughed and clipped. But I didn't really sit here and talk about what Emma really put me through, and like really with a level head, and just let you guys know that it wasn't me. It really wasn't. I didn't handle it right, and I feel bad, but they were really humping the shit out of my leg. And they were only doing that because I was giving them what they wanted. I realized all of this. you have to be stronger than them. And if you're not strong, and this is what I tell Casey, if you're not stronger than them, they'll never leave you alone. They're sick. They're really, really sick people. You have to be better. You have to beat them with love. And you have to just be true to who you are. Don't let them change you. That's what I let them change me. Don't let them do that. If you're a good person and if you were there for the cozy moments, if that's you, don't lose that. Be true to that. If a big Bobby starts focusing on you and starts making all these accounts and starts really trying to get your attention, don't forget who you are. So, in hindsight, there's a lot I wish I could change. I could just go back. If I could just go back and just, but you can't. Like I told Pumpkin, that's not how life works. You can't go back in time. So I got to get over that. But once you open your eyes, you'll do anything to fix your mistakes because you realize what's important and what's not. You made the mistakes of. So, yeah, it's not. I don't know. I don't want to sit here and keep talking about ending my life. It's a decision I made a couple months ago. It's not anything more recent, anything recent. It's just something I decided. And I'm just figuring it out along the way. I think we're all doing that. Even the people that these hardcore Christians, in the back of their mind, there's doubt. There has to be. We're all just figuring it out because we don't know. We're clueless. We're dumb. We are so stupid. That's why I'm praying for something like a 3i Atlas event. Can I get my hands right there? Take me to your fucking leader. There is no leader. Huh? You're the leader. Enlighten me. So, there's so much that's unexplained, and I just can't talk about it enough. And I'm not no Alan Watts. I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm not brilliant like that. I'm learning from them. So I'm not going to act like a teacher. I just know what I'm believing in. And I feel like, hey, what's the best way to if you're going to stream again and you don't know how many streams you're going to do, but it's not you're not back. So it's limited time deal. Why not just get your voice out there and maybe years down the road, I don't want to even say years. And I don't know. I feel so conflicted about it because I care about what people think, but it's like, it's assimilation. They don't matter. And you can think this way too. Like, it would take too long to open your eyes, but you can think that way too. You were put here for a reason. You're here, astronomical odds, blah, blah, blah. So I need a drink. You know what's happening right now? I'm half coming off the high, and I don't know. I sent Pumpkin Love a picture of some of the buds from my I call it my what did I call it to her? My harvest or whatever, not my harvest, but what did I say? I showed her the image of when I didn't say I re-upped. What the hell did I say to her? I told her I smoked 2 pounds of weed a month now. And then I told her the price I get it for. And she was like, holy hell, you can't beat that, or whatever she said. And then I told her I'll bring her some, if she wants me to come. She's like, you can come anytime. I was like, oh, yeah? Anyways. She said she knows some people she can hook me up with, like, to get a girlfriend or woman-wise or just sex-wise or whatever. And I was like, good. As long as they don't know about my internet history or any of this trolling bullshit, any of this that happened, I'm a shoo-in. I'll win them over with my personality. Come on, Jerry. I'm a shoo-in. I can. I'll practice if I have to. I'll bring back Donald Trump, and he'll actually sound like Trump again. I don't know if I want to bring out Rocky right away. I don't know how your sister would feel or your cousin if she turns around and just sees. Right? I don't think the first thing on her mind would be like, I'm going to ride him. I don't think so. I hope that was Stallone's face. I did it so fast. Hopefully, I don't know what I'm doing. I think I felt my lips go. I don't know. I forget what I'm talking about. I'm just damaged, but I'm awake and my eyes are open to people and to the bigger picture. Yeah. So Casey, now that I don't know what time it is, but I hung out for a little bit. How'd my stream go? As far as did it lag? Because I have different internet now. I'm not going to lie to you. Since I'm getting ready to move out and shit, I got rid of my internet service provider and I went with that cheap T-Mobile, $50 a month. Look, I ain't got to impress anybody, right? Fuck them. So I got some slow ass fucking internet, but it should be fast enough to stream in 720p. Like it really should. So I'm hoping I'm paying 50 whatever dollars a month. I hope I can stream. And you know, Casey, if you have any ideas of somewhere I can visit along, I don't know what I want to call it. I don't know. I'm just going to go experience what the world has to offer. And I'm not talking about sex or finding the love of my life. I'm talking about sights. I want to see, you know, if you want to see God, go look at the ocean, they say. It's just incredible. It's beautiful, right? You want to go look at God, go look at fucking, what do you want to call it? Mount Everest. Something that's just, you look at it, you're like, wow. That's God, man. So if you want to see beauty, you got to go find it. It's out there. The Grand Canyon, I don't know how entertained I would be by that because it's just a big hole in the ground, right? But I think once you get there, I don't know. I never seen any of that stuff. I was thinking about every little thing, Graceland and Talladega NASCAR track, just because I've always wanted to see that. I heard that track is so big that if you go there in person and you sit at the very top of like the highest seating, you still don't see the whole track. It's that big. You don't see the backstretch. I could be wrong about that, but that is what I have been told, and I have seen that in comments about how huge that track is in person, and it's an experience if you're a racing fan. So I've been asking myself, are you really a racing fan these days? You haven't watched any NASCAR race. They're officially over until next year. Like I haven't followed any of it. I haven't watched any movies. I haven't bought a movie since before Porch Man. I've been smoking pot and thinking about death and learning about it all. As crazy as it all sounds and as pointless as it might all sound, and live in the now, right? I can't, man. Fuck the now. I want to live in the, not the then, but the thoueth. Thou. I want to live thoueth. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I finished my thought, but that's a good thing about these streams is I don't really have to rush. I can just talk and ramble, and whoever wants to hear me can listen to my words, and whoever wants to keep on walking because I'm not their cup of tea, then that's what they'll do. Unless they have some kind of mental problem and they'll start stalking you because they can't stand you or something. So how's my audio, Case? Tell me again. I'm sorry. I get so sidetracked because I haven't done a stream for how long? 5 months. So forgive me. If I come back another night, it won't be like this. I'll be more calm and I'll be more together with it. But How has the audio been? Has it been too loud, too quiet? I will look at the chat now. So go ahead and you're not wasting your time. Too loud, too quiet. How has the lagging been? Let me know everything, please. And Casey, you got a little confused when I don't know why I told you about my plans of ending my life. I guess I told you. I don't know. It was a mistake, but you said to me, so you don't want me to save up and come see you? If you want to, I'm not going to do it tonight. If you want to come up, if you want to save your money, girl, and you want to come lose your virginity to me, I love the idea. You're beautiful. You are perfect for me. You care so deeply about me. I've never had a girl care about me like you have. I didn't know how to handle it, really. I'm so used to pushing people away, and I've been damaged throughout my life. So, I am so blessed, so lucky to have you. To die alone and to have the feeling of everybody hating you, and so to have you, it means the world to me. And I'm not going to start crying or anything. That's not what's about to happen. It's just, I'm so thankful. Casey, these streams are going to be so raw and real. I'm just going to say what's on my mind. Everybody hates me as it is, right? I can't do anything worse. So I was so scared. I was so scared that you killed yourself because of the last words I said to you and how I disappeared for 5 months. And I went back on Facebook. I made a Facebook, and then what happened here? I made a Facebook and then I deleted it. No, I made a Facebook and then I uninstalled it, and I just didn't go on Facebook, but I had an account active to see who would message me, just to see if everybody really hates me. This was months ago. And when I logged in, after it was over a month, I logged back into Facebook, and I seen I had a message request from you. And I'm sure there was a ton of messages. But Facebook has changed. And when I went into Messenger, it asked me to set up a end-to-end encryption password, 4-digit password. I did that. And here your name was there. I clicked on it to see what you were trying to say to me for the last month and a half. And here it deleted everything. I don't know how Facebook works. I don't like this end-to-end encryption, but I feel so bad because I don't know what you said to me. From the moment that I replied to you, whatever I said to you, I gave you my channel link or whatever I said to you, anything before that I didn't see. And I feel terrible because I'm sure you were telling me how much you miss me, you love me, and I needed to see that because not too many people reached out. Unfortunately, reality sucks, people move on. So I got my answer, and I wanted to see what you said. I knew it was the typical, I'll love you for eternity, all the stuff you say that, but I wanted to see it. And it deleted the whole chat history, and you were nowhere to be found. And I really thought you killed yourself. And I couldn't see no messages to see if you were saying anything like that. And it got me thinking, because of how I'm thinking about myself, and it doesn't matter. And it's still, I felt so guilty because I put the blame on you, and I know you love me. I know you adore me. And I'm so blessed with that. And I really just didn't take any accountability for anything. And I just put it on you. I was putting it on everybody. I was putting it on Emma. I was putting it on everybody, But I'm pretty sure Big Bobby was the one that was doing the false police reports. Nobody, when I think about it, nobody hinted towards that but him. William Palmer, when I would say their names, they would kind of start stalking me and shit. But Big Bobby, William Palmer, that Corey, that low calorie snipes guy, none of them came to me after Amber flipped and said, game over. I know it was Big Bobby. He gave himself up, and maybe he wanted to. Maybe he knew it was over and he was like, fuck it. But I don't know why he did that to me. I understand what I was doing towards Amanda. I understand he was pissed, but why would you go that far and ruin everything for me? I'm such a great person. Like, at the heart of things, I wasn't being a great person, but I helped you personally. I don't think Big Bobby just gives anybody $100. I really don't. So that meant a lot when he told me the reason he's doing that. I suffer from some dark demons. You have helped me, JP. Go treat yourself in Mama Haldeman, right? It was beautiful. Then all of a sudden he wanted his donation back and he was all fucking stalking me, and I pissed him off. I hurt him. I did whatever. But I didn't know who to blame. But I knew Emma could have stopped it. I knew her. She has such a big influence on these thirsty guys. She knows, but they know. A lot of people don't seem to know, or they don't grasp the impact she has on Brady. Like, holy fuck. So she could have stopped it. She really could have. But instead, she gave them hearts when people were saying, we're not going to stop. When people were fucking with me publicly on my Twitter streams, she was giving them hearts. I was watching all of it because I was learning about humanity and human nature and people were disgusting, and I was watching all of it. That's why I'd like to know who that fucking Aphrodite chick was, but maybe it was just Big Bobby again, and he didn't get around to fucking me around with that one. He was watching from both the couch, right? Whatever. You never know what's real. And even or was it Jim Tom? Someone said, I forget who it was now. I don't want to put words in somebody's mouth, but somebody said, recently to me, you don't know who to believe anymore. I think it was Punk and Love, but you just don't know who to believe anymore. And it is what it is. People make these fake accounts, and it's always been a problem ever since the Charlie Chill days. They've always made fake accounts, and they just cause trouble. People like Evo Girl, and they just cause trouble. That's all their work. That's what they do. So it makes it a little more difficult to weed around that and to know what's real and what's not. That reminds me of Candy Morgan, right? How many fucking times Candy Morgan came in my chats being all cool with me, right? And seriously, right? And oh my God, it's Candy fucking Morgan. How you thought, right? All this crap. And then every fucking time another Candy Morgan account comes in saying, JP, that's not me. Get bent or some shit, whatever they say. You don't know who's real. You don't know what, and it works on you. It's like, grow up. You don't know. If you want to talk to somebody, you think you're talking to that person, and it turns out it's just some fucking obese douchebag, and it's draining. It really is. It don't stop, and it's just never ending. And that's, I see Emma going around with the Gina Knowles account and just following me, and I'm sure it's just, I'm not gonna say they're one and the same. They're just sick individuals. They just, I don't know. But I am not here for money. If I go by what Jim Tom says, unlike Emma, I am not here for money. I am here to fix the wrongs that I did, and not with. I can't fix my wrongs. I'm talking about with Casey. Casey matters to me. Casey, again, I'll repeat what I told Pumpkin Love. When she said, are you going to be friends with Casey again? I said, yeah, I will. She didn't have to stay with me when everybody else was leaving. That much is a fact. So I will be friends with Casey. And Casey, if you want to save up, and like I said, I'll even give you some money. If it takes you too long to get here because it takes too much to save up, you said you have to have a lot of money. For some reason, you can't just come with a plane ticket because something about sex trafficking, you have to have spending money. I don't. But if we get too impatient and, you want to be in my arms and stuff, I'd love to feel you in my arms. I'll give you some money. I know you said you don't feel right taking my money. Now that is a real supporter. That's not a troll there. But I'll fucking give you $1,000. If you need $2,700 to come down here so it don't look suspicious under the eyes of the law, and by the time you get to 1,000, let's say it's 4 months or something, I don't know. If I get tired of waiting, because, tick tock, the trees are waiting, like I got better places to go, but I want to experience you. So I want to experience us. I want to have that experience before I leave it all behind. So if you want to come see me, I would love it, because you would be the perfect girlfriend. And I don't think you're obsessed over me. I think you just you were in a dark place when you discovered me, if I remember correctly. You were in a dark place. You were a cutter. You were suicidal, and you discovered my streams, and the way they were going back then, it saved your life. It kept your mind off the things that were making you feel that way, and me making an ass out of myself, everybody laughing and have a good time. It gave you a purpose. So you give me that credit. I know you love me, and you would be the perfect girlfriend. You would never hurt me. You would be perfect. You would love me for me. It would be perfect. But like I told you, I live in reality. I'm not like Emma. I don't fall in love with somebody from a different country and say, someday we're going to get fucking married. It don't work that way. Visitation only goes so far. I would love to have sex with you. I would love to hold you, to give you all my love. And I would love to feel a woman love me back. I would love that. And maybe we can experience that. But we can't ever live together. We can't ever be together. And it breaks my heart. Like I told you, story of my life. I run into all these different women that act like they really care about me. No names have to be mentioned. You know who came my way and who isn't here. And I meet somebody who really, really is real about how they feel about me. And no amount of Emmas can change their opinion. And you live in a different country, right? You could live anywhere in America, Casey, and I could get in my fucking PT Cruiser and I could come pick you up and we could start a life together. That's not fantasy. That's reality. Me and Pumpkin, I could go be with Pumpkin. Like, that's doable. Anywhere in America, any state. I drive, damn it. But you have to live in Australia. As beautiful as I'm sure it is over there, that is what tells me we are not meant to be. Because if it wasn't for that, everything else is pointing that you are the one for me. All the heartbreaks I went through, all the fake people, all the people that gave me the reassurance they would never hurt me, but they're not here. You are here. You are perfect. And it's not because I can manipulate you or whatever they want to say. It's because you really love me. God, I'm blessed. I'm so lucky to have somebody that is that deep for me. And some people might say, Casey's crazy. How can you fall in love with a guy that you never met, that you never physically spent time with? Well, I asked the same about Emma. Yeah, they spend physical time together, but they live in different countries. Canada, United Kingdom, Canada, New York, wherever the fuck that douchebag's from. They can never be together unless one of them gets dual citizenship. And that's not easy. So it's a pipe dream. And as beautiful as Emma and Hatman, I'm sure, are together, it's not real. Just like as beautiful as Casey is for me, it can't ever happen. I just won't live in a fantasy world. I wish I could. I wish I could wake up every day and say, someday she will be mine. But I know damn well that with it costing so much for plane tickets, visitation is only going to go so far, and that's where it's going to stop. And I'm not happy with calling somebody my wife if I can only ever see them every 3 months or so, I live in reality, as everybody should. You should never be that desperate where you settle for a Hatman or where you settle for an Emma, somebody that's not up the street or somebody that's not drivable, somebody that you need passports, and it's all so it's desperation. It's people that feel like they can't be loved. They can't find love, so they settle for the internet. And I don't know how long I want to talk about it, but you take a look at Emma, she don't look like a girl that has to do that. Hatman looks like you don't have too many options, but Emma, and that just shows how real I'm being, how much shit she put me through. I'll call it like it is. With all that makeup on her face, she looks all right. She doesn't have to settle for a long distance relationship, but she feels like she has to. So it sucks. It does for everybody. Me and Casey, it sucks because you find somebody that you just connect with. Some people go into a fantasy world where they play house, long distance house with somebody, but it's unfortunate, Casey, because I'm not even going to talk about me. I just thank God that I think whatever higher power there is that you are still here and it didn't end with you thinking I hated you and you were the cause of Pumpkin Love leaving and everybody. You didn't cause anything. It was all me. I could have had all of you. I could have had you and the rest, but my ego was making people pick, and people don't like picking. So I didn't realize it didn't matter. People, if they're not loyal, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. Where I'm going, it doesn't matter. So it shouldn't really hurt you, but it's you're human. I'm human. I have feelings. So you can make me cry. You can make me bawl like a baby because I'm human and, I'm a real man. Some people hide their feelings. Some men just beat the shit out of women and they're all manly men and they're tough. That's not a man. That's not a fucking man. Just because he can buy you a whatever dollar ring, that's not a man. Money comes, money goes. It's about how they treat you. It's about, I don't know. Well, I do know, but I don't want to ramble on about calling a woman beautiful and stuff. But it's about how they treat you. If you just go by money and you think that's what makes a man, you're in for a very rude awakening. You're going to have misery after misery, failed attempt after failed attempt at relationships. That's why, well, I won't get into it. I've talked about her enough, but I hope Pumpkin Love finds somebody. I talked about it in my old streams, I think. When I was rambling all high and stuff, I think I talked about, I hope she don't end up with one of those fucking douchebags and shit like that, Yeah. I care about these people. I love them. I've known them for years. When I thank Pumpkin for caring about me, and she said, we've been friends before any of this crap happened. We've been friends for the longest time. And I didn't say it to her. I was going to reply to her. I don't know how I was going to say it. You try to pick your words, but I had other people that were with me just as long, and they, so maybe that means she's special. I had other friends that go back before any of this terrible stuff. So why didn't they have my back, or why didn't they care to reach out, or, but that doesn't mean that they're bad people. That doesn't mean that they flipped on or that they hate me. That just means they moved on. Maybe they're disappointed, but they've moved on. They don't know I exist anymore. Maybe once in a while I cross their mind, but it's the old JP. It's not what they witnessed at the end. I'm sure, like Pumpkin says, she misses those old streams like hell. So I'm sure that's what they think of. That's what I think of. But it happened. I don't think I could go to a higher place if I didn't learn, So it's amazing how time heals things. I'll never talk to her again. She's too busy, I'm sure. I haven't followed anybody for 5 months, but I'm sure she's busy trying to fit in with everybody. But it is a shame that Amber will land up living the rest of her life hating me for something I didn't do. There's no doubt in my mind. That's why, I have to, because I want to just make it clear. I have to ask Casey. I have to ask Pumpkin. I have to ask Jim Tom. I have to ask the people that are willing to communicate. I have to ask them if I did this, because I'll kill myself right now. Fuck the Grand Canyon. I told Pumpkin Love, if I said that, please tell me, because I would never hurt a child. Like, I understand I said about the blood being on the hands, but that's as ignorant as it is. I was just pissed off at Amber. But when you start talking about getting somebody raped, I can understand that. But I didn't do that. That was Big Bobby. I would blame William Palmer and other people, but none of them came to me and said game over after Amber flipped. So he was fucking around with shit. And I didn't follow what he was doing or anybody else was doing. I was just high and doing my thing and flipping out, and they played me like a fiddle. All of them played me like a fiddle, all of them. And I can smile about it because I realize it's not that big of a deal. And I grew from it. So I was so naive about people, and I just thought I meant more than I did, I guess. And I don't know, but let me get back on track with Casey. It all worked out in the end. When I think about all this, Casey, about my life, because that's all that matters. Not to sound selfish, but I'm different now. Like, I don't want to sound crazy and start acting like I'm believing this is a simulation. But all I know is when I got off the internet, Emma disappeared. Like, it was all gone. I didn't know if people cared about me, and it bugged me, but nobody hated me. Nobody, like, I didn't, when you don't hear it, when you don't see it, it don't exist. Until you try it, I can't explain it. So that's what makes you like, simulation, you know, maybe Emma isn't real. Maybe these are NPCs that are fucking, you know, but it does sound far-fetched. But I'll figure it out. And if I figure it out before I leave this, you'll know about it. And maybe some of you already know the answer. Maybe there's somebody out there that just, I think Alan Watts is onto something. I've listened to a lot of historical figures, and just, I think he's onto something. People like him. So I was so high the other night, and I had such a craving for milk that I went out and I bought 6 gallons of milk. Now I think I made a mistake because, well, there's 4 gallons downstairs and there's 3 gallons up here. And this one here I made some mixed drinks with, but I got 6 fucking gallons of whole milk, and I love drinking it. I didn't want to run out of it. But I think I bought too much. So I'm not the same train wreck JP, Brady, and it's hard not to be the train wreck JP if you don't give me a chance. I never met somebody that goes around and just does that to people and just tries to pin them down and hold them down. I'm not a train wreck. I snapped under the pressure. I guess it was a train wreck, but I'm not a train wreck. The event was a train wreck, and I hope you enjoyed it. You did. You had a big hand in it. If I was a little stronger, that wouldn't have happened, but you got to me. You and some others. But I'm not a train wreck. I helped hundreds of people. Like, I can really be cocky about that. I've helped hundreds of people. I can't even remember all the names. I can see their faces, but there's so many, and most of them are women. It makes me smile. Most of them are women. And I don't, like, I look at myself and I'm like, you know, some of these women, they were fucking total MILFs. And I was like, but I'm thankful. I'm thankful that I met Cozy. I'm thankful that Cozy loved me that much, and I had that much of an impact on him that he made compilations to me. I'm thankful that I got to see those compilations live, and people got to watch me cry to footage of myself. Just the thought of somebody loving me that much to make tributes to me, I felt like a fucking celeb. It was great, and I appreciated it. Even back then, that's why I would cry in front of everybody. And Carrie would say, hey, do you still have that reaction? It was really great. They loved watching me cry to that shit because it was so beautiful. It was all beautiful. So I'm not a train wreck. I'm just someone who snapped under the pressure. But it's not a constant train wreck. It happens to you. If you're like me, it happens to you and then you learn from it. So, but I do feel good that, I did some things that I'm ashamed of, some streams that I'm ashamed of, but I do feel good knowing that I don't feel good that I was set up, but I feel good knowing that I didn't do it. It helps me continue living on a little longer. Because when you think about it, let's just say I did say it, which I know I didn't, but some people are calling me a pedophile because they're saying I said, let's get Mackenzie raped. Let's just say it did happen. There's no excuse for it, and I'm not trying to make an excuse, but nothing happened. Like, it was so clear that I was hurt and people weren't going to leave me alone. Emma was the key person that was so public about fucking with me, and everybody was just joining her. It was like I had no impact on nobody. But then I think about what I was doing to Amanda and smoking pot, and I was doing some action. I wasn't being myself. That I wasn't the same person. I was changing. So yeah, maybe it was easy to join her and hate on me and stuff like that. I don't know. But I know that no matter what happened, the fact that I can sit here right now and have Casey in my chat and just be able to, I just feel so blessed. And it's not because, I still have somebody. No, it's because to have somebody that really loves you, and it's not about obsession. It's not that Casey's mentally sick or something. I saved her. I don't know. I don't know if these people that harass other people, I don't know if I don't know if Emma's ever had somebody come to her and say, thank you for saving my life tonight. Thank you for help. I don't know. Maybe Pumpkin Love, when her husband died, Emma was there for. So I don't know. But all I know is I have had those compliments. I can only speak for myself, and I have helped hundreds of people. I can't just say a few. So many people have come my way, and I understand why I don't have any of them, and that does make me look bad. Jesus Christ, JP, you had all these beautiful MILFs come your way, and they acted just like Emma did as Sabrina, but they were serious, and you didn't keep a goddamn single soul? What the fuck, right? I know. I had opportunity after opportunity, person after person that was interested in me, and I just gave my attention to the wrong people. So I think it's pretty obvious, and I just want to thank Pumpkin Love and Jim Tom and anybody out there that don't even talk to me, but I'm not a monster. How it ended with Emma and stuff. That was just played. I want to thank anybody who silently has my back. There's so many people that have disappeared that they don't talk shit on me, at least not to my face. Maybe they do over in Emma's, I don't know, but there's so many people, Shirley, Sugarbug, there's so many people that just disappeared. So I told Pumpkin Love that I figure I disappointed them with my actions, and they moved on, and they're beautiful people. It's my loss. I can't put any of them down. I had so many crazy, stupid streams, and I can't put them down. So that's the thing that embarrasses me most. Knowing some of those drunk streams and some of those weaker stream moments, they watched me at work and stuff, and it's like, God. But hope they enjoyed the show. I don't know. It is what it is. But for the rest of the time I have left doing this crap, I am going to spend it with Casey. And I am going to give shout outs to people like Matthew Bailey, that they don't have to put their neck on the line and say, yeah, I care for you, JP. Yeah. They don't got to get cyberbullied because of me. I know they love me. Or I wouldn't be worth their time. They chase after me. They do the chasing. So you explain it to me. Right? It's not hatred. Matthew Bailey. Emma is following me around to call me a pedo, I'm sure. But Matthew Bailey is not following me around to call me names. He's following me around to see what the hell's going on, to see if I'm still acting nuts or if I found a girl by now, or if he's just, JP, are you still around, right? Holy hell, here's a new channel, subscribe. Zach Winchester's the same way. All these people that set me up, that just trolled the hell out of me, they follow me around. People are disgusting. Not Matthew Bailey and stuff, but the people that, the big bobbies, people are disgusting. But, that really makes me feel something. I haven't felt anything, and I mean, when I see that, it makes me feel something, because you can go about it two different ways. Oh, people are following you around to harass you, right? Or leave me alone, damn it. Why are you following me around? Or you can take a step back and look at who's following you, right? We don't have to get into the whole Princess Pickle bitch hating on me instead of Michael Green now and all this immature shit. We're talking about the Matthew Baileys. Matthew Bailey, I don't care. He is too much of a sweetheart. I don't want to sound gay or anything, but he is too beautiful of a human being to be the type to follow me around to try to push me towards suicide and stuff. I can't see that with Matthew Bailey. So he has to be following me around because he's interested in an update on JP and not just hearing Emma make fun of him or what they say about him. He knows I'm not a pedophile, and that's all they say. It's like a broken record. Man, where's JP at? Oh, holy shit, he has a channel. So thank you, Matthew. I love you too. I really do. And should have handled it all differently. I really should have. Could have had a lot of fun if I did. But I thought it was important to give that shout out. And there's, I'm just thankful because I went away for so long, and when I went away, I was acting so out of control. And then when you go away, and once you go away for month after month, and you have people like Emma and Brady keeping your memory alive as a locale and a train wreck and all this stuff, if there's any difference between the two, it's not good, right? You're a beautiful person. That's terrible. So I decided, I'm going to end my life. And although it does mean nothing, it's not important what people think of you, because in the grand scheme, I'm going to still share my side of the story for the Shirleys out there or anybody who is disappointed in my actions. So it's not really for the live stream viewers, if I didn't mention that. This stream, and if I do another one, whatever, these aren't for how many numbers can I get and who's coming watching live. These are mainly so I can keep them up on a channel. That way, when I end my life, you'll have Emma celebrating it. When Emma finds out that I kill myself the day it happens, you'll see the reaction of a real cyberbully. And maybe I shouldn't help her out in that way, because then she'll act all nice about it so people don't think she's a cyber. She's not dumb, but she's a real cyberbully. She's far worse than Isaac. Isaac never stalked me like that crap. Holy, maybe it's because she's a woman. I don't know. I figured it's because I called her a cunt one too many times and she took it. She didn't like it. So that's just the kind of person she is. She'll just fucking follow you. Isaac never did that. So she's far worse. She's brutal. And that's nothing to be proud of. It's sick. So Casey, I don't know how much you have to talk about. I'm sure your life has pretty much been the same. Exercising every day, trying to get that perfect figure that you want. I'm sure that's not changed. And I think the main point of this stream was just to thank Matthew and to thank you and Jim Tom and the ones that have reached out to me and haven't given up on me totally. So thank you. And if anybody gets attacked because I was, I don't know, too forward during this stream or too much information, my most humblest of apologies. And they're not your friends. So run, bitch! Run! I don't know. I kind of, in case this is just a one-off stream from JP, and I just go travel in the car, travel across the country, and I go hang myself, whatever. And this is it. I do want to say that I don't know why I'm saying I'm liking the mic because I didn't hear what it sounds like. I don't know. I have any idea. I just know that it's been on the whole time, so I think it's working. It's so small. I don't know, man. Compared to my beefy other, but I don't know. It's cute, right? It's. Mm-hmm. I love you too, Casey. So yeah, hopefully the stream went good. I've never been the greatest at paying attention to things, and when I ask Casey, I never pay attention to chat, but I have so much to talk about, and I know pretty much what Casey wants to say. You know what I think we should look forward to, Case? The time we have together, I think we should look forward to spending it, hanging out and the experience. So, God, I'm so tempted to light up a fucking doobie and play I Swear. God damn. Delius, Tony, Alfred. Yes, wonderful. And Jamie Jones, baby. Yeah, I think that's it. I'm more than sure I forgot some other people that died. I don't want to talk about the fucking government shutdown for too long. I don't care. It doesn't affect my fucking disability check, so fuck it. I'm not on food stamps, so it doesn't affect me. Fuck it. I just don't care. I don't care. So I'm not gonna talk about it too long. Yeah. World without Ozzy, it's surreal. But boy, was he loved, man. And it was just it just seemed like it was perfect. He had that concert. All his friends were there. The original Black Sabbath members were there. He got to say goodbye to his fans. And then he dies. It was so perfect, right? It was almost like it was too good to be natural. That's why I was thinking it's definitely assisted suicide, but I don't think it was. Sharon, Jack, and Kelly seemed pretty heartbroken over the whole thing, and like it was sudden. So, oh yeah, there's a lot more to talk about. It's just you could tell what was weighing on me the most, I guess. But hey, now that I talk about that, first thing I mentioned was 3-Eye Atlas. I guess that's weighing on me the most, huh? Take me with you, god damn. 7 miles wide, Casey. If it's a fucking rock, it's the type of rock that killed the dinosaurs, man. I'm telling you, 7 miles wide this fucker is. And it's showing all the signs of alien tech. Like somebody and NASA can't release the high def pictures because of the government shutdown, huh? Well, the shutdown's over, ain't it? Let me see them pitchies. I said pitchies. Let me see them pictures now. Whatever. Just think, man. We're getting to the point where it's coming from behind the sun now, but just think, when you go out in the morning and you look up at the sun, there's a 7-mile wide object right behind that fucking planet, just hurtling right fucking past it. They say it'll be closest to Earth's it's going this way and Earth is coming this way. It's going to go that way. If it stays right, it's not going to come to Earth because it's not aliens. But to the trajectory it's on, Earth is coming up this way. The sun's here. It's behind the sun. Earth, we can't see it because it's behind the sun. The sun's too bright. But when it comes from behind the sun and Earth is coming this way, by God Almighty, I got to put on the good old JR face. We're going on another adventure, man. Damn. I got to call a camera guy and start. I don't know what season it would be. We're just starting over, I guess, at this point. It's even if it is just a rock, it's just mind-boggling. Can you imagine? Like, it's the size of Manhattan, New York City. It's incredible. This is some Men in Black type shit where that big alien is coming, cutting into the sky. Remember that big round saucer, like the mothership? That's what this motherfucker is. It's 7 miles. That's what that is. I can't imagine going outside and looking and seeing. Were they trying to warn us? Like, were aliens here the whole time? And it's weird. They did a podcast today. Yes, it is over. What, 3i Atlas? So you have to get me back on track, Casey. As soon as I stopped talking about it, but I mean, I'm not just putting on a show, folks. Like, it's not hyperbole. Here's the deal. I really, really, really feel like there's something more going on here, huh? Well, yeah, you gotta see them up close, maybe. I don't know. There's something more. I'm telling you. It's the fucking mothership. This ain't no flying sauce. This is 7 miles wide. This is an ecosystem flying around in deep intergalactic space. It's a whole fucking city, bro. It is the best of the best, the most highest of the high. And they've seen our leader. He ain't no leader. Damn it. Maybe all the world is insecure. Maybe all the world is looking for a cure. Maybe something they can finally restore. Maybe chasing after money like a dog, but the money's never gonna be enough. No, it's never gonna take the place of love. Maybe. I am going to send pictures. I have that backwards. I am going to send Pumpkin some pictures of my 2 pounds of weed in their updated glass jars and everything. I just sent her the pictures when I first came home with it. It was in shopping bags. There's a bunch of loose. God damn. I just said to her, I said, I'll never run out of weed again, man. What I should ask her, and I will, because whether you fuckers like it or not, we're talking. What I should ask her is, how long would it take for her to smoke through 2 pounds of weed? No wrong answer. I just want to see how far gone I am, because I know it's not normal. I smoked 2 pounds in a month. For 3 months straight now, I've been 2 pounds. Before that, I was like 5, 6 out. It was steadily rising with my depression. And is this full? Yeah. Did I lick this? I think so. Now we're up to 2 pounds, and this newest batch, all I can say is sticky weed is good weed, my friends. Yes, it is the freshest stuff. It was just harvested. He was growing over an acre's worth. He came to me. He's like, hey, my trimmer's almost done. If you still want that deal, what's up? I was like, you can still do. I was like, because even though it's a good deal, it's a lot of money up front. But I find a way. Sugar boom boom. And Casey, did you notice something? Anything? I've been gone for 5 months. 5 months is what you tell me. I guess that's true. And you survived. Huh? You said, JP, I can't live without you. So maybe I proved something to you. I don't know. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. Oh, what the hell did I do? What did I do wrong with that? Okay. Must not have licked that. I must not be paying attention. It's just laying there folded open. No. Remember Chasing Dragons, JP? Yeah. That song, I prefer him singing it on his own without that girl, though. That clip where before it was the studio version, I like him pounding on that refrigerator, singing it just with his voice. You know, let me tell you straight up, homie, the story's not rehearsed. Done my shit of rogas, but with this I'm feeling cursed. I like that better than that when they kind of, added that girl and it got more professional sounding. Hey, well, it's not a big deal. When I went to go pick the stuff up, he told me he's in the doghouse with the wife. And I was like, why? What's wrong? I don't want to say no names. So I was like, why? What's wrong? He's like, I'll meet you up the street if I have to. He's like, Rory McDonald. Here it turns out he came home. He came home with a U-Haul truck full of fucking $50,000 worth of pot. Man, damn. His wife came out, seeing him and his kids fucking taking it in the house and shit. He's the Heisenberg. He is the Heisenberg of Mary Jane. I'll tell you what. There is no middleman. I do not no longer deal with, yes, Smokey. This dude can't, he was buying off of me. I was getting that much in that the dude that I even said to him, because he owed me for 2 ounces, right? And he's like, wow, this is the first time I owe you money. Because I used to owe him $500-600 a month, right? He's a dealer. Now and I'm like, yeah, this relationship matured fast, didn't it? So it's funny. I never was into this stuff. And then when I got into it, they all flocked my way. All these drug dealers. And it's like you radiate something off of you that they just, like, they can just, I don't know. You draw them into you and it just comes your way. That was never like that before. Never. When I wasn't into it, I guess it's your attitude. I guess if you're not into it, then I don't know. But it just seemed, I don't remember them coming my way like this. Yeah, I always say with his prices and with how much I'll never run out, no matter how much I smoke. I always say he's a blessing, but I don't know if he's a blessing or a curse, right? I don't know. To be honest, I was thinking about ending it all when you were gone, but I survived. That's what I mean. And what that shows, Casey, is you're stronger than what you give yourself credit for, right? I didn't talk to anybody. So you didn't know I was coming back. Maybe you had hope, but after 3, 4, 5 months goes by, I'm pretty sure you kind of lose all that, right? So you're stronger than you give yourself credit for. You really are. And I don't want to, just because I've made my certain decisions and this world isn't for me, I don't want to influence anybody to harm themselves. I don't want to have that kind of impact on anybody. To each their own as far as what you believe in. And this world's just not for me. I know you said, Casey, I think you said in a message that you don't have many people that would miss you, your family or whatever wouldn't miss you or something like that. You said something, and I got to be careful, but just because I'm at peace with going out on my own terms, I don't want to be a bad influence. That's the last. I've been enough of that. So I don't want. There's people that look up to me, and I don't want to push anybody else to. But Me personally, I believe that your family, even if they do miss you, you won't know it. When I in my life, Kurt's going to take it hard, I'm sure. His brother's about to pass away from cancer, and he called me up crying. And you know, I've changed. I'm heartless towards death, and I didn't say anything bad to him, but I just said, we all have our expiration date. And once after I said, I realized I shouldn't say that, right? I didn't say it mean. He's my best friend, but I said, yeah, we all have our expiration date. I'm sorry to hear about, but I shouldn't talk like that. But that's how I feel because I know I'm going to kill. Like I know I'm just my mind frame. But he lost he's about to lose his oldest brother. He lost his wife, as you know, of 35 years. They would have been together over 40 years now, or 40 years this year, something like this. Crazy. He lost his best friend. His name was Terry. Died from a heart attack. Same month, same day as his wife, but just 2 years later or a year later or something. Crazy. And now here I am. I'm going to kill myself. I'm the only friend he has left. He's retired now, but he worked a lot, and you kind of stay to yourself. He had his wife, and he didn't have too many friends. So now that Terry died, one he knew longer than me, now he always says I'm his best friend, and so if I do believe when it comes to depression, suicide is you do that to end the pain, right? Anybody that feels like ending it, the only reason you're doing it is so you don't feel that pain anymore. It's a terrible feeling. But you have to realize that when you do go out on your own terms, that doesn't take away the pain. That curse that was on me then gets transferred to Kurt. And then he has to feel the pain I was feeling. It is a curse. If somebody does love you and they lose you, of course. So, but if you're not happy in this life and you just are woken, you just are awake and you know what it's about. I think life is about building relationships. It's about love at the end of the day. It's about memories and just like the experience of making love, of making the next generation of having, that's how you live on in a way, with the children. But I'm a little bit of a different case, it seems like no matter which direction I went in my life, it always led to people that hurt me. And I didn't handle shit the best way. When I get hurt, I take it personal. And so I had a lot of experiences growing up. I don't know how to explain it. I just know that you'll be okay. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. And this last 5 months was proof of that. Look at this. I wasn't in your life for one day in 5 months, and you didn't break your diet, which is not easy to keep on, especially when you're not motivated anymore to look good for somebody, right? You're still on your diet. You're looking better than ever. You're still alive. You can survive without me. It's as simple as that. This whole JP, I already proved you wrong with that. If that was the case, you would not be here right now. And I'm so thankful you are, because I wouldn't have got to make it right with you and say, Casey, it wasn't your fault. It was mine 100% from the get-go. So I'm glad that you were strong enough and that I was right and you were wrong. Man, I would have been so, when I thought you took your life, I was staring at your picture and I was just bawling because I thought I killed you, I influenced you. And that wasn't the truth. Like I was wrong. And if you would have killed yourself thinking that you ruined everything for me and everything was so great and look how like it was you, it would have made my final days harder because I have a lot of guilt on me as it is. So I just thank God, and I'm thankful that I got to let you know that, just let you know how it really is. I was confused, and I'm just glad you're still here. I really thought you killed yourself. Like I even messaged Pumpkin Love. I said, by the way, Casey's dead, just so you know. Like I thought you were gone, just because of the way when I reactivated my Facebook. I haven't used Facebook in so fucking long, especially for messaging, and just the way it was acting. It was just, I don't know. I just didn't think you were here no more. I thought, I didn't answer you after a while, and so it all worked out in a way. I got to hang out with you and give my attention to you and do the streams that I should have done from the get-go. And I get to talk about my experiences, and I get to talk about my future, and I get to talk about what I'm expecting for my afterlife, and you get to, I don't know how long I'll do this, but you get to see me figure it all out maybe. But I don't believe in the Bible. Noah's Ark was a no-no. I never really read it all the way through. I don't know. Yeah. And then you get into the whole, even in Genesis, at first it says God created man first. And then in the very next fucking chapter, the very next Genesis chapter 2, or the very next thing, it says he created animals and plants first, then man. Man was out of dust. Like, it's incredible, the contradiction and how fast it happens. And it happens throughout the whole Bible. It's like, and then you think to yourself, there's 4,000 religions in this world. Like, come on. It's all made up. Every single religion. How do you know you're not pissing off God more and more with all these religions? How do you know you believe in the right thing? It's blind faith. It's physically impossible to know, out of 4,000 plus religions in the world, your Christianity is the right one. There's too many different gods. There's too many different beliefs. Buddhism, all this shit. There's too much to know what's real. So, ever since I heard that, these high priests in the Roman days, churches and shit, they kept some scriptures out and picked what went into the Bible, the official text. And I was like, hold on now. So God did give some words to other people, but that's not good enough for these Roman Catholics, I see. And my whole outlook on it changed. And I don't know if anybody else is the same way out there, or, maybe I sound totally nuts. Maybe I am. I don't think so. Makes sense to me. Can't remember anything before birth. You won't remember anything after death. And if you were nothing before birth, but you're something now, well, after you die, you go back to that nothing. And who says you can't be something again? That's what I'm living by. That's what helps me get closer to acceptance. Okay. So, and it makes sense. It does. It's not just false, wishful thinking. I think the biblical stuff is more wishful thinking than Buddhism and just realism. We'll call it realism. So, yeah, I think at this point, most of all with this stream, I just hope that, one, it didn't lag too much. I have slow internet, and my computer's been sitting on the floor collecting dust, so I'm sure that can make things act up. I hope everything went good, because I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I didn't go into any kind of settings to see where the volume's at. I plugged it in and I clicked, let's fucking go. So yeah. I am surprised I didn't talk about Hatman more. He really stalked me for a while, and it was getting ridiculous. They really didn't like me calling her a cunt. I guess that was it. I don't know. People have, it's their egos. It goes back to the human ego. It means something. I'll show you, right? I'm happy to hear that you don't hate me. Let me see here. Hate me, and that you still want me in your life. Absolutely, Casey. I never hated you. I was confused. I was blaming you for Amber joining the trolls, to make it as clear as possible. And you were never to blame. You never were at all from the very beginning. It was always me. If I didn't reach out to Mark Rydell and ask for him to find Pumpkin Love's husband's picture for me so I can, create some havoc with it or whatever, Amber wouldn't have got hurt by me. Amber wouldn't have seen me as a cyberbully. My eyes are open to it all. I blame myself 100%. I just wish people loved me enough to have my back, but I understand it all. But they seen Emma was really fucking with somebody that wasn't in. I was around for so long, so I should have meant more, but I understand. You stop providing people with what they need from you, and they're not going to be around. They're not going to just be there because you need them. You got to offer them something in return for them being there. And always questioning who's loyal, that don't work. It don't really matter. Loyalty don't matter. But I didn't know any of this back then. I was so green. I had to let go of my ego. That's all that is an ego. You don't worry about people that are loyal to you unless you have an ego to fulfill, right? So it was all stupid. But I understand why she felt hurt. I understand why she flipped initially. It was the whole Pumpkin Love's husband thing. I understand. It was. There's no excuse for it. At first, I was using the excuse, Brady did that towards my mom. I should have done it towards Brady instead of Pumpkin. My mistake. I shouldn't have done it at all. Don't be like Brady. I shouldn't have done it at all. Period. I was turning into them. So I lost some beautiful people. I understand what happened. But that's not me. That's what I was turning into, but I'm not a low cow. I've helped too many people. A low cow is, I've seen some. I can't remember his name, but I don't know his name. Oh, God, he thinks he's some rapper. He's got stringly hair. He looks like Gollum. And I see these people that are considered low cows on different channels like Emma's and stuff, just people that are like Emma. And it's just, the world's not for me. That's why I have to talk this way, because I don't want no part of it. It's disgusting. But I am not a low cow. When you see people like Boogie I'm not that. I had a moment and people made it their goal to make me have those moments. They would follow me around and just poke and make fun. And it was, people are disgusting. But the one thing that backs me up from not being a low cow is how I helped hundreds of people. Low cows don't help people. I'm pretty sure about that. Low cows, they don't really help people. They're just train wrecks. They're just things you clip, make fun of. Me, I have helped hundreds of beautiful faces smile. And I've had countless women that acted like they wanted to fuck me. It was a fun time. I'm not a low cow. I can say that over and over again because I don't forget my past. I don't just focus on the ending. I don't forget how it started. Just like Michael Green, how Isaac said he wasn't a pedophile and everybody sticks up for Michael Green because he's angry grandpa's son. And, Bridget and him are in love. Damn it. They're in love. What is your problem, Jonathan Haldeman? Why are you doing this? Stream after stream with your nuts? You're nuts. No, I'm glad they're in love. Hello. I'm happy it worked out. I'm happy they have children. I'm happy it was love at first sight. But that doesn't change that she was 15 and he was 21 and he groomed the fuck out of that 15-year-old. It doesn't change that he's a fucking pedophile. I'm glad it worked out with that child and she's an adult now and did that and there, right? But it doesn't change the sick freak taking her to the goddamn movie theater, pulling his cock out to a 13-year-old girl or 15, however she was. It doesn't change it. It's sick. That was my point, and everybody knows it, but people don't care. For all I know, I realized I'm like Ron White. Remember back in the day with the blue collar comedy tour, Ron White with that, what was it, rum? He would always act like he's going to drink it, and then every time he goes for a sip, he continues another joke or something. I noticed that. I didn't take one fucking hit. I keep grabbing it, putting it back. And by the way, Turn all Lewis Black on you, right? It's not only that pisses me off. The one day I was rolling and just wasn't paying attention. I was listening to music and stuff, and I bumped the fucking plate. And I swear, I had half an ounce of fucking weed. Because my joints, these aren't my regular joints now. These I smoke throughout the day, but my normal joints are, let me get my phone. Well, the thumbnail of this stream, that's my normal joints. Let me turn this down here. That's my normal joints. But another angle, it's not the best looking picture of me, but here. This is not edited. This is not fucking Grok or Sora or whatever that other AI. This is not AI putting a big ass Cheech and Chong joint in. This is me acting like a fucking stoner that I am. It looks ridiculous, but that's my joints now. Huh? I had thought. That's the same joint as the one in the thumbnail. It's just the one in the thumbnail. By the way, the picture in the thumbnail is not AI. The picture of the thumbnail, it has no filters. I promise you, I'm not shitting you. I was taking different pictures, giving the people's eyebrow and having the joint in my mouth, trying to get a good angle, right? And I swear to God, the picture you see as the thumbnail, it's all natural. It's 100% natural. The smoke was around my face at the perfect angle. You see in the people's eyebrow. The glasses were blocking out this eye. It was an epic people's eyebrow followed by the fucking joint. It was lit. It was just cooking, baby. It looks like a fake picture. I know. I looked at it. I was like, damn. I was like, because all the others, you see just it's blurry and you see smoke everywhere. Because I'm trying to get the right, I'm inhaling, trying to get it to glow, and I'm trying to get the people's eyebrow, and man, I nailed it. I nailed it. That's a great picture. But when I looked at that picture, I was like, if somebody looks at it, they can be like, oh, that's a Grok picture. JP uploaded a picture of himself sitting on the chair and said, put a giant joint in my mouth. Hey. I swear to God, Grok, I don't think can make it look like that. I don't know, maybe. But all too real, my friends. That is the joints I smoke. They're between $5 and $10 each just for the paper. And you only get one per box. You get one of those joints. I pay $5, but now they're up in the prices, tariffs and shit. I'm not going to pay $9.99. The fucking Apu up the street wants $9.99 now. And I said, $5. I can do $5 for a big joint like that. Yeah, you're investing even more into it, but it's like a cigar. You can watch a movie. It lasts over an hour, puffing on it, just inhaling. Like, I can't get high enough. I smoke 2 or 3 of those back to back. These regular joints, I smoke. I'm going to count tomorrow. Like, I'm just one after another. This is the longest I've went without a joint in the last year. So, I really talked a lot. I had a lot to say. I knew it would be like that because I haven't been here for so long, but I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know how to stream. I would have been here a little sooner, but I just didn't know how to. It's different. I'm different. So I don't know how to. I'm not the. I don't know. I'm not the asshat anymore. Fucking doing Donald Trump for 2 hours. I just don't have it in me. He's there. And if the time calls for it, I'm sure I could pop him out. I did with Rocky. But I feel different. I feel like I don't need to impress people no more because none of it matters. Now, the only thing that breaks my heart is the whole idea of traveling is if I do go that route to just see some sights and stuff. I battled with the idea, take Gracie, don't take Gracie. And no matter how I look at it, I cannot take Gracie. Yep, that's your cue. We came up with a script for tonight's stream. There's certain things. She's doing good. Good girl. Buddies. Good girl. You can't see her, but I can feel her. Jeez. Good girl. So unfortunately, I can't take her with. That'll be a heartbreak. She has been the best friend I could have ever asked for. They don't judge you. They just want to be loved. So unfortunately, if I do take off and I do travel the country, I can't take her with me. There's just not enough room in my car. She's a little dog. And I probably should have her with me. I was telling somebody that I probably should have her with me because you're all alone with your thoughts. If you're living in your car and you're all by yourself and you're just starting over new and whatever your purpose is, that can be dangerous, being alone with your thoughts. Yeah, take it from me, it can be dangerous. So, sitting in the dark car at night and just being all alone, and I really should have some kind of companionship and something to talk to or cry to or something. But there's just not enough room. And I got to think of her, it's for me too. It'd be more convenient for me if I didn't have to worry about her. And if I go take showers at the, what's it called? Well, at a truck stop or somewhere, or at what I'm going to do is get a membership at a Total Gym, what's it called? Planet Fitness. I found out that if you pay a little extra, you can get a membership where you can go to any location in America with your membership. So since I'm going to travel the country and I'm going to need showers and stuff, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy a membership, not to work out, but to go take showers. And, that's about it. Maybe, I don't think do they have a pool? I don't know, but somewhere where I can take showers along the road, along the way. There's Planet Fitnesses everywhere that works out. That's a perfect solution. Plus some of the truck stops, they want like $30 a shower or something. I mean, I might not look the cleanest, but I take more than one shower a month, So, so I'm going to do the Planet Fitness way. I've already thought about this and I won't waste your time with it, but it's just something I'm planning on doing. I want to experience some things, and I don't think anybody can blame me. 37 years old, you've been in the same state all your life for the most part. There's so much out there. The world has so much to offer. And, I was kind of stuck being a caretaker for my mother, and it was not really any kind of life. So, it was too much for me. All that pressure of just everything. Don't want to get into it, but, I thank God that there's nothing holding me back here. Some people, they want to travel the country. They would love to travel the country, but they have children. They have, they just have things holding them back, jobs, right? I have nothing holding me back. I have the perfect opportunity to go out on my own terms. I get free money every month. I can draw that out at any ATM. I don't got to be here locally, as long as I have an address, which I will. And I can even use a PO box. The government's cool with that. I thought that would be a deal breaker. Thought you have to have a physical address, but you just need a physical address for the application. Once you're accepted, they don't care if you have a PO for mailing and for like if they have to mail you shit and stuff. So I can always do that, So what I'm trying to say is I have money to travel. That's what I'm trying to say. I have money. I don't got to stay in PA to have my money. I can take it out anywhere. I get free gas a month. Like, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm not ashamed of any of it. Sometimes you got to ask for it. Like, you got to be the lowest of the low to make it. You got to get government help. And if you want to be anything in this life, like, you have to be poor. It's sad, but it's true. It's the economy we live in. The government helps you if you're poor, not if you're not poor. So, not to sound like I'm a sponge or anything, but I'm just trying to let you guys know that I have the opportunity in front of me. I get almost $1,400 a month. And then I get free gas on an insurance card. With my insurance plan, I get almost $300. I get over $300 of gas for gas or groceries a month. So you add that for gas, $300. $300 will get me to New Mexico. It's not that expensive to travel. I found out. So it's doable. It's not like I'm living in a fantasy world. JP, how are you going to get there? I have a car, put a fucking mattress in the back, and I get $2,000 a month. Between gas and fucking cash. That's plenty enough to sleep in your car. It doesn't cost much to sleep in your car. It's plenty enough. All I would need money for is food, showers, and gas, fuel. Just the necessities. And I think $2,000 a month between the two combined, I think that's enough to hit the open road. I do. No, I'm not rich, I can't take cruises and live that lifestyle, but I can live in my car, travel state to state, and maybe flatten Brady's tires with a crossbow or something. I have nothing else to do. I'm traveling. I'm experiencing things before I end my life, right? So I'm just joking. I don't want no fucking people. It's tempting because it's like, but I'm not gonna. Well, actually, I might still buy a crossbow for protection. When you're out, it's a dangerous world out there, and I have my burn up, but that's a pepper ball gun. The cops use those. That is not a toy. That will fuck somebody up. But you don't bring a burner to a fucking gunfight. So you can bring a crossbow to a gunfight because a crossbow will fuck you up. Some of this, I'm telling you, man, I can't believe they're legal to buy without a background check. I'm like, this whole time I was worried about getting a gun for home protection and shit in the past for different reasons, and I could never get approved for one, right? Here you can get a crossbow. It's just as fucking deadly. And they have tactical crossbows they're selling now where they hold magazines of fucking 18 arrows. And you just fucking... And you see these fucking arrows with razor blades flying through shit. And it's like, why do you need a gun? This is better. The only thing that makes a gun better is having multiple shots. They fix that with the tactical bow, huh? This fucker, it cocks like it's the one even has like a fucking pump action and everything. It looks like a shotgun, but it has an arrow in the top and it has a clip, and it's just, it's good. I'm not a dangerous person. It really is, because there'd be a few people that. But then I was thinking also, like, taking Brady's life. Like, now that I'm on that subject, because I had a lot of anger towards him. Why would I help him? Hear me out on this. See, this all goes so deep. It's not about me. Why would I harm Brady? Right? Put a fucking arrow right through his head and give him the satisfaction and the pure pleasure of the afterlife. No. The more I think about it, I want him to live and suffer whatever this life throws at him. Suffering is on earth. Everybody that dies says it's just such a joyful feeling and love, and oh my God, they'll never forget it. I don't want Brady to feel that. I don't want to give that to him. What am I thinking? So those are the thoughts that went through my head when I was thinking about doing something to him, because I really don't think there's consequences with hell. I think there is consequences. You know, that's what stopped me, but it's not hell. I think you get reincarnated as a fucking, I don't know, something that has a terrible life and you just got to suffer. And I don't want that. So, but I was tempted. As you can tell, because it's coming out of me. Yeah. A crossbow would have been perfect. I could have stalked. I was thinking about sitting out in front of his place just in my PT Cruiser until he notices me, and then just drive slowly away. Right? And then the next morning his tires will be flat, right? Just watch what car he drives and fucking shoot his tires out with the arrows, and then, you know, after that, maybe set his house on fire and maybe shoot him with the arrows. Like, I was having some violent thoughts because it was like, Casey has his address. This motherfucker has put me through so much fucking bullshit for years. Has brought so many people my way that was just unnecessary. All because he got all pissy because I don't know, I was trolling Evo. That's his stupid reason. So I was really thinking about killing him. I really was. And when I seen that shit was on Amazon, I was like, I could do it tomorrow. Like, all I need is money, 2 days shipping. Like, these are real weapons. These are not toys with like suction cups that you shoot at a wall. These are for hunters. They're designed to take down bears. So it would definitely take down Brady. For sure, no problem. But the whole murdering somebody, and, you know, I kept telling myself, you know, Adolf Hitler, you know, is there really a punishment? And let me just say, if there is no punishment, that's a shame, because somebody like Adolf Hitler, millions of lives he took, and he just goes to nothingness and gets reborn. And there's still things that don't make sense. There's more to it. There's a bigger picture. It involves God, but I do think the whole purpose is to be good. It's not to be a monster. And I do think if I would harm Brady, if I would have went through with that, I went through a struggle, guys. You know, I was really mistreated and I wasn't in my right mind. You know, I went through a struggle not to go after some of these people. I don't have much to live for, and I'm going to end my life. So I'm like, you know, I was thinking about going to meet Amanda, but I was like, Amanda, showing up to her apartment complex, waiting for her to come out and then shooting her with an arrow or something, like, yeah, she hurt my feelings and she was immature about stuff, but she doesn't deserve that. Like, she don't deserve that. That's not a death sentence. No matter how, I feel like that would be really immature of me if I would be that hurt over those actions where I would take her life. Brady's different. Yes, he was a cyberbully. He is. Amanda's just slow, and she does what she feels like she has to do to fit in. So he don't have that excuse. I don't think he's slow. He's just a monster. He's a disgusting individual. So it is what it is. But I've made a lot of wrong choices, but I feel like I didn't make all wrong choices. Like, I could be a lot worse. Listen to how I'm talking. All I had to do was drive, was it 8 hours to his place? There's people that do that. There's people that seek other people out that have done them wrong or that have put them through hell, and they'll kill them. And I don't have anything to lose. It's a perfect storm. People wouldn't leave me alone, and it's a perfect storm for something terrible to happen. Something that nobody could take back. But I don't want to give them the pleasure of peacefulness, of happiness that might come with the afterlife. So I'm just thankful I have enough common sense to think about everything through before I just start doing stuff that's just really, really terrible, you know. So people have a way of changing your psyche, and when you get hurt so much and when people just keep at you, that, I don't know, they want something bad to happen. They want you to be a failure. I don't think they want to die. But that's the kind of stuff that happens. People, they snap. And the person that was after them the most, sometimes they get the punishment. So thankfully, I don't want to be remembered as that. There's so many ways I could go out, high-speed chase just for the experience, killing Brady and getting revenge on certain people and looking like a nutcase and having mugshots everywhere. There's so many different experiences I could choose. You choose. So I'm thankful that I see life in a different way, and I experience certain things because temptation's a bitch. Like, not at this point, but back then, man, and it only takes one wrong move, one wrong decision out of emotions and to ruin. And you can't really ruin your life because you're going to just end it anyways. But to become somebody you're not, somebody you weren't, to become like them, to make them right about you, you got to be better than that, you know? That's what they claim I am. They claim I'm some, whatever, you know. I'm not. I'm not a locale. It's just people wouldn't leave me alone, and I buckled. So, but now that I got my voice out there for whatever it's worth, whatever people want to hear, now I can go back to focusing on fixing my wrongs with Casey and some other people that I'm lucky enough to still have in my life, and just preparing myself for what's next. Maybe I should change the name of this channel, Case. What do you think of this? All these different names I go with, right? How about The Final Testament of Jonathan Haldeman? Right? No? The Final Testament. I do want to get some ideas, though. I really don't know who to ask. I've asked my best friend in life, the one that plays camera guy in the JR videos, him and one other person. Oh, it was just him and Pumpkin Love. I'm sorry, I don't have to say one other person. I have to say one other person when I'm talking to people in my real life, but you guys know who she is. So to people in my real life, I would say that my best friend who played camera guy in the JR videos, him and some girl on the internet is the only ones that know I'm going to take my life. There's only 2 people that I told. Everybody else, I don't, like, nobody knows. But I don't got to say that to you because you guys know who that girl is. So, anyways, there's only 2 people that know. There's some more now that know. Because I'm like, fuck it. It's not that big of a deal. I wasn't saying things. I wasn't looking for attention, but it's a personal decision. It's not that big of a deal. It's your life, right? So I'm less hidden about it. I don't celebrate it because I'm scared. I don't know what to expect. I just know I made up my mind, but I don't know what to expect. I hope it's not bad, whatever's after this, but I don't know. I have no idea, but I need some suggestions at this point. I want to, before I do that, I want to see things. I can't think of anywhere else but the Grand Canyon. I've never been anywhere, but the Grand Canyon seems like that's somewhere to see. Just if anybody knows, you can reach out to my Facebook. If anybody knows anywhere I can go, and don't mess it. I don't want Emma messaging me saying go to hell, right? I don't want none of that crap. Be serious. If you know where I can go, I'm gonna take my life. I'm gonna go out on my own terms, but I wanna see what the world has to offer. I don't think Niagara Falls. I think that's in Canada, but there's got to be. I was thinking about storming Area 51. Like I'm really out there now, guys. I was thinking about you can't get nowhere close to that fucking military base. Area 51. That's where they have all the alien shops for the tourists, where the limits are. I was thinking, I know you'll die, but I'm not right. Save me the trouble. That is a real coward. I don't think committing suicide is cowardly. People say that's the coward's way out. No, that's not. Anybody, there's people out there that pretend they're going to kill themselves like Julie and stuff for attention. But anybody that says committing suicide is the coward's way out, no matter how they act around people, they've never really seriously tried killing themselves. There's nothing cowardly about taking your own life. It's hard. It's so hard to take that step because you don't know what's about to happen. So anybody, even if they're suicidal and they're like a Julie or something, if you ever catch any of them saying suicide's the coward's way out, they never were serious about killing themselves. It was a game. That's how you can tell. It takes a lot of strength to make that final call, and there's no going back. So there's nothing cowardly about it. What's cowardly is when you commit suicide by cop. When you're too cowardly to take your own life, so you put it on somebody else's shoulders, they have to live with taking your life. That's cowardly. Whether I go out that way, I don't know. High-speed chase kind of sounds interesting, but that is cowardly. They have to live the rest of their lives, go home to their families, and they just took your life, and that weighs on them, right? They're good people. They're police officers and stuff. So I think that is the cowardly way to go out. Committing suicide is not the coward. That's not cowardly. There's nothing cowardly about it. As long as you don't hurt other people or make somebody else take you out because you're too cowardly to do it. That's cowardly. That's when you become a coward with taking your life. And I am a pussy. I've tried hanging myself 3 times. Talking too much about it now. So I am a coward. I need somebody to do it for me, but I can do it. It's just, it's hard. It's when you have that hanging around your neck and you're starting to go through with it, like it's scary. You feel your breath going away and you're right at that verge and you quick take it off because it's just, there's nothing cowardly about it. There really isn't. So with all that being said, Case, is there anything else you want to talk about? I really don't know if I'll do another stream. Some of you have been crazy kind to me as far as I don't know how many times I can create new channels and upload the same Ocean and Maliki song, and some of you are always hit the like. So thank you to the ones who chase after me and follow me around. It means more to me than you know. And there's not much to say. I've learned a lot. So there's not much to say. I just thank you. So, Casey, I'll talk to you after the stream. I think that's all I got. I'm tired of looking at this bright white light on my screen. I'm just trying to make the room brighter. But as you can see, my room is kind of empty here. All my shelves, I'm not going to turn my camera around and look because I have a good angle here, but all my movie shelves are completely empty. I have my own storage. I never owned a storage unit before. I'm living finally. I think it's a little pricey. $68 for a little 5x5, right? They go for 20, don't they? I know. That's just my life. I get hurt, abused, screwed over, and so a little 5x5. Thankfully, I don't need something big. I just had my movies and some things that I bought for when I do the van life, and I just have them in the storage unit. And I can't watch any movies now because unless I drive to the storage unit and get my 4K player and stuff. I have nothing in here except my refrigerator. I had my refrigerator in my car. I was about to move out, but then yeah. But anyways, yeah, no movies, empty table, refrigerator, and that's it. That's it. My guitar is in my store. Everything that I was going to take with me is in my storage unit because I was going to leave a couple months ago, but can't really get into it. Stuff, life happens. So, but anyways, I'm going to get out of here. I'm sure there's things that I forgot to talk about. Hopefully the audio isn't too bad as far as I have my fan on, so hopefully it's not too distracting. Yeah. I think I talked about everything. It was mainly the main thing that I wanted to get out there was Big Bobby setting me up, and that I've never said that about Amber's kids and or her daughter, whatever they're claiming. So, and that made me feel better when Pumpkin Love said that she never heard me say that, and then Jim Thomas said, "So I know it's not all in my mind, and I'm not blocking it out of my mind because I don't want to remember it, because I know Pumpkin would be honest with me. She would tell me, and I think Casey would if I tell her, be honest with me. It's the only thing that will give me solace or solitude. I think she would. I think she would say I said it. So nobody remembers me saying it, but some of these trolls, which is interesting. So what I think happened is I think Big Bobby was under a fake JP account. I think so. Because the way Amber said you wanted to get let's get Mackenzie raped. I never said that. And I know the only things I've said to Mark Rydell about Amber or her kids was during my live streams, as sick as they were. So that had to be through a message to Mark Rydell, and that wasn't me. That was Big Bobby. Game over indeed. Especially when people don't talk to you and don't want to hear your side or just believe it right away. So, but that weighed on me a lot because I just couldn't understand why I would do that. I know I did other things that I wouldn't do, so I was trying to understand, but no matter how hard I thought, I could remember everything she was saying to me, and I remember everything. But I never once told Mark Rydell, let's get Mackenzie raped. Never. And it's a shame that she grew so strong hatred for me out of something that was Big Bobby the whole time. It was so terrible, but it would never be the same. Too much has been done. Too much has been hurt. So you just got to learn, not live and learn, but just learn. Hopefully I can take the lessons I've learned into the next life somehow, even though I won't remember any of this. But you want to know what I hope the afterlife is like? I hope when we go, oh my God, now I will start crying. No, I just hope, I hope you get to see the galaxies. I hope there's thousands upon tens of thousands of galaxies. We have our own galaxy and the Milky Way and all this shit. There's tens of thousands of galaxies that they're finding with planets. It's incredible what they're discovering with this whole all this technology and the James Webb telescope and all this shit. It's so beautiful and we know nothing, right? So I'm hoping when we die that we are the universe in one way or another experiencing itself. I hope Alan Watts is right. I hope we die and you just, it's beautiful. And you just see the galaxies and I don't know. I maybe your consciousness and I don't know, but it has to be good. It just, if there was nothing after this, then what's the point of suffering? Like the questions are simple, the answers are difficult, at least for now, until I can figure it out. But if there was nothing before this for billions of years, for me and you, and we're here for 80 to 100, and then we're gone, what is this for? What is the point of this? I can't help but wonder, why do I have this consciousness? Like, yeah, I was born, the people fuck and you're born and the whole seed and the whatever. That's fine. But where was my consciousness before I was born? Like, I don't understand where I was at. And it's eaten me alive because the answer is all there. If there was nothing before birth, if there was nothingness and you were nothingness, and then you are here, it's so confusing because something can't come from nothing. It's very simple. I can't exist right now from nothing. So the fact that I came from a nothingness is mind-blowing. And I know I'm going back to that. We're all going back to that. And that just gives me hope that I can live again, It happened once. I was nothing for Come on now. Oh, look at that. Big leg. There's a Trump. He got a Trump out of me finally. 10 subs. Big leg. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. I don't know. I don't look at my phone too much. Oh, that's what I was going to do. How long has the Earth been around?
The Earth is approximately 4.54 billion years old, an estimate with a margin of error of about 50 million years.
That's not too bad of an error, 50 million years, 4.45 billion, whatever. 4 billion years. Where were you, Casey? Isn't it mind-blowing? It's so simple, and it might be such a simple thing to throw out there, but when you really think about it, it just puts the whole perspective of what this is all about, or it puts what this is all about in perspective, because it's scary, but it's exciting. Like, here's how I feel about this whole afterlife thing. It's scary because you don't know, but it's exciting because of what you're hearing and because of what common sense is telling you. It's exciting, scary, but there's no need to rush it, I've been obsessed over it because I'm getting closer to that moment, but there's no need to rush it because it's permanent. So that means I can go see the Grand Canyon. I can go lick Pumpkin Love for a couple hours and then be on my merry way down to somewhere else, right? Like, there's no need to rush. I'm on my time. I'm on my terms. When I think I experienced everything there is to experience that the world has to show me, whatever that may be, then I go out. Right? You go out on your own terms. It's a good idea. It's what's meant for me. Like, it's the perfect idea. Because there's nothing left for me here. I can't ever have a girlfriend. I keep hoping someone comes in my path, and I know in my heart that I'm too damaged to ever have a girlfriend. It hurts to say it, but there has been this girl that has been after me for years. She started chasing after me when I first got with Samantha. And Sam used to get so fucking jealous and angry. This girl would not leave me alone. And I just didn't have interest. And she has a reputation from people. I don't really know her too well, but she has a reputation of being easy. She sleeps around with a lot of guys, but she has always been trying to hang out with me. I've never hung out with her one time. To this day, she sends me messages on Facebook. I activated my Facebook to look at Casey and stuff. And here, out of nowhere, she sends me a message. It's like she was searching for me. And all she wants to do, and she's local. She lives 7 miles away. And all she wants to do is hang out with me. She wants me to take her to Walmart. She needs to get a few things. She wants to come over to my place, and she just wants to spend time with me. She always messaged me, do you want to get together and fuck? Like, that's how she talks. She has been in love with me, and she sent me a message saying, I have always loved you. And I said, how can you love me when we never really spent time together? You met me through a mutual friend. You were over at her house when I'd go visit her, and we never really hung out. The last time I seen her was years ago at a country music concert. And I remember hearing some girl yell, JP, and I turn around and she comes running up, jumping on me and hugging me. And I've never given her a chance because I've never had feelings for her. I've never had interest in her. It's not because of any kind of reputation. It's just, I don't know. I'm into brunettes and I don't know. And she keeps saying, just give me a chance. Like, this is how she talks to me. And then I'll start getting flirtatious. Yeah, we can drive up to my buddy's land and I can fuck you for a while. And she's like, come pick me up. But I never do. And it dawned on me that I'm too damaged. I don't give nobody a shot. I was doomed from day one. My ex really damaged me. Like when I loved her. So I realized that I'm too damaged. Like I push people away, and I made some mistakes with my ex. I wasn't the kindest person. I've learned from those mistakes, but there's a part of me that's afraid that I might do it to the next person. None of us are innocent. I'm just man enough to admit my downfalls. And, some guys, they put on a show, they act like the nicest guy in the world. Then when you get with them, they beat the living fuck out of you. I'm not like that. I admit my downfalls. I made some mistakes, and I really think I'm too damaged. Like, I don't want to ever do that to anybody ever again. So I don't think I could ever have a girlfriend. The only girl that would work out for me is somebody like Casey. And it's not because I could abuse her or anything like that. No, I'm not out to do that. I'll never do that again. That's why I don't get with this girl, because I don't know. But Casey is different. I really wish Casey lived in America. Casey, I could fall for Casey like that. Casey, I want to do so much to her. And it's not just because she's a fucking virgin and she's just ripe for the picking. And she's ripe for the picking. It's not just about that stuff. I really feel like I wouldn't hurt her. I wouldn't emotionally, physically. I really feel like there's a connection with me and Casey, and there was a connection with my ex, but I was a different person. I had a lot of growing up to do. I was very insecure. Just like, like how Isaac was with Nicole. And my dad was terrible to my mom. And I told my mom, I said, you want to know why guys abuse women? No guy's going to ever admit this. I don't think they will, but maybe. I know why guys abuse women because I was in that spot. Guys beat up women and they put women through hell. The guys that do that, they do it for one simple reason. They do it because they feel like they're not good enough for that girl. They beat the shit out of that woman, or they put them through mental hell because they're afraid they're going to lose that woman. They know they're not good enough for that girl. So they try to keep that woman with fear. That's why I did it to Sam. I'm sure it's why my dad did it to my mom. My dad did it to my mom, and I'm sure that's why Isaac did it to Nicole. I'm sure that's why I'm sure that's why Bridget called 911 with that terrible, hysteric voice. He's chasing after her and shit. Just tell me you love me one more time. We don't feel like we're good enough for you. Nobody admits it. Nobody says it. I just see these abusive guys that just sit there and fucking don't take accountability. Either that or they'll make like, I guess it's the same thing, but they don't fucking sit there and give the real reason why they're beating up on that woman. It's very simple. And a lot of women don't see it because they're thinking, what the hell why is he so mean? It's nothing you did. We love you. We're just damaged, and I don't ever want to do that ever again. And I won't. I learned from my mistakes. I don't want to ever feel that heartbreak again. Never have that reassurance that you can't lose somebody. And Isaac found that out with Nicole. I found that out with Samantha. Michael now found that out with Bridget. I'm as real as it gets. None of these cats are going to talk like this, but this is the truth. I don't think it's necessarily we're bad people. Some of us are, but some were lost. And it's no excuse. You should never mistreat your partner, man or woman. It should all be about love. But when you feel worthless and when you have those problems, when you meet somebody that loves you and you get scared. And as fucked up as it sounds, sitting there beating up on the person, that's terrible. But in your mind, it's the only way you'll never lose them. So I understand why guys do it. I was in that spot. I haven't, thankfully I wasn't. I mean, there's no excuse. But some are worse than others, I'll say. I feel like I could have been worse. I didn't sit there and beat up on her all day, but we had our moments, and I understand it all. I understand why guys do that. And in some cases, women, if they mistreat men, there's women out there that are just as bad, and they'll beat up on the guy, and they're ruthless, and the guy's innocent, like he's a beautiful soul, and that's why she's doing it, because she knows that she's no good, and he's beautiful, and she has him. She don't want to lose him. It's just what I think, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm right because I had to live through it as an experience, so I feel like I'm onto something there. But I never want to make those mistakes again. I never want to be Isaac. I never want to be Michael Green. I never want to do that shit. You learn from your mistakes. You feel terrible. If you're a good person, you feel terrible, but there's no change in it, You can promise you'll never hit the person again or hurt the person in any way, but yeah, you know how it goes. So it is what it is. I feel like it was all a learning experience my whole life. And it's easy to feel like a failure when you lose so much at the end and you're not really left with anything. But I think all that matters, no matter how much you fail at something, is that you've learned from it. I think that's what carries you on to the beyond. That's what carries you on to the higher consciousness, is learning from your weak moments. So I don't think there's any hope for me. I'm just too damaged. So I'm more talking to Casey than anybody right now, because I know she doesn't understand why I'm talking about taking my life. And it's so easy to just be caught in this world of don't leave me and don't do that, or go ahead and do it, or like, it's so easy to get caught up in the now and not think of the afterlife. And there's just so much more to it. So I'm still doing soul searching. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm still figuring it all out, because where I'm going, I don't know what to expect. I really don't. And I'm scared, but I'm excited. And, if anything changes my mind, maybe I can change as far as my views, but I've thought about my whole life, everything I've been through and everything that's happened. You know, I don't want to sound like a victim or something like, but everything that's happened throughout my life, my existence, I've thought about it. I've thought about what else is left for me. I've thought about it all, and there really isn't anything left, you know. I'm a lost soul. I'm damaged from past events, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to experience what's next, and I don't know how to explain that. But, you know, made the mistake of talking about it with Casey, so now I got to focus on it during my streams. But it's not a bad thing. You know, I could come on here, act fake, and I could, you know, the great return, and you know, just focus on Casey, and maybe it's not a bad thing to talk about reality. That's what it is. It's reality. So maybe down the line somebody will discover these streams and, you know, won't know my past. Maybe they'll look into it and see the old clips, the bad clips that's on people's channels and stuff, but you know, they'll hear my words before they go look for that, and maybe they'll kind of see it from a different perspective, and they'll see I wasn't the problem, and I don't know. All I do know is I know I can't worry about anybody else, because at the end of the day, it's my life. As far as like, I can't worry about influencing Casey or making her upset, or because at the end of the day, it's my life. Like, it's, you know, I don't know her. I don't know how to explain it. The moment I hang myself, that's where she ends. So it's very difficult for me, because I know this isn't a simulation. I know that Casey's a real person. I know she loves me deeply. And I know anybody that searched for me or reached out, I know they must love me. So it's hard to kind of express your way of thinking without sounding like just a depressed idiot. You know, it's, my eyes are opened, and I don't know. I'm not a brilliant speaker like Alan Watts. I'm not a philosopher. I'm just someone who has been damaged and who's looking for answers and is willing to believe anything that is proof. Like anything, I'll believe into the Bible. I'll believe in anything that shows proof. Just looking for it. But like I said earlier, I hope, and I thank whoever listens to me this far. I thank you. I'm just getting it off my chest, because I went through a lot of things. So a lot of tears, a lot of, the heaviness of the heart. I hate that feeling. Do you ever have your heart broken and it's just heavy? It's like somebody died, but they didn't. It's like an emptiness. I hope someday I'm going to keep this stuff up, because my voice, no matter how bad I was at the end, my voice should be heard. I was trolled pretty hard. So it wasn't all me. So I'm going to keep this stuff up, and who knows, maybe somebody else that's going through a big Bobby type thing, like another streamer out there, or somebody that, like a porch man that's just getting started. You know, I'm thinking way out, but maybe somebody they might just randomly, the universe might throw me their way this stream, and they're going through a Brady issue, somebody that's harassing them, and they're giving in. Maybe they'll see the shit and they'll hear what happened to me, and they'll look further and they'll see the bad shit, and they'll come back and watch this, and they'll see it don't make sense, and they'll hear my words, and maybe they can get something from my experience, some kind of strength, so they don't have the same downfall or the same hurt. Nobody should have to experience that kind of betrayal feeling, and that kind of, it's disgusting. So, and I don't want to say whether I deserved it or not. But I don't think I did. something pretty extreme probably had to happen to make me grow like I did, but I wish it wasn't that. Yeah. But maybe sometimes the worst of the worst has to happen to make you open your eyes. Because I didn't think like this when everybody was sucking up to me. Before Emma was around and everybody was sucking up to me, I wasn't thinking like this. That's why I have hope that Emma will fall and her eyes will be open too, and she'll become a better person and have her experience. But she won't stay the way she is. When Jim Tom says she hasn't changed yet, it's not about that. Like, it'll come back and haunt her. It really will. So yeah, I think I talked about everything. I wasn't gonna name drop Pumpkin Love so much because I don't want no issues, but fuck it. I'm not gonna be around. Like she's a strong woman, and if she starts getting attacked because she's talking with me and stuff, I figure she is the type of strong woman that will say fuck you to Emma, or it don't matter who they are, Amber or anybody. If they start mistreating her because she's talking to somebody, I feel like she's not the individual. Like, she's not like, man, I don't want to use names. She's not like some people where they can be influenced. I really believe this. If she likes somebody, she likes them. If she don't, she don't. That's just how it is. And she's going to hang around people that are really her friends. That's why she's around, for friendships and stuff. So if they mistreat her, they'll lose her. Simple as that. Just like I lost her when I mistreat her. Like, I feel like that's the kind of woman she is. I don't think she'll be, Jim Tom, if he comes in here, Jim Tom's a hell of a fucking soldier. But Jim Tom, he comes in here all of a sudden, Princess Pickle Bitch, all these people that we were all a fucking family, they start attacking him, calling him a nutcase because he supports me and shit, calls him a freak, all that shit. I feel like if they started doing that to Pumpkin, and she wouldn't put up with it. She wouldn't stick around just to be accepted. She wouldn't put up with it like some people would and do. She would leave. And I'm not saying come to me. I'm not going to have anybody but Casey in my chats. I'm too heartbroken. But she'll leave them for sure. So I'm not really worried about her getting cyberbullied. That's the whole point of this. I don't got to worry about that with her. She won't put up with it. I do got to worry about that with some people, like Matthew Bailey and all those people in the past where I handled it wrong. But she's different. So maybe I shouldn't have said her name so much, name dropped her so much, but she means a lot to me. And, she's been great. Well, she's been great to me. So I got to talk about her. Has nothing to do with meeting up or anything like that. That stuff, you never know how real that is. But she still means a lot to me. And I just hope I didn't make a mistake, But fuck it. I'm not going to be around. I don't want to see nobody have their life altered in a bad way, but it's not going to go with me if she does get bullied or something, I know they can get hardcore. I know her husband died. I hope she's special to them. That way she gets a pass. Matthew Bailey wouldn't get a pass. Hell no. Matthew Bailey would get no pass on JP. That's right. Poor Porch Man. He wouldn't get a pass. But Pumpkin Love is loved. Pumpkin is loved. She just lost her husband. Would Emma go that far? No. So I think we're okay. There's only one way to tell. Make your booty and Pumpkin Love's gonna be okay. Oh my gosh, she's making a baby because she's gonna be okay. Oh my god, they're gonna make it so hard. Good girl. You're wagging the booty. Good girl. All right, that's enough. Lean the lie detector. I gotta clean my glasses, and I gotta get smoked up, man. You can just feel it going. Well, not really. It's a constant for me. I can't really act like, oh, I'm coming down off now. There is none of that. It's a constant blur. It's a constant just haze. I am constantly stoned, be out of my mind. So I'm doing pretty good during this stream. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not playing music. I'm not smoking some doobies. I'm not doing anything in front of you, man. And it's not because I don't want to. I have it in front of you. It's just I have so much to talk about because I felt like I fucked it up. And I feel like maybe I almost did. I don't know. So the main thing to take away from all this, to make a long story longer, is Casey, I love you. Thank you for having my back when so many decided not to. Thank you for not forgetting who I am. That same goes out to Jim Tom and anybody else who is in that category. Thank you. Um, I don't know if I'm going to stream again. I paid $80 for this, but I don't know if I'm going to stream again. I might. I have nothing to lose. Don't know what I'll talk about, but maybe I'll just search. Maybe I'll just search deeper for answers, and you guys can go along for the final step of my journey. You guys can witness. I'm not going to let you guys see me hanging myself. I'm not going to give Brady that pleasure, or any of the people that act like they want me to do that. This ain't about them. This ain't about attention. This ain't about any kind of glorified celebrity ship. Put me on a gore site. Remember me. This ain't nothing like that. This is finding peace. So, yeah, that's what that is. Finding peace and happiness and stuff like that. Thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. And I really hope we've been talking for a few days now privately, but I hope you have been just, I know it's hard, man. Life is a struggle. It's easy for somebody to sit here and say, I hope you've been doing good, right? As somebody who has been through a bunch of bullshit, I don't want to say that. So, I would love to meet you one time if I can. I know you're saving up to come see me. I know you say you need like $2,700, so you have spending money. Look, I get $1,400 a month, right? You don't want me giving you any money, but I might just give you $1,000 out of nowhere just so I can experience having a woman who loves me as much as you do. And fuck, if you want to cut off my dick while you're here, that way you'll have a piece of me with you forever when you go back home to the Landan Yanda. Well, fuck it. I don't use it much anyways, you know. So go ahead. Do whatever you want. I know what Gracie wants. She wants her pig toy. Pig toy! What? Oh, you're gonna make up the whole town? Come on. Good girl. That's your pig toys. Oh, hold on. There you go. There's a pig toy. Right? Oh, mean girl. Oh, you're being a mean girl. Goo! I guess the first thing I'll do after I end the stream is I will just see how the audio sounds. Hopefully you guys heard me all right. It looks kind of low. Was I quiet, Casey? This has, you can go into the settings and turn the gain up. There's no gain control on this. It's pretty minimal, whatever you want to say. There's no buttons, actually, whatever, whatsoever. There's no buttons now that I'm looking at it. No buttons. The only button is the mute button on the top. It's a one big touch thing. So interesting. No gain control. So hopefully it's a perfect level because I can't, And hopefully the solo cast 2 was decent. I don't know. It looked all right. Gaming and recording, all this shit. So I was like, fuck it. It can't be worse than the microphone that's built into the laptop, right? So can't be worse than that. Yeah, the last time I bought 2 pounds from him, he gave me a whole bunch of different kinds. I told him it's all for personal use. I have no clientele. I don't know anybody. I don't hang out with anybody. It's all for he didn't believe I was smoking that much. He thought I was selling it. And he was like, do what you want. I was like, I'm telling you, man, I don't know name drops here, but this is all personal use. I'm smoking 2 pounds. Like what I'm getting from you, I'm not making it. I could make a killing if I knew people. My God, I was telling my buddy with what I'm getting it for. If I would just sell it for, oh my God, I would make a killing. I would make some fucking money, but I don't know. I don't seek people out. I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking about it, but I mentioned to my buddy I always see people going into the smoke shop getting these CBD buds and shit, right? And they're always I should hang out in front of the fucking store with the real shit. But anyways, yeah. So, thank you to anybody who gives me this stream, gives likes. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I had jelly donuts. The last time he gave me 4 different kinds. He gave me 4 ounces of each kind. So that'd be Yes, he gave me 4 different kinds and 4 ounces of each. Does that make 32 ounces? No, that's 1 pound. I don't know. He gave me 8 ounces of each kind. Yeah, 8 ounces. Yes. 8 ounces times 8 times 4. Is that 30? No, that's not 30. I don't know. But whatever. Let's see here. What was I saying? I'm losing track. Oh, yes. He gave me jelly donuts, something called Milk Party, strawberry cane, and strawberry cough. I was like, why do they call it strawberry cough? Because it makes you cough. Why the fuck would you want to smoke that? But anyways, it didn't make me cough. I think he was just messing with me. This time I don't know what I have. This fucking harvest, he has codes on everything, and he just brought it home. He was in the doghouse with his wife, showing up with a U-Haul truck full of $50,000 worth of weed, he said. So he just brought the bags out, shoved it in the car, and he was even taking them out and saying, look how sticky this is. And and the person I was with was getting all nervous, saying it was a raid or something. I wasn't nervous at all, man. I trust him 100%, man. He's the man. He has no he don't care. He says, if you don't make it look suspicious, nobody will suspect a thing. While he's holding out a fucking butt. I should get it out right now. It's the size of my hand. And he's just squeezing it, and you see it's like sticky as hell. I've never had stuff this fresh. I didn't know if it would smoke, but it smokes fine and good stuff. So he just had some codes on it. He said he didn't even really have time to go through it. He just waited out, and he was bringing it home. They just got done with the curing process. Like it was a whole acre's worth, $50,000 worth of weed. That's just what he had in the truck. I'm sure they got more from the harvest. Like there's people that go in on it, so I'm sure others took some. Sorry, I'm smiling because I'm picturing his wife, him coming home with a U-Haul truck, and his wife just flipping out. Hey, he is the Heisenberg. Like it's like a, oh my God, it's like a Disneyland it's like Disneyland. You go in, he has, oh my God, just gallons and gallons and gallons of these trash bags filled with pot, different strains and or strands. I'm sorry, but yeah, but other than that, he has moon rocks. He has, Jesus, my God, guys, he has vape cartridges, 2 gram vape carts that are refillable. He's got the refills. He's got the throwawayables. He's not a fucking dispensary, but he is at the same time. And he looked at me and said, JP, you will never deplete the source. You can never, I don't care. You want to buy 5 pounds? I'll give it for you even cheaper. I couldn't believe these prices, but the more you get, but it's like, how's he making any money? He's got to put in for shit, but it's incredible. I can't tell you the prices because I almost feel like it's criminal. Well, I guess so. But even it's good prices when a veteran dope head like Pumpkin Love says that's a fucking good price, right? That's great. So some things you just can't turn down, and like I said, he's either a curse or he's either a blessing or a curse. You pick. I don't know. He's a great guy. Hey JB, hey JP, I have to have a shower soon. It is getting late here. Yeah, I lost track of time. I started talking so much. I was only going to be here for an hour. Go figure that again. So I will get out of here. Yeah, it is getting kind of late, I guess. How long have I been live? 5 hours, 29 minutes. Well, time went by, but I was talking. I didn't get everything out. I got the most important things. I wouldn't end the stream, but I missed some things, some events that happened. You know, I hit Ozzy, I hit Hulk, I hit 3i Atlas, I hit certain things, but there's a lot that's happening. If I decide to do another stream, maybe I'll talk about it. But yeah, right now I'm just trying to think about where I want to go as far as what do I want to see. I keep talking about the Grand Canyon, but just trying to think of other things. There's things down in Florida. I didn't know if I wanted to go south or if I wanted to go up through New York. That don't interest me. Going towards Canada up through New York, that don't interest me. I think I'm going to go more south, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina. You know, where's the Grand Canyon? Ohio? No, Oklahoma. No, where the hell's? Well, anyway, Arizona maybe. Well, I think I'll go more that route instead of going up through New York and north. It just don't interest me. So, Casey, I'm not going to stop you from getting your shower. So, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for hearing me ramble. I don't expect you to understand, even with me explaining my way of thinking now. I can't expect you to understand. So, I shouldn't have said anything. It just kind of slipped out. And then once it slips out, it's like, so I love you very much. I hope you have a good night. I'll talk to you privately. Thanks for watching my first stream after 5 months. Thank you to the ones out there that clicked the like. Thank you. I appreciate you. And whoever clicked the like on the Maliki video, I know I keep re-uploading it to different channels, and you guys still, I feel like that's whoever's doing it, that's your way of showing that you're still there. Even though I can't see who you are, it's still a like when I'm getting bombarded with dislikes with every little thing, right? So everyone counts. Like it shows me that I didn't lose everything, it wasn't a total loss. Maybe I shouldn't name names. I've always had those issues, but fuck it. Like, fuck them. Humans are disgusting. People are disgusting. They're going to fuck around with you. They're disgusting. But it stops there. Like, fuck them. When you die, you won't know anything they say. You won't know if they're liking you or hating you. I've seen so many people that harass others, and then when they kill themselves, oh, he was a legend, right? There was some guy that was a local that killed himself recently. That rapper. I think he had string. No, he's still alive. No, there was one that killed himself. There was some person that killed himself, and all of a sudden, all these trolls that were harassing him are now uploading tributes to him, saying the legend has died, and the legend, and I see people leaving comments. It's nobody I pay attention to, but it's things that come your way, and I see people leaving comments saying, you're the reason he's fucking dead, and like people attacking them, and now you want to act like, now you're doing that. They called it a troll sympathy, where you drive somebody to suicide, but then when they actually do it, you act like, oh, it's a loss. I don't know, but it's all weird. Human nature, So, Casey, go ahead and take your shower. I rambled on because I haven't been live for so long, and I just had so much to talk about, and I just want my voice to be heard. When I'm no longer here, I want people to discover this years down the road when Emma's still calling me different names, and they're just like a broken record, the same shit, and half of it's not real or not true. I'm hoping that, I don't know, somehow somebody will discover this stream, somebody that I cared for, like Shirley or Sugarbug, and I feel like I got to take that back, because I feel like those people know I'm not the problem. They know I'm a sweetheart. They've been there during my greatest moments. So it's not really them. It's whoever's willing to hear my words, I guess. Whoever has witnessed everything and wants to hear what JP has to say about it, I guess, because I went through crap. And, so, yeah. Somebody explain it to me. Go ahead. Why would Emma invest hours of her time watching me play a motorcycle game just to troll me? Somebody explain that to me. I can't make sense to it. I know people want content for their channels, and if they run low-cal channels, but what I can't understand is she has a boyfriend, and it has nothing to do with flirting and stuff, but I'm saying, doesn't she have anything better to do than to sit there and watch hours of streams of JP's or other people's just to fuck with them as for content for her channel? People are disgusting. They can make you believe anything. They're real winners. No, they're not. Or they wouldn't have that kind of time to devote to driving somebody mad. So I love you guys. I love you, Casey. And go have a shower. You don't got to take another video for me. She has been sending me some very, very nice videos that have made me come very, very good. No videos tonight. You just enjoy your shower. I'm going to unwind from the stream. I feel like I didn't get everything off my chest, but I got enough. So I didn't smoke it all. So I'm going to just relax, wind down, and listen to some music. Things that I told myself I'm not going to do during the stream. So, yeah, enough rambling. I love you, Casey, more than words can say. You know this. And I'll see you next time. I'm sure I'll hang out again. Got nothing to lose, right? Talk about some shit before you go out on your own terms. Why not? Not hurting nothing. So have a good one, Casey. I'll talk to you later. And everybody else, thanks for watching. If you hit the like, I really appreciate that. And I hope you have a good night as well. I got no outro music. I have nothing set up. I am just thanking God if this was a steady stream, because this laptop needs, I don't know. It was sitting on the floor. There's a lot of dust. So usually they start acting up if you don't take care of them. So, all right. That's it. All right. I love you, JP, and I will message you after I have a shower. Sounds good to me. I will talk to you then. All right. That's it. I forget how I used to end these, and I'm not lying. That's why I'm thinking. I'm like, I'm not going to act like Paul Harvey. I don't got that in me. I know I used to say I love you more words. Say bada bing, bada boom. All right. Oh, I know what I used to say. All right. Bye-bye. I think I used to say that, right?